In the monastery of the cult of the heavenly demon, there was a conversation between the patriarch, which is the heavenly demon with the first elder of the monastic order. The elder said that all 9 orthodox and unorthodox sects were subordinated to them. Then why the patriarch does not take any action? After all, he is a well-known master is not enough. The elder whom the demon fist does not know what to do. After all, the patriarch has nothing to do. The patriarch replied that he did not speak nonsense because he was not carefree and reminded him of what had happened. One day, during the practice of divine arts, his body and soul were divided, and he cannot return to his body. At first, it was fun because he could fly to the moon when he wanted. After that, the elder noted that he had told him no deed to the monastery. The patriarch became angry because the demon of his fist did not listen to him and said that he stopped crying. After an unsuccessful attempt to apply his power, he realized that no matter how mastered the divine arts would be without physical body. Before the heavenly demon opened the portal and he did not understand what was happening, but he was drawn into that portal some unknown and irresistible force. He tried to stop it. To do this, the patriarch took advantage of the severity of the rock. This is a magical technique that increases body weight to 6 tons. But it did not help. The patriarch realized that it was all because he has no physical body. After all, without it, the spell will not work. The portal still tightened him, and after a few seconds, he had disappeared there. Meanwhile, the boy had a condemnation and humiliation for the fact that he has no assault, and he is only an inhabitant. He woke up with horror and confessed to himself that he was very tired. This is because 2 years ago, portals were opened to other worlds. Through these portals, the monster began to climb on the ground. They destroyed everything that came into their path. Humanity went to a counterattack with the best weapon of its time. But modern weapons were futile against monsters. Therefore, humanity was threatened with complete extermination. But then people began to wake up in people. Among them were Class S hunters in which the highest capacity has woke up. Their weapons were effective against monsters. When the war ended and the victory of the Class S hunter received boundless power. But what happened to 1% of people without the abilities of which are called by the inhabitants? 20-year-old Pak Hen Saport. He received a message from the hospital about the lack of beds. So if they do not pay the debt by the end of the month, they will have to write out the hen. And that will mean that painful torment is waiting for him for the rest of his life. Hen Su cannot be allowed that the latter's native person suffers as well as others, so he decided to end his life. After all, if he does not have a guardian, then the state will take care of him. He mentally apologized to Hen and said that he could do everything. Crying Hen Su wanted to finish the beginning, but noticed something incomprehensible and did not know what was happening. Before him, the portal opened, and it was very scared, and he began to call for help. The patriarch flew from the portal and flew into him. Hen Su asked him who he was, but he was surprised that the guy saw him. Hen Su said that if he came to rob him, then he was wrong with the door. After all, he has nothing valuable. The place in which the patriarch seemed very strange to him. He did not understand anything, so he asked where he was. But Hen Su was very frightened, because this man moved in the air without touching the ground, and asked if he was a hunter, and whether he came from the portal. The patriarch asked that the hunter was that food is some kind, and then he paid attention to the monitor from the computer, and asked what it was for a painted flashlight. He wanted to touch him, but did not work. He still remained incorporeal. Hen Su said he understood everything. He is a ghost that came for his soul. But he changed his mind to say goodbye to his life because he has a brother who must be protected. He asked the mercy, and the patriarch said that at first he was a thief, and now he ghosted and struck the boy with a sharp blow with his finger straight into his forehead. The patriarch noticed that the boy could touch, but Hen Su asked him no longer to touch him. After that, the patriarch returned and walked through the door, and Hen Su asked where he was going. After passing through the walls, the patriarch was on the street. He noticed that people here ride carts without horses, but these carts are much faster. And he also never saw such houses in his life, so it considers that this is not exactly the middle plan. The patriarch wanted to ask something from a passerby guy, but he could not touch him, so he realized that the guy was only material, and then he was tightened again. Meanwhile, Hen Su seals the portal that appeared in the wall with paper and adhesive tape because this black hole scares it. He thought about this portal, and if so, he must report to him the authorities. After that, he was called by Kim Hak's hunter, and told that they had a difficult situation on the portal. Therefore, they need a support. So Kim asked if he would be able to help them with what he agreed, and said that he would go to them right now. Kim added that this is the Class B portal and asked him to prepare. This news was very comforted by Hen Su. He realized that this world was not a way out. After all, he called Kim Hak himself the Dream Hunter B. As the same old man appeared here again and said that when they speak with them in their edges, they are called foolish. Hen Su screamed from surprise. After that, Hen Su asked why he returned here again, to which the patriarch replied that he was not delighted with what had returned to his poor hut. He tried to go, but unknown force made him come back here, and he asked the guy whether he gathered somewhere. Hen Su replied that he should get to the portal to help people, and he asked the old man at least before his return to find another home. The patriarch asked what portals and hunters he constantly mentioned. Hen Su was surprised that he did not know what the portal was. He quickly gathered and went to tell him that he never explain it, and if he will not take his apartment, then call the police. But the patriarch grabbed him and asked if he wanted to be late. After all, as long as he will get to his 2, the sun will already sit down. Using the wings of the heavenly demon, he wanted to move the guy to the right place. People saw that Hen Su was flying and thought that he was one of those who woke up. Hensu asked the patriarch to go down to the ground. After all, people look at them and added that they are already on the spot, so we need to fall. After the guy landing, the patriarch did not understand what was happening to him. Then Hensu sat on the bus. He thought that the portals of class in general are dangerous. But if the money remains alive, the money received is enough to pay for the debts for the hospital. The old man appeared again and asked where he was going, but no one sees him and people do not understand what is with him and why he screams and scares people. Hensu asked the old that he was still following him. He replied that he had nowhere to go. After all, he returns in power every time he tries to leave. He thought that this old man needed him. He does not like that he will walk the ghost all the time. The patriarch said that now he has anyone to talk to and it dispels boredom, but Hensu just sent him. After a while, they reached the Ilcha Mountains. The portal opened at the top of the mountain. Hunters almost got. The supports should be taken one equipment that is signed by name and move on. So they took all the supports and the subject with their name and moved to the very top of the mountain. After reaching the destination, Kim Kok introduced himself and said that he was commanding surgery on this portal. The portal will go to the portal in the following composition. At first, the class hunter is then 4 class C hunter and 5 supports. Iarin of the Thinker of Class B added that they do not forget that in the portals of Class B it is dangerous and asked to look at newcomers in the battles. Everyone had to check the tools. Hensu heard one man announce to be a support to see Yeren. The other replied that she did not look at him. Hensu came to Hunter Chechuijun Dream Class B and said for a long time and asked if he was still a support. And he added little to him that he did the last operation. Hensu was surprised here also to see this hunter. After all, he beats people intentionally provoking them and pretending to be just joked. One day, he disabled Hensu for a whole month just for nothing. Chechuijun Dream asked why he was surprised, and at least greeted because they had not seen themselves for a long time, and then asked who he called him here. Hensu replied that he was invited by Kim Khan Dream Hunter. After that, Chechuijun hit him and said to try not as last time. The patriarch appeared again and said, "What a rude guy. Even the leader of the sect of beggars is more polite." Hensu said he always creates problems and fails the guilt on others. After these words, the patriarch struck him, and he shouted. Surrounding people consider him strange because he speaks with himself. They do not understand what is with him. The operation began, so everyone had to go to the portal. At first, there were hunters and then ordinary people. The patriarch also joined, realizing that he would never get used to it, despite the fact that he had been in the portal hundreds of times. He feels the same feelings as when he was drawn into the world into this guy. Heavenly Demon was interesting for the world. After all, the earth dried here. Kim ordered one of the supports to analyze to find out what world they are dealing with. Patriarch said Hensu that he would go forward and explore the terrain himself, but he replied that they could not be done without order. So the patriarch understood if he could not move one step, he is just a servant of the carrier. This was angered by Hensu, and he could not answer because it really was. Although the desert, but the patriarch feels the movements of groundwater, and Hensu thought that if someone else had seen him, thought he was an oracle. After the analysis, the girl said that the meaning of this world is water, although it is strange, but such results of a measuring device. The hunter said that she may be wrong in setting up the device and spoiled the measurement, but she is sure that the result is correct. Continuing the dispute, the hunter tried to convince her that such a result was impossible. Suddenly, water from all the cracks began to pour from the ground, and it was very scared of people. In a moment, the Russians began to jump out of the ground. All people were panicked. They do not understand how these monsters noticed them. One of the hunters screamed that no one panic and let the newcomers hold on to the hunters. The monsters scattered everyone in different directions, and hunters and people. Hensu considered it impossible. After all, there is a safe zone at the entrance to the portal. One of the men told Hensu to give him a spear, but because of the attack of monsters, he was injured. Harpun was rushed by his bulletproof vest as a regular cloth. In a moment, another monster approached him. But in front of him, the patriarch was completely different. Hensu not noticed that he was holding some incomprehensible weapon in his hand. With one blow, the patriarch defeated the monster. The blow of the king's heavenly demon is 10 times stronger than the higher technique of Shaolin monks with fingers. The patriarch realized that the monsters could fight, and he thought that he got into competing with some fish-like. And then he said Hensu to look carefully because he will see a real master in the battle. During the battle, the patriarch commented that a monster was small for 1,000 little one to scratch him. Destroying one of them, he asked the monster whether he wanted to take revenge on his brother, and called them just a parody of the human image, and it is even disgusting. The patriarch took advantage of the force of chaos that destroys all opponents by 45 meters in direction. This destroyed all the monsters nearby, but there was still anyone to fight. The hunter was surprised and thought it was done by Pa Hensu, because he is an ordinary support of the inhabitant, and it is impossible. Meanwhile, one rival came out of the ground. The patriarch thought that this is a fish prince. The patriarch said that he had the honor to die at the hands of the master and attacked him. But in a moment, he noticed that his energy went somewhere. The energy seemed to leave him and he could no longer harm the monsters. One of the monsters attacked Hensu and he tried to repel the attack. The block saved him, but he realized that he would no longer stand. The patriarch told him that he would die if he did not rise right now, and one of the monsters tried to attack him again. But the patriarch took him screaming in a timely manner that he would rise and tell him to look carefully at this creature. He said it looks strong, but to look at her thin bones. They stick out to the weak place of the monster and asked if he understood it. He also added that especially thin ki. Then he caught the hen with Suik and said that he would go and break the monster thin bones. As he approached the monster, he said that nothing was going to do, and this grandfather just pushed him in his direction. The patriarch shouted in the melee to use the elbows and break the opponent of the clavicle. But the frightened hen replied that he couldn't do it. He told him to look at the enemy, and Hensu, gathering with his thoughts, wanted to strike him, because he had already got it and was already all the same. Using his grandfather's tips, he managed to strike and disconnect the Rusal with his own hands. He couldn't believe it. The patriarch asked what he stands as dug, because it was necessary to finish and to get it. He took the spear and told how to destroy it. Previously, he sought small monsters, but with such a great one for the first time, he was dealing. The patriarch said that if he gives the monster to rise, then he would destroy him immediately, so you should not waste time. And he added that he finished starting and then to go and help the associates. Hensu mentioned how it started. At the time, he was traveling in the car with his family as monsters seized the ground. On that day, his parents died and his brother Hen was in the hospital. After calming down, he realized what he should do. He lifted the spear and said to the monster that it was all because of such as he had a decisive blow. Before him, a message was reported on the screen that he had expanded his borders by overcoming difficulties. Hensu thought this awakening, and he finally got power and became one of those who woke up. He looked at his statistics and noticed that he had a unique ability to follow the tips. It upset him. After all, he does not understand how to awaken such a selfless ability. Hunters understood that their system was broken, and they were close to defeat. Kim wondered why such monsters appeared in the portal of Class B. He said that it was necessary to retreat because the intelligence has failed them. This portal is higher than class, therefore they all have to leave here. Yaren told others that they needed to retreat until other monsters came, and she asked everyone who kept on their feet assistance to the wounded. Hen Su wondered that it was for the first time when he got into such a dangerous situation, and he would not have survived if it was not for the help of this grandfather. The hunter turned to him and said that they had to talk when they would return. Hensu thought that he did not so much and was his punishment. Returning from the portal, he thought that he did not do anything to get punishment. After returning, everyone gathered and hunters emphasized that those who died would be awarded. They also declared a moment of silence in honor of all those comrades who said goodbye to life. The hunter Chechwei Jun thought that the association would accuse them of this incident as seniors. And then he said that despite the loss and the pain they got, one awakened and pointed to Hensu. Hensu was surprised how they learned about it. All people began to applaud him and he calmed down. He thought that exactly wanted to talk to him Chechwei Jun after returning. The hunters were asked to pack the tools as it was the property of the association. Chechwei Jun came to Hensu and said that he probably was already rejoicing. He also emphasized that the world exactly goes crazy. After all, someone said goodbye to life and someone is now awakened, and he asked what he has the ability now. Others noticed that Chechwei Jun again got the sapwort, but they also wonder what the guy got. He wondered if he had to talk about his ability and still said that this was the following. Chechwei Jun and others began to laugh. Is his unique ability to follow tips, and he thought that he did not want to become a smile. The patriarch asked him whether he was ashamed of his ability, and Hensu asked him to remain silent. Chechwei Jun asked who he was talking to or could he go with his ability, and told him that let's check your new ability. After that, his ability was activated. The patriarch began to prompt Hensu and said that he took a step back, so Chechwei Jun could not strike. The hunter does not understand how it happened. After applying the ability to attack, Hen Su attack increased by 15%. Chechwei Jun tried to hit him again and show who the main one here if he wanted to fight one-on-one. The patriarch continued to direct Hensu and said to apply to green a square tactics to the left and a lightning blow to the right. After that, a notification on the notification appeared on the initiation of the squat writing technique lightning blow on the right. Hensu felt something happening, as if the time stopped. The new technique was recorded directly in his memory. Having received the new ability, Hensu was able to repel the opponent's attack and hit him with such force that he flew. All others were shocked from the fact that he was able to knock the hunter of Class B. Chechwei Jun does not understand how it is possible because he woke up a few hours ago. The hunters came up with him to check the pulse and said to call doctors. Hensu thinks it is incredible that he has been able to leave uncognition of Chechwei Jun's song. The hunter approached him and said that the use of force against a colleague is strictly forbidden, and it has criminal responsibility. But Kim Kak has added that for the first time, he will look like nothing happened. He will order a word for him in the association and let him come to the rating. After all, he needs to assign the class. Everyone was delighted that he managed to give the surrender of Chechwei Jun's son. He has repeatedly raised his hand to others. Yaren C also approached him to greet. She hopes that they work. The heart almost jumped out of the breast. After that, the patriarch asked if he liked this virgin, but he denied everything, and Yaren saw that he was talking to himself. He did not want to talk about it, but the patriarch insisted that he did not have to pull every word from him with tics. Hensu asked him to take his students and teach the martial arts. He kneeled and begged him to become a teacher. But the patriarch refused and said that he did not take anyone in the students, because if he will reconcile him, where to practice the martial arts. Hensu asked what sense to practice him if he was incorporeal, and whether he was not his words that he was bored. After all, if he dies, the patriarch will not even be able to return where he came from. The heavenly demon wondered that in his words there is a sense. Hensu asked if he saw what he was helpless in that portal, and if he had not had nothing at all. The patriarch said he will teach him everything and he will become willing. Hensu corrected him that is not a hunter. He told the hunter well, but whether he would give him the freedom of movement not only on the portals, but in all the world. Hensu replied that if he gets the class and then he can be where he wants. And if he receives the highest class S, then it will be intact. The patriarch asked that untouched it is when no one dared to challenge and said that in that case he was intact. And Hensu said that he would pass the ritual of 9 bows, but he did not understand him. So the patriarch added that he will be his teacher and let him bow 9 times, but he was embarrassed that there are many people nearby. But he said that either now or never, and Hensu had to worship that people could not help but notice. Hunters also thought that not everyone was home, but Kim said that nothing was wrong and he would go away. They returned home and the patriarch asked how he should serve his teacher in such a piggery and ordered to be removed immediately. But Hensu said that he was very tired and asked to remove tomorrow. But the patriarch insisted on his own and asked why he put paper on the wall. Hensu said that he was a portal from which he came and he scared him. He looked under the paper and noticed that the portal was still there. The patriarch looked into him and Hensu asked where he gathered. Then he grabbed him and said he would go with him. They moved to some strange place in which only void is felt. The heavenly demon said that this is a wonderful place for his student to go through difficult trials. But these words were brought out by Hensu from the track. The patriarch ordered to remove his shirt and sit down. Hensu asked why, but he added that he would not see the teacher. He touched his back and said that he was adjusting the flow of his meridians and power units. Before studying the martial arts, it is necessary that the flow of energy as well as blood circulation is clean and unobstructed. And he added that if it is too much training for him, he would definitely not stand, and continued to carry out the ritual. The patriarch noted his stable body and said that he had not met such a healthy body for a long time. After all, the cleaning of the chakra took very little time and was easy. The patriarch asked Hensu how he feels. He replied that the feeling is not the most pleasant, and at some point he almost said goodbye to his life. The patriarch thought that his body is ideal for martial arts, but he lives in those days when the martial arts were devoted to forgetting. They turned back and Hensu said that he feels such a lightness. All the fatigue seemed to be removed by her hand. The patriarch said it was obvious because he cleared his slaughtered chakras. Hensu felt such lightness as if he could fly. And he really broke away from the ground. The patriarch added that he forgot to say that he shared his energy with him. And to say in other words, he shared a part of the divine skill of the heavenly demon. Hensu asked what it means, and he replied that it was very dangerous to honestly, and he was amazed at the student. It said Hensu and he asked whether he was in his mind at all. After all, he did not leave his life. The patriarch struck him for raising his voice to the teacher. Hensu asked what he would then do if he sent him to the world. He said that everything was done and if he could not stand even some of the divine energy, he could not even start studying. And the technique he learned yesterday, she is the only available to ordinary people. She is very strong. But with her one, he would not be able to become his student. The next day, Han Su came to the association for grade assessment. The girl in the reception asked what to help him. He said that his name is Pak Hensu, and Kim Hak's hunter had to record him for evaluation. She asked for it and asked to do a selfie with him, and he agreed, though he did not expect such a reception. The girl told him to go down to the 5th underground floor, and there he will find the assessment department, and he needed to find the main assessor, Nokyu. Hensu was worried about what would happen, and he was not on his own. The patriarch said he should not be afraid of getting the title to become his student. As he went down to the desired floor, he heard some sound and saw a room with boxing pairs, where the impact force was measured. There was a girl in the room who showed a wonderful result, but she wanted to try to hit again to achieve the best result. But the chief of Valkyr, Choknok Su, said that she has a class in her and no more. Class A beat more than 900 units, so it is not ready. The appraiser noticed him and asked that he was probably Pakhen SI, and he said that he was early, but the hack had warned him. Choknok Su turned to Chanhun Sai and said that Pakhen Sai came. He greeted him and said that he could not believe it because it was a great honor for him. They said that he was probably not aware, but the hearing of his exploits had already dispersed, about how he put Jun Sona in the place of Chichwei. After that, he understood the matter and why he was so kind. The girl asked if they would continue training, and Changhun SSI replied that so. Choknok Su said that the class from Hen SSI would start an assessment, and he is an assistant Kim. Having met with a look with the girl, Hen Su's is ashamed, and the patriarch asked that he had for unhealthy fear of women, but he assured that he had no fear. The girl noticed it, and he seemed strange to her. She asked the assistant whether he was exactly one of the awakened people, and he answered that, and she added that he may have her future colleague, and they would still meet in the battle. Hen Su wore a training suit that did not like the heavenly demon. He believes that this disgrace is because clothes should hide the hips and everything else, why clothes are then needed. And he added that what the mother gave birth to, and it would be more decent to walk what. The appraiser asked the Hen Su whether he was ready to start, and he answered that so. The patriarch said he would feel his energy. Dantian is the center of energy in the human body. The strength he put into new equipment yesterday comes out from there. so he must learn how to draw it. The ability to follow the prompts has been activated, and its successful use will increase the attack by 15%. Concerning Hensu, he felt incredible power, so he was ready to check it on the device. He gathered all his power into his fist and struck. Thanks to this, he knocked 1,112 points. The SUNOCC estimator was shocked by this result. After all, even the device broke from his impact. Hensu also surprised it. Did he really knock out such a result? After all, the girl knocked out only 700. He used a lightning blow as yesterday, but the force is completely incomparable. So he realized what gave control over the energy of Chi. Choknok-su said that it is incredibly he was a warrior of Class A. The blow from 900 to 1,500 is an indicator of Class A, above only Class S. Hensu asked if you could try again. Choknok replied that he could probably notice that he destroyed their shield, and he thought that if Zhao's dream received with the same force, he was no longer alive. Choknok called to ask whether you can make another blow, but they did not have spare shields, so he replied that today he would not work. Then Hensu suggested that you move to the next stage of testing. The next task is to test a kick. In it, Hensu also demonstrated a wonderful result by knocking out 1,377 points. Choknok said that it would be a little sorry because he would have reached Class S, after which the patriarch was covered on him. Because if he faster he had concentrated the power of Chi, he would have knocked out 1,500 points. The next test is a speed check, so Hensu had to run on a treadmill for a while. Next, he was waiting for another task. He had to evade attacks of a special device and the objects that fly out of it. Choknok congratulated him on a stable Class A, although they have not yet finished, but he is almost sure that he would be assigned him. And he said that afternoon he will be able to pass the most important test as a battle simulation. So as long as he can go to the dining room and reinforce, or can enroll and come the other day if you don't want to go today. But he said that it would be today. He went to the dining room and took the ramen who had not eaten for a long time. Its price jumped on the market after the destruction of factories, so he couldn't even look in his direction when he went for the products. The patriarch asked if it was delicious. Hensu replied that this was the best food in the world, and he replied that their pawns also eat any different. After all, lapsha is the best product in the universe. After that, Hensu mentioned that his teacher would not be embarrassed. However, he became irritated, feeling that they were laughing at him because he knew he could not taste anything. He replied that this is a teacher for your poisonous remarks throughout the day. After lunch, he went to the battle simulation office and saw the same girl from there. It was exhausted and all in scratches. Chanhun Sai helped her go and said that she did a great manner, and she added that she would go to the office and there will be issued to her class documents. Hensu thought it would not be easy for him. He went into the office where he met Choknok and said, "Welcome to the battle simulation office." This system was created by a brilliant engineer and hunter, S. Anderson Walker. Battle simulation gives the most realistic fighting with monsters. The stimulation obtained in stimulation also has realistic consequences. There are 10 levels to go, so if he has a class and then he can start from the 4th level. He was put on the device and the simulation began. After launch, he seemed to be completely different, and the main thing is that his teacher was next to him. They looked around. The patriarch believes that the one who created this machine is clearly understood by the magic of mystical dimensions. Hensu asked what it was. He replied that the magic of mystical dimensions is used to deceive the enemy or to hide something. But for a master like he is no more than a cheap trick. In a moment, monsters attacked them and the patriarch tried to do something. Last time his forces ended. He could no longer fight the monsters, but this time he happened to him. Hensu also fought the monster desperately and overcame it, and then he asked his teacher as him. He was wondering that now he was thinking about his abilities, but he answered nothing. On all sides, the monsters began to pass them, so it was necessary to do something quickly. The patriarch again began to prompt, and the ability to follow the prompts was activated. He told to execute the lazy donkey. Hensu did what he said, but another huge monster began to approach them. It is Ogier that has been more than him hundreds of times, so he will definitely not handle him. He asked the teacher what to do because his opponent is too big. But he replied that he had a great opportunity to understand what he was capable of, so let him come up with something. If he escapes, then he will not be assigned to Class A. Therefore, he decided to attack him, using all the strength of his feet. He hit him and was almost rejoiced in him, but a few seconds the monster came to mind. The giant took him in his hands and began to squeeze him with his huge hands. Hensu understands that if it loses consciousness, it is the end. His testing will be considered failure. So he tried to take his hands and raised to the teacher. The heavenly demon told him to calm his breath and distribute his inner energy throughout the body. He gathered and finally felt the energy of the heavenly demon, how it quickly spreads through its veins. Hensu was able to escape from the hands of the monster and strike him, and after that the simulation ended. Choknok said that the 4th level has passed, and if he is ready to continue, then the 5th level will be ready in 5 minutes. Earlier, Choknok has never seen someone punching a physical suppression system. Class A Lee Mina's thinker came into the office and said that this guy is very strong and has great potential, so they will see a lot. She is also a participant in the association. Choknok said that it was necessary how quickly the association came to the talents, and has already been referred to them. She said that she could not allow such a rare class fighter and to be taken from under the guild nose. The next simulation was very cold. The patriarch was surprised that this magician was still able to create the illusion of weather, and it struck him. After all, even among the sorcerers with the technique of mystical dimensions, few are capable of this. In the simulation, a woman ran up to them and begged for help. Hensu asked what happened. But in a moment, she turned into a monster. Hen Su thought that at the 5th level of simulation, there is a battle with vampires. Lee Mina watches the battle and thinks that Hensu has a rare talent. He differs from all whom she greeted among those who woke up. He used not a practical battle stable reminiscent of ancient films about martial arts, and it turned out not only to be striking but also effective. At that time, Hensu was desperately struggling with vampires. The teacher helped him in this. One of the vampires greeted him and said he was a worthy rival. After these words, Hensu finally dealt with the vampire, and the patriarch even praised him. Overcoming a vampire meant that it passed the 5th level. Choknok was amazed at the result and said that he had coped perfectly. He asked if Hensu was agreed to move to the next level after a 30-minute break. Hensu was very tired but wanted to continue. It seemed to him that he could handle better, but Choknok reassured him. After all, he was the first among the fighters of Class A who went to the 5th level. He told him to go to the office and get his documents. They said goodbye and Hensu so thanked the Chok for his work. On the way to the office, he met Lee Mi Well. The girl introduced herself and said that she was from the association and she was very pleased to meet. The patriarch asked how he feels. After all, he is his student, so women will be in line to get acquainted with him. She filed a contract for signature from the association and said that any hunter Class A was attracted to such conditions as in them, and asked to read. Hensu cannot believe that it will finally become a hunter. The contract lists a stable salary and a pleasant expedition allowance to portals. When he was a support, he himself had to pay a deposit to get this position. Therefore, there were often theft of equipment. Lee Mina noted that this contract was prepared individually for it. The patriarch looked at this girl and said she was very beautiful. Even their women are not as beautiful as she. And he asked the Hen Su what he would do because such a beauty invites him to sign on an important document. Lee Mina looked at Hen Su's face and thought that he may not like the conditions offered in the contract. The patriarch suggested that at such moments it is important to think of his head. After all, he puts the conditions and deserves more. After that, the ability to follow the clues was activated. The patriarch asked how much he was offered to serve this association. He answered 10 years. Hensu said he would prefer the contract for not 10 but for 5 years. He also did not like the allowance. It is not enough for such a risk to life and health, given that it should spend raids in Class S portals. Lee Mina thought he was a newcomer and what conditions were set. But this beginner needs associations. He has prospects to grow up to Class S, so they should not miss it. In a moment, an angry girl broke into the office. She said that the association again for her. After all, they do not put hunting hunters and always write Kabbalistic contracts. Hen Su recognized her and was surprised that she had come. This is a girl from Guild Red Lions and her name is Crack. She greeted the Hen Su and asked if she did not interfere with them. He replied that of course not, and was shocked by the fact that the thin hand of the Class S. The patriarch said that this girl is also very attractive. Hen Su does not understand why he behaves so much, and what is wrong with him. Haraki said that the Guild of the Red Lions will offer him much more than the association, despite what they would not offer there. Lee Mina was indignant and said that it was the association's premises and who had released it in general. She answered in general, registered in the association. The patriarch said that this girl is strong, and in their world he has not yet met such power. The Red Lions of Krak, Hen Su, analyzed that she was the leader of the most powerful guild in Korea and came to him with a proposal. Har said that the answer is obvious if you think. After all, he has more opportunities in the guild because the association has many costs. Lee Mina said in defense of the association that they had a monopoly on portals, but Karak replied that her information was outdated. After all, the guild has received the same rights as the association. They are only waiting for the official decision of the commission. Yes, Lee Mina said she would check the information. Hen Su was surprised that the Guild of the Red Lions was now as powerful as a state institution, and the girls continued to argue who was better. He came up with them and said that the decision made and their dispute ended. Meanwhile, in the same portal in the mountains of Ilcha, warriors were in trouble. They had to walk on the wet earth, but there was a deep sea. This was not specified in the intelligence. The monsters were also much more than them, and they are very fast. So they came to the conclusion that it is definitely not a portal of Class B, and if they do not come up with something, they would be destroyed. The hunter decided to call the help of a detachment. To all others, they said to retreat to land and he will delay the monsters. The elders have a unique ability for emergencies and it will save everyone. It is a technique of shadow clone. This is one of the most complex Class S technician with a duration of up to 10 minutes. Thanks to the unique ability of the elders, everyone managed to survive and get on land. He said when they get out of them beer for his real body. One of the soldiers of the detachment asked where the sergeant himself and in a few seconds he got out of the water. But after him a huge monster appeared and ate it. No one has managed to do anything. Meanwhile, Hen Su was announced. He wants to wait for other suggestions. Suddenly there will be a guild with more favorable conditions, so he does not want to hurry and added that they have his number and asked to call him back if something changed. The girls did not like it. After all, he abandoned 2 proposals from the association and the Red Lions. But Karak doubts that some other guilds will apply to him and offer a contract. The angry Karak flew from the office, taking advantage of her abilities, and Lee Mina said that she had not changed and all the same incendiary. Hen Su got the transcendent class and skill of the progress of the heavenly demon, but he did not like the more classes of only 5. His teacher told him that now he would study the progress of the heavenly demon and earn classes for winning a strong monster, or when finds a rare object. Hen Su was surprised that there were even higher classes than 5 famous in his class. The patriarch said that the steady and proper movement is the basis of martial arts, and only by learning how he can study the techniques. And he added to look and remember. Given his makings, he will be able to master it the first time. He answered that he would be careful, and the teacher showed him the first set of movements of the course of the superiority of the 5 phenomenon of heavenly demon. On the screen, the notifications appeared that he has mastered the first complex of movements of the phenomenon of the celestial demon. The patriarch said that the movements should be light and smooth. Hen Su not noticed that he seemed to be moving and standing still. And he added that this is the phenomenon of the heavenly demon, and everything else in the situation. Hen Su does not understand how to repeat it all. His cognitive ability decreased because he did not learn the information. Therefore, the level of understanding is 38%. The teacher said that even with his ability, he cannot achieve his skill immediately, so he should concentrate and observe. After all, there are many attempts and mistakes on the path to skill. After these words, the patriarch showed the second set of movements is the flight of a celestial demon. The patriarch flew and said that he had to learn to ride the air as if the dragon, and in a moment, he would be behind the enemy's back. He showed the flight of the heavenly demon, and Hen Su rated his speed because it does not compare with the way he pulls him in the air. His cognitive ability decreased again to 31% because he did not learn the information again. The patriarch said that if he learns the phenomenon and the flight of a heavenly demon, he would be able to study the first 6 techniques of his cult surrounding blows from heaven. Hen Su got information about the transcendent class skill of destructive blows from heaven. The teacher told him to stop bearing and look carefully. After all, the third complex of movements is even more complicated. The patriarch in general disappeared, and the cognitive ability of Hen Su has decreased to 0. He just disappeared in his eyes, and he did not see him at all. But then the teacher appeared and said that it was the technique of the soul of the heavenly demon. Hen Su was surprised how he was behind him. He replied that this is a special complex of movements to find himself behind the opponent's back. The fourth complex is a whirlwind of the soul of the heavenly demon, and in the name of the whole meaning. After all, you need to spin so quickly to create an invisible whirlwind that absorbs the enemy's soul. And this is one of the favorite techniques of the patriarch's counterattack. But at this speed, Hen Su did not have time to see anything, and does not understand how it should repeat it. If he learns the whirlwind and the soul's output, then the following 5 techniques of devastating blows from heaven will become available. Hen Su asked if they were just 11. The patriarch replied that they were not 12. 12 equipment has minimal needs. This is the knowledge of the 5th complex of the course of the preference of the heavenly demon. Hen Su realized if it fully mastered the course of the advantage, it does not guarantee anything. There is no guarantee that he will master the 12th equipment. The teacher continued his studies and moved to the 5th complex of the descent of the heavenly demon of the sovereign. He only once tucked with his foot in the hensod. The earth left under his feet and turned the whole world. The patriarch said to climb everything to lean before you. That is all the meaning. Meanwhile, the association took place. After all, only 4 hunters and 5 supports survive on the last raid. The Sergeant Ho died. This is the 3rd raid in the portal of the Gilch Mountains and the defeat again. Some believe that the intelligence on the portal is wrong. So it's all because of the wrong classification. Otherwise, do not explain it. Therefore, there was a conflict between the participants of the meeting. Someone still considers the intelligence department. Others prove that they have never been mistaken in classification. No one knows how to explain the defeat. The department proves that they have the best equipment. But even the best expedition could not be cleaned. The participant of the meeting tried to reassure everyone. Even if they all start fighting, it will not solve their problem. It was Lee Mina, and she wants to offer a wonderful solution to this problem. Hen Su woke up in bed and did not understand how he found himself here. The patriarch replied that he lost consciousness because he could not stand the training. He remembered that he tried to learn walking the benefits of the heavenly demon, and then disconnected. The patriarch said that walking is a skill that allows you to move around the air as on the ground, and if he showed everything in full power, the student would have died. Hen Su thought that he never wanted to go through it again. The patriarch said that he is not ready right now. It would take a minimum of 120 years to learn everything. Therefore, you should first concentrate on increasing energy potential. And for this, it is better to start with the technician of the phenomenon and the flight of the heavenly demon and Hen Su. At this time, Lee Mina made a proposal. She suggested that the association consider cooperation with other associations. So they need collaboration with the Guild of Red Lions. Some denied and considered her opinion unsuccessful and inappropriate. After all, they have already given permission to use portals, and if it is her work as a director, it is better to get rid of it. She realized that for the association, portals turned into a trade object, and they do not understand what it was a raid because none of them was there. Hen Su received a salary and decided to pay the hospital bills for the first thing. After that, almost nothing left. But if he had signed the contract, Hen Su watched his guild proposals sent to him. He was popular. So he decided that since he will soon have money, you can buy a rab. Patriarch asked if it was a pawn shell in a red broth. He said that the teacher also should try it. For these words, he wanted to hit him. and Hensu evaded with the words that he learned something. Therefore, the phenomena of the celestial demon were not in vain, but the teacher still struck him and told him that he would not suffer. He went into the store and noticed that there was no one, but then he saw a long-standing acquaintance and greeted. Hensu asked how she had business and whether she still falsities in the store on weekends. She replied that so. After all, she has no choice because she has a younger brother and a sister, so she must try for them. He came to the cashier and said that he would break the product not to distract it. And then he got the money near the cashier and told the girl about it. Saying goodbye to her left, the girl ran after him and said that he forgot the rest, but he said it was not necessary to return. It is her siblings to entertain them with a chicken. It was pleasantly surprised and seemed very sweet on his part, and such an act was really worth the attention. But the patriarch called him a thief because he intended to buy a maiden heart for money, but Hensu has denied. After all, this girl named Jun, just as he lost his parents 2 years ago, when the portals began to open and now raises his brother and sister. She sacrificed school to earn a family, and he did Hensu. After that, he received from the patriarch. He said that his student should not sing a praise. Returning home, Hensu finally tasted his favorite dish. The patriarch wondered whether it is really so delicious. He replied that of course, because they made the best in the world of the Rarns and continued to enjoy the dish. The patriarch did not like it, and he wanted to interfere. The patriarch grabbed him by his hand and with his help still tasted the rances. Hensu is shocked from what came out. The heavenly demon appreciated his taste and said it was one of the most delicious dishes in the whole universe. The patriarch realized that he could only eat from Hensu's hands and told him to feed his teacher. Hensu thought that now another inconvenience was added. Now he will have to feed him constantly. Yun returned home and rejoiced that lunchboxes who liked the children so much, and she managed to buy them. But then she saw that the hatches opened and water began to flow from them. But this is not the most scary. The amount of water increased very quickly and the monsters began to climb from the sewer. The monsters began to destroy everything that was on their way. They wanted to capture this world. The main among the monsters said that this land is now their abundance, and they will expel everyone who has filled it and will be new rulers. The patriarch continued to teach Hensu in the same portal from the room. Each time he felt in this empty measurement the rush of energy, and it seemed strange. He is interested in why it was because of this place that he got at other times in space. Hensu said that after the practice of energy circulation, he feels resting and full of strength and was very tense. The patriarch said that energy circulation increases energy potential and purifies the flows of negative energy. Hensu believes that if it continues to practice it, then you do not have to consult a doctor's. But the teacher said not to say nonsense and accepted the steady. After all, it has to practice the phenomenon in the flight of the celestial demon. Despite the cognitive abilities in the past training, the SU has remembered something. This is all due to the awakened ability, so he tried to recreate what he remembered. He turned out to be gifted. The patriarch did not think that he would work out the first time and said to make the flight of a heavenly demon. The association learned about the attack of monsters from the Ilch Mountains and declared alarm. Lee knew it would be, but no one listened to her. She believed that it was worth combining with red lions. If it happened in the Kangong, then Guild Izek should already be in place. The leader of the guild of Shuihen in the Panther Man, she said that it should be in the center of hostilities, and ordered all the fighters to be sent there. Realizing that Guild Asek would not handle without assistance, she has hurried to help. Hensu and Patriarch returned from training. The Patriarch politely addressed his student and was surprised that he was so kind to him. He said that after the workout he was very hungry and wanted to support him, so he asked him to prepare that shoulder. Hensu knew so, but he also asked him to ignite his magic lantern from which the messenger speaks. By that he was in mind the TV. He wanted to learn more about their world, but Hensu thinks that he was doing well here. Hensum turned on the news and they learned that there is a flood and chaos in the Kangdon. Fishermen have filled the city and destroy citizens. He realized that the monsters escaped from the portal in the mountains of Ilk, which means that the third raid was also defeated. Patriarch asked that the mountains of Ilcha have a lady where they were recently, and he answered so. And then he remembered Yun. It is its area. He flew out of the house knowing that he had to come to the rescue quickly and tried to come up with a way to get there as soon as possible. The car will be too long because of the congestion, but if he could run in a straight line, it would be there in 20 minutes. But there are buildings on his way, so he decided to take advantage of the flight of a heavenly demon. Concerning he flew up, so he will be able to get to the incident in the near future and help. The Patriarch watched the ability of Hensus to use the flight of a heavenly demon and thinks that he is good. At this time, Guild Isaac, along with the leader man, fought desperately with the monsters. People watched the windows behind them. After all, the monsters struggled himself in the Panther. He told the team not to panic and fight confidently. The local hunter Banbo Bosbo is also protecting the area, but he was distracted and attacked a monster. But he was saved by the thinker who launched an explosive arrow directly into the monster, and she asked why he did not take a motorcycle as it would be easier to move on the water. This girl is an archer chemist from a Kanong. She uses her weapons and knowledge skillfully. The Ban boss, not again did not notice how a monster was drawn to him. He grabbed him and the archer wanted to help him. But she was prevented by Chichwei Hanin and said to leave him because he does not want to lose her. The hunters had to retreat because the monster was too big. All this was observed by the main one of the fisheries. She said that hunters come out wonderful food and the more they are for them. The panther, archer, and man could not escape from the monster, so Hensu flew just in time. He used a tigrine squat to the left, although it is a regular technique, but if you put an energy in it, a powerful blow will come out. He managed to strike a devastating blow, and it was very surprised by the hunters. People also watched him and did not know who he was. Everyone considers his actions something incredible. After all, he immediately and without hesitation overcame a huge monster. The archer and panther are delighted with the fact that he had overcome the monster with one blow, because it is not for this, and probably he is from some S class. The patriarch said that the monster's vital energy had not yet been gone, so Hen continued to fight him. The notifications appeared on the screen that he mastered the reception of the celestial demon by 40%. He felt that his legs fell off from this reception, and the patriarch watched his movements, and the result struck him. The patriarch gave a hint that you can increase muscle strength repeatedly if you distribute energy. Hensu asked why he had not told him before, and the patriarch noted that he performed. Lee Mina could not get to the scene through the traffic jams on the roads and killed the subway. She saw the news as Hen was fighting with a monster. Some of the locals shot a stream and no one knows that the hunter is fighting a monster. Lee Mine cannot believe their eyes. This is Hennes SEI, the same guy who gave up the contract in the association. So she left the car and decided to get to the incident on her own. Hensu was able to better absorb the flight of a heavenly demon. Now the reception was 30%. Thanks to reception, he was able to cause great harm to the monster. If it was a test, then there would be at least 1,300 points. This huge snake is the weakest place of the chin. Therefore, the patriarch suggested that he be drawn to him with the help of a flight and struck. The main one among the fisheries felt the threat from the part of the Hensu and begged the ruler to send her his strength. She ordered the snake to end with this guy swallowing him and taking his strength. The patriarch realized that this witch was supporting the monsters with healing magic, and this is a completely different matter. She is sure that this world will be there. The patriarch felt a great desire to interfere, and if he was material, then would turn everyone into dust. But now he has to save his student. At this time, Krak of the Thinchitsia from the Guild of Red Lions joined the battle. She asked that a newcomer had happened and said that he was a fellow who was defending the city, and if he knew about the presence of a witch, he might have won. And added as the future participant of the guild what will further understand herself. The witch did not expect such a strong thinker to join the battle. Meanwhile, the patriarch took away his student and said that it was not an escape, but a strategic retreat. The monsters surrounded Yun from all sides, and she was very scared and began to call for help. But the panther and archer's man came to the rescue and destroyed the monsters. The archer almost hit the panther, but said what he knew what was doing. They asked for Yun or She-Hole. The girl replied that everything was well and thanked them for the salvation. The archer said she would take her to the shelter, and the panther man was about to look for people and help them get to a safe place. Hensu woke up and asked the teacher what happened. He replied that the snake manages the witch, if it weren't for her to win. But because of it, he lost. He asked the patriarch that he decided to take him escape. He replied that it was a strategic retreat, as he said. But Hensu did not hear that, to which he replied that it was necessary to listen to the teacher even unconscious, and there is nothing to worry about. The patriarch said that this warrior came to his aid, but Hensu denied and said that the snake was his prey, and he is not going to give his prey to anyone, so he wants to continue the battle. The patriarch said that there can be no question of such an exhausted body about battle. He needs meditation and energy circulation. He asked the Hensu who was this warrior. He replied that he was the teacher of the Guild of the Red Lions Karak. The patriarch thought that if it was she would not have a problem to deal with these two opponents. But Hensu wanted to complete the case that he started. But the teacher tried to get him together that his body would not withstand it. Hensu said that he lost his parents because of them, and through them his brother is in hospital. He told the teacher what he got the strength thanks to him and does not want to give up in the middle of the way. The patriarch saw him talent, but did not expect him to have such a morale. He sees the same eyes, but they have a fire. So the patriarch said there is one way, but he has very serious consequences. Karak further fought with the snake, though she did not like the battle on the water. She noticed that the witch went somewhere. The patriarch took advantage of the way restored the energy of Hensu. For his student, it is an opportunity to feel the whole taste of the strength that awaits it in the future. He said that his time was limited and not to forget that he is an ordinary person and did not climb on Rojon. Haraka did great damage to the snake and did not like the witch. She thought that the ruler would be in anger and that she did not expect to meet her equal here. The witch again wanted to call the power of the ruler, but such tricks will not pass from Krak. After all, she appeared immediately as her snake was in danger. Herrick said that she arrived just in time and then used her abilities to destroy her. The patriarch completed the ritual, and Hensu received a temporary awakening of the body of the heavenly demon, and Kyrek remained alone with a monster and asked how he was now without his healer, but he dived into the water. She said why there was no point in wearing expensive shoes. She was tired of playing with the snake, so she got aroused and jumped into the water. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the residence was completed. 2 men on the helicopter checked the territory and reported Kyrek that she was free. Haraku came underwater, but when heard, decided to take advantage of her abilities. She blew all the buildings around with the words that she is one of the 9 classes of Class S on the entire planet. The giant monster has nowhere else to hide, so now she wanted to strike a decisive blow. But Hensu stopped her, grabbing her hand and saying to wait. After all, he has his own plan. Lee Mine hurried to help. After all, he is sure that Hensu will not cope with himself. After all, he has almost no combat experience. On the way, she went into the store and bought a cast iron guy because she could control her because of her strength. She twisted her and then flew uphill. The shop seller wanted to turn her the rest but did not have time, and saw only as she rose high into the sky. Harak asked why he returned and he answered that he would like to deal with this giant snake himself. She said that this snake would not work so much, but she has one condition. If he promises to join the guild, it will be more fun. Haraki drew attention to the fact that Hensu is charged. She knows that he is talented, but now he is like a string. Hensu flew to Monster Akarak did not even notice how he left. After all, he was at the enemy in an instant. He applied destructive shocks from the first level of burning of seeds, and then the destructive shocks of the second level, and burning of the roots. The Patriarch has increased his resistance to incredible heights, but he does not understand how he received some of the muscular memory. After all, the muscular memory of the celestial demon is passed down from generation to generation. Further, Hensu took advantage of the flight of the celestial demon by destroying strokes from the third level and burning of the leaves. Haraku does not understand how he succeeds. Li Mine flew to her and was also surprised by his strength. Turning to Li Yak, she said she was a little late, and she asked whether it was really Hen SSI. The notifications appeared on the screen that the temporary awakening of the ability was over, and Hensu was surprised that it happened so fast. He felt strong weakness and began to fall, and Li, along with Yurak, flew to save him. The Patriarch watched it and thought that he was fellowship because he was rescued by two best beauties. Yun finally got home and hugged her younger brother and sister. She is very happy that all is well with them. The archer talked on the phone with a man pantry and said that she took that girl home, and she asked what the situation was there. He replied that they were gradually improving the situation. The leader of the Red Lions figured out the witch, and as for the snake, it was destroyed by that unknown hunter. The water level in them slept almost zero in other places. The archer named he said Yun that the danger has passed and it can be calm. Yun thanked for his help and told her to protect herself. Hensu woke up in the hospital and the Patriarch asked if he was thinking of climbing. He asked how he was here and what happened. She was defeated. The Patriarch said he had no memory and said whether he remembers something at all. And he said that he lost consciousness after applying destructive blows from heaven. The Patriarch now thinks how to punish him for having dared to apply his destructive blows from heaven. But he still remembered anything. Lee, Mina, and Kara came to visit him. Yak asked how a super newcomer feels. The association, together with the guilds, was engaged in the search and destruction of the remaining fish. They have to find everyone. The journalist interviewed the guild leader, the Trinity of Chikave Hen, in asking how he commented on the situation. He said that the search and cleaning were underway, especially in the sewage tunnels of the city. Therefore, he asked the residents to be calm. After all, they will find and destroy each of the fishery. Meanwhile, Karak tried to feed Hen Su apples that she cleaned Limina and she didn't like it, so they began to argue again. Haraki said that she was finally showing Hensu something, but she answered that she would do without her instructions. She opened a box in which the monster's heart lay, and this is his reward. The Patriarch said that the elixir had not yet met such incredible power. Mina said that the heart of the monsters is a substance that remains after the death of an ancient monster and contains great power. Hurak told him to eat his heart and his indicators will increase many times. A low-class hunter, this heart would give an increase in one class. And she added that in general, this snake was not so large, but if he had such a heart, he is very ancient. The Patriarch thought that this elixir was holding 500 years of charge of energy. Hensu asked why they gave him this incredible artifact. Harak replied that they were just good. They began to argue again because the mind did not suit that she disposed of her heart, and she stressed that you need to know how to use the elixir properly, and she suggested that you come to her office and she will help. Yakra also denied the best method, but the Patriarch's way is the best. It gives 70% absorption. Mina said that Class S does not give her knowledge of everything, but she denied that she knew nothing about the Class S. The Patriarch watched the girls dispute and asked the Hen Su on which of them he would marry. After calming down, Yak left the ward and watched the mine offer Hensu contract with new conditions. Mina said that they made some changes to the contract and in the future this opportunity may not be, and asked for his opinion. She believes that he will not have problems to rise to Class S, so he should hurry. After all, if it publishes it, then the reputation of the association is rescued. Then she came out of the house and said Kairak that now her turn to talk to him. She asked if he liked the association's proposal. The Patriarch thought that these sorceresses would definitely be convinced of him, though he did not need to. Yurak has no doubt that the proposal has liked and perhaps the association offers immunity from criminal responsibility. He asked where she knew. Yurak replied that it is obvious and soon he will rise to Class S so he does not need immunity. After all, power at this time is not those who have nuclear weapons or money. The power is the Class S hunters, and who will then give them immunity. The only thing he needs now before he grows up to the highest class is the patronage of the leader of the Guild of the Red Lions, Karak. They graduated from the conversation and Kurak went wished by Lee many good luck, and it was very angry, but she kept her emotions. Mina went into the ward and Hensu said he was sorry, but she answered that she will not do anything and wished a speedy recovery. But he stopped the mine and said that he realized that it was unknown on his part about something, but he was broken and cannot even get up. Therefore, he asked the association for help. The Patriarch said that the second happiness is the second happiness. Meanwhile, Jun went into the room to wake up his younger brother and sister and said it was time to wake up and have breakfast. After all, today the day off and they need to go to work soon, but they wanted to sleep and asked why so early. Yun said they would sleep after breakfast. The brother asked the older sister why they could not sleep first and then have a breakfast. The sister answered that just can't and everything. While they cleaned their teeth from the bath, the monster climbed. The children were scared and ran out of the bathroom with tears. The monster grabbed the girl and Yoon wanted to save her, so grabbed the knife that lay on her hand and attacked him. But he rejected her and the young fell. But very timely at this time came help. It was Lee Mina. She rejected the monster with her kettlebell and he released the girl from her hands without staying on her feet. After that, she sent all sharp objects to him and shouted to go to her relatives to hell. She asked the Hajj are all well with them and answered that so, but she was interested in how Mina learned that they needed help. Lee Mina replied that Hen SSI asked her to check how they were, and it was very good that she had time and time. Doctors asked Hen Su how he feels because he noticed that he removed the plaster and somehow strangely moving. He answered not to pay attention to if it was about movements. His body is still heavy, but almost nothing hurts. The doctor said that despite the fact that he is a recovery hunter is still too fast, and he noted that the gypsum had to be removed on its own. He also added that he sees such a speed of recovery for the first time, to which Hen Su replied that he was just very fast. Hen Su came to the reception to ask about his treatment. The girl replied that his treatment was already fully paid. His treatment was paid by the Guild of Red Lions, so he can go. This news surprised him. Hen Su returned home and glad because the guild did everything for him. Patriarch said that a girl named Carrick cared well about her people. He thought that paying his bills for sheep probably left not much money, and decided to review his account. The Patriarch asked him why he could not close his mouth, but Hen Su was shocked by what amount he came to the account. He got 600 million, this is the initial contribution. Hen Su couldn't believe it. The Patriarch said that his student lost his mind from so much gold, and he answered the teacher that he did not know how terrible being poor. How he can know how to see the rabbin daily in the store when you can't buy it. The Patriarch remembered the rab and said that they were urgent in taking off the flight of the heavenly demon, and he added that Hen Su should urgently prepare his teacher that delicious shoulders. After a while, they went to the portal from the room to use the elixir. The Patriarch said that the absorption of the elixir would give the Hen Su energy of Qi equal to 20 years. But if he learns the technique, this figure will grow up to 70% equal to 140 years. And he asked what he would do when he gets such a power. He thought and replied that he would like to change the influence of the portal 2 years ago. He meant an event when the portals only opened. Then many people were killed. On that day, he, together with Ha-Yun, lost his parents. So now he is a hunter and will not allow people to experience such grief. The Patriarch said that the appearance of monsters may be the perish of a great horde who was told by his ancestors. And he asked whether he remembered that during his last battle he used the techniques he did not teach him. Hen Su answered that he did not remember, but he knew. Heavenly demons convey their divine skill from generation to generation. This was initiated by the first heavenly demon. He said that all this to repel a great horde once. But Hen Su said that there is one problem. It is not a prediction from its measurement. The Patriarch replied that this is why this is another reason for his great desire to return faster. Li Mine learned the address of Hen Su. She knows that he was discharged from the hospital, so she wanted to visit him. But for some reason, he did not take the tube. But she had to say something very important urgently. What happened in the house of Yun? After all, he asked to check whether all is well with her. But he was still in the portal and tried to eat the elixir. But he did not understand how he should swallow him. The Patriarch struck him with a sharp blow to his forehead and said that he was eating and not swallowing the elixir. And he said that if he had not been his teacher, he probably ate him in pieces and nothing would come out of it except that he went out. Hen Su asked whether it was necessary to remind of the waste and bitten the elixir. Lee Mina went to the apartment in Hen Su and tried to find it and saw the portal. Hen Su tried to eat his heart, and the Patriarch told him to even out the heartbeat and listen to him. He could not concentrate seeing this face now, so he decided to turn away. And he said that if a student makes a mistake, then he will take him a fall. It will be alive but will no longer stand up. So it should start with the inner shell of the aura. Stop taking the elixir as food and adjusting to its energy, and when he fascinates his inner look to move him to Dantian and to the Wei Lu point. Wei Lu is a healing point of the human body known as the rear gate, and then he should move the elixir to the Bai He point. Lee Mina thought it was how much it was necessary not to clean it home so that the mold that resembles the portal. She took the cloth detergents and wanted to remove, but she was called and reported that the chief manager of the branch was looking for her. So she had to return. She was embarrassed by this huge spot, but she couldn't wash her now. The Patriarch continued to prompt Hen Su and said to move the energy of the elixir into the outer shell of his aura. The energy of the destroyed snake is not surprising to be the fiery energy of Yang. In these portals, as they are called, the monster of incredible power. And the better for them. After all, the martial art of the heavenly demon is the quintessence of Yang, so the student would still have to change their polarity to Yang. The Patriarch is satisfied that everything is that way. The degree of absorption of the substance was already 32%. The heavenly demon told the student when the elixir is completely dissolved in the aura, it is necessary to concentrate it back into the inner shell so that it does not escape. After that, the degree of assimilation of the substance has already begun to be 50%. The Patriarch told his student that he should have kept this energy. After all, it sprouts the grain of the heavenly demon. The degree of assimilation of the substance elixir was already 60%, and the patriarch asked him to continue further and not give up. Further, the degree of assimilation rose to 70% and continued to grow. The patriarch realized that Hensu is now in a deep trance. He did not expect to be above 70, but the degree of assimilation was already 80%, so it was necessary to continue as long as possible. It is surprising that this dimension gives such opportunities. The degree of assimilation was already 90%, so there were 10 more. The patriarch praised the student and said that he would help him finish, and applied the power of primitive chai and release of energy. He managed to fully absorb the elixir of his body, reach the peak of Yang's energy, and he received immunity to thermal influence. The ability to follow the prompts has improved, and a new effect has opened. Now he will be able to learn the individuals of the individual once in a bit. The hospital is full. It arrives very badly injured, and that is all because of the fishing persons that began to get out of the sewer. Mina came to visit Yun and was shocked from what he saw. She asked her as she feels. Yun replied that all is well. Her brother and sister were transferred through the bed of beds to the medical center of Song. Mina asked if she knew it. Yun wondered whether all is well with them. She replied that the children had not yet come to their senses. This is one of the strange symptoms after the fishery attack. Mina reassured Yun and said that she was not worried because she was sure that doctors would do their best to help. She tried to call the Hensu and he did not lift the phone again. Mina does not understand how it happened. Hajun suffered the most, but it is conscious. Her sister could not be scared so yet. After all, she could lose consciousness because of fear. But the fisherman did not touch her brother. Then from what both children are in a coma? This question was concerned about her, but she does not know the answer. The subordinate Karak told her that the damage to the city they estimated at 1,000,000,000. The injured 117 and new ones arrive every minute. Doctors also notice the incomprehensible condition of those who arrive after the attack of fish. People fall into coma and doctors seek the cause of this condition. Harak said that they were not doctors, so it was not within their competence. She thanked his subordinate and added that he could go. She called Hensu, but he didn't answer. Yurik thought that he only joined the guild, and the teacher's calls did not even answer. And this after she dropped his salary in 600 million won. Therefore, this behavior was very angry. Two hunters spoke to a cafe. Cock St. Balur Class S hunter and the teacher asked another whether a woman from the Red Lions took him. Jill Lordman Class S hunter and the only one who did not collaborate with any guild said that the guy was quite impressive as a newcomer. Hawk Senna Baldur was interested in the question of how she managed to recruit him. He would simply destroy him. Another hunter said not to speak nonsense and offered to live quietly without fighting. He replied that it would be better to destroy his knife, Guild Hurak Rice. Hensu was sleeping and he had a dream as if he were on the beach, and many girls who offered to play volleyball near him. One of them threw the ball and said who loses it for lunch, but that ball flew a hand so right into the face. The girls laughed at him that he could not repel the ball, and he justified that he first played in volleyball. The ball rolled into the water, and he climbed him and got out of the water from the water and told him his elixir. Together with the snake, he swam deep under the water and hit the underwater bench. After that, Hensu woke up. The patriarch said that if he already got up, let him quickly prepare him. Raren and Hensu realized that it was only a dream. A large needle on this plate passed the figure 12 5 times as he slept the patriarch. Hensu understood that 2.5 bites slept. He called the Mina and told that he had eaten the elixir. She became angry that he did it on his own. After all, she said that he could die if you do not follow the method, and therefore covered it. Then he called Carrick and told the same thing. She realized that because of this, he did not communicate, and said that she was alive and thank you. He was pleased with the fact that she reacted much quieter than he expected it, and said that he would be in touch. And then he continued to feed his teacher with a prepared rab. But he got from him. Hen was looking at the notification screen and said that his level had increased. The ability to follow the prompts has increased to the 3rd level. He was very pleased that he had a new ability, and the patriarch asked why he was so glad, and said to let him see the news quietly. Hen SU will now be able to perform any one technique of which his teacher Chkon Gena has not taught. The patriarch said that even if such an ability exists, it sounds honest and wanted to hit his finger again in his forehead. But he evaded and said that his forehead was not a place for the Yolb. The patriarch does not understand how he learned to evade. Hen Su went to the hospital to visit Yun and support it. She is afraid that her brother and sister will never come to her senses. He reassured her and said they would surely wake up. And he said that they even similar to her. Hen Su took her into the ward to his younger brother Hen because he also lies in this hospital. And he said that he did not come to his senses since they got into an accident with their parents, and doctors could not answer why. She was sorry for his younger brother, so she took his hand, greeted him, and said that her name is Haj, and also added that his brother did a lot for her. She does not know if he heard about her, but Hen Su has long been waiting for him to return to him. Therefore, she asked him to return sooner. The patriarch said that his brother comes of very strange aura, and that his heart is imposed on the curse. There is one way to get around it, but it's very risky. Meanwhile, an auction was held in the city. The cost of a skeletal spear is 70 million. The woman who was auctioned asked who would give more, and the man raised her hand. He is the teacher of the guild of the age of Chue Jihak. Its rate was accepted and the price increased to 80 million. His pond interrupted Hijin Sihak with him raising his hand at the last moment. They competed several more times, but he still won. Jinsei Hack was happy because today it seemed productive to him. He took the spear and wanted to get in the car, but he was stopped by Chue Hack. He asked if his mind to pay 200 million for a thing that cost only 70 million. Hack said that even 300 million would not have regretted it, and he said that he generally did at the auction if such a price confuses him. And he added that he went home better and ate the shoulder, but this answer was not like Ju Heck and he attacked him. Hack said that if he did not mind trying his purchase on the one who himself is in trouble. Chichue J. Hack replied that now he would see that his weapon costs only 70 million and no more, but he said not to try to seem steeper than it really is. After all, he will quickly deal with him. But Chue Hack struck and said that he did not know if he was aware, but from him, no one went alive by playing him at auction. After a while, G. Hack came to Guild Red Lions. Haraki asked whether he was still going to create problems. After all, she was filled with mourning who came through him. He justified that he could not but be angry, because that man came and took him a thing directly at the auction. But Yak asked him to be silent. She said that if he continues, she would no longer break. If he creates problems at least again, she will break it into pieces and then burn. After that, she kicked him out of the office. But he returned to ask when she would present him to the new rank of rank A Yakruns that he was not his business. He said that he was not going to arrange a hierarchy or something like that, but she told him to get out. J-Hack was offended that she does not even give him a word. Therefore, he went to think that he will still meet a newcomer soon. Yun called Hensu up and asked if he was a hunter. He replied that so, but he does not think that the formation of awakening has a term. She was very interested in finding out, and she said that it was not surprising if he was highly set as Mikanhei helped him with that. He was about to visit his brother as well as to find out how his brother and sister were there, and told her not to worry and relax well. Hensu asked the patriarch about the way to help his brother. He replied that this is called a cutting heavenly language. He was open this skill, but he will not be able to use it. It is a mysterious technique that is a type of witchcraft invented one of the heavenly demons. Although the patriarch said that he would not be able to use it because he does not possess the body of a heavenly demon, but he wanted to try. After all, by raising the level of listening to the instructions, it can repeat one of his technicians once a day. So they decided to try and it really started working. The patriarch was surprised as possible in what it is for the ability. Hensu realized that it was necessary to increase the production of chi, but no matter how hard it helped to get his brother back to his senses. The patriarch said that he was feeling the power of an incredibly powerful being, but he noted that his student should not be disappointed. Now he does not have enough power. Jill Lordman and Haki Senabalder again argued. Jill said they needed all strong hunters right now, and he was going to destroy one of them, so he asks not to make him laugh and do nothing like that. But Coxon said that he did not ask him, and how many times he said he would not change his thoughts. One of the hunters came into the office and asked why they were so noisy. His name is Yamamoto Tashi, is a snuggish hunter and vice leader of the ES Guild. They decided to talk and Jill told him everything. Taxi said that's why he did not want to work on hockey. And Jill replied that he was alone as he himself, and then asked about the fragment. Tosi replied that the fragment was not the same as last time. There was only a deserted desert. Jill said that it can be worth looking for a new fragment in Korea. Tosi replied that she was entrusted with the Red Lions would have to wait and look. The appearance of that hunter Hunsu Park can advance the search for a fragment, and most likely it will be an expedition. If the boss of paradise is a descendant of dragons, then portals scattered around the world are fragments of paradise, and collect all fragments a year is a real curse. There is only a year to collect them, and if it is not possible, this world will face such trouble with which even a rank will not be able to cope. So they should do it what they would not cost them and collect all fragments as soon as possible. And for this it is necessary to have as many detachable hunters as possible in your team. Hensu came to visit his brother and sister Yun. Doctors can't do anything. The only thing that in their power is to put them with a heater. He asked if there are many such patients in this ward. A woman sat next to her husband and asked when her husband wakes up. The nurse replied that nothing could say, but soon the doctor will come to bypass and she will be able to ask him everything. The patriarch said that the reason in cold energy. After all, Henzi himself said that all these people met with water. Creatures that live underwater from the beginning carry the energy of yin, and these water monsters have a particularly strong yin energy. That is why those who have high energy of yin cannot accept it, when yin's energy and yin water are confronted. As a result, it becomes cold energy. Therefore, people seem to fall into hibernation. Hensu asked if there was a way to cure them. The patriarch replied that so. It is necessary to use the energy of yang to remove the energy of yin. Then most of all, they will wake up. Hensu was happy and decided to try. The woman from the ward saw it and wanted to stop him. She said that children should be in a stable position. Her son tried to stop her, saying that he knew him. The boy showed a video from the last battle with the monster where Hensu took part. He raised Brother Yun and planted to try to do something. The patriarch told him to burn Yin's energy. Hensu said he thinks that he would be able to absorb this energy, but the patriarch tried to stop him by saying that his body is on the extreme yang, and he asked unless he did not know what he would happen to him if he absorbs this energy, but he did not listen to him and continued. On the screen, the notifications appeared that he was able to completely absorb the strength of yin, and his body moves from extreme yang to harmony of yin and yang. Although it was just a moment, but the patriarch was sure that he saw his student reach the peak of flowering of 3 flowers in a trance. Hensu asked what the body means with the harmony of yin and yang. He replied that this body that has both extreme yin and extreme yang. The patriarch is interested in how his ability can do in general, and he thought that his student is accurately waving. Brother Yun came to mind and asked where he was. All the people who were in the ward were shocked by the fact that he came to his senses. The boy recognized him, and the woman from the ward called the doctors. They do not understand how this boy managed to bring him back to a normal life. The same Hensu wanted to make a sister Yun, so he lifted her to perform the ritual. He took away the cold energy into it, completely absorbing the strength of yin. A few minutes later, the girl came to her senses. Everyone was happy, but the doctor does not understand how it is possible at all. After that, Hensu had called Yun and told the good news. She is gratefully grateful to him for everything he did for her. From the joy that with her relatives, she could not hold her tears well. The number of patients in a coma was constantly growing so fast that the hospital beds were simply not enough. Lee Mina decided that it was worth asking the head of the ward to increase the number of hospital beds. Then they were called and said that he did Hensu. She also reported Karek, and Hensu meanwhile led the man from the ward. On the notification screen, he saw that he reached the first level of the body with harmony of yin and yang. To get the body of harmony, you need to reach extreme yin and yang. The woman from the house sincerely thanked Hensu for led to her husband and said that God himself sent him here. He answered what he could only do and, together with his doctor, went to the next ward. Upon learning of this news, people surrounded it on all sides. Someone considers him a true hero because he has a wonderful ability. Others wanted to take pictures with him. The patriarch said it was good that they praise him, and as heavenly demon he should get used to such an appeal. He was called the head of the guild, and he said that he was now in Saxon Hospital. She answered what she knew about it, and added that the association sent them a request for help in hospitals. And it's not just that they sent a check for it and he can pick up everything. He replied that he could not only a participant in the guild. Yurek asked if he read the contract carefully. After all, there is a similar one. If he does something on his own and it has nothing to do with guild, then merit only him. He said that he would go to the association as he finishes. Yurek answered, of course, and praised him for his wonderful job, saying that it was a compliment from her. She is pleased that the association will now be under her authority. Haksenu Baldur called the subordinate to inform that he found out where Pak Hensu lives, and he told him to send him an address. He went outside and used to get into the sky on his own to get to the sky. In the meantime, the patriarch again asked his student to prepare the ramen. Hensu asked if he was not tired of this dish. The master replied that he probably forgot how he called him the best food in the world. So he realized that there was no point in arguing and he would have to cook. Hensu called Yak and he was embarrassed why she was calling so early. The head asked him where he was right now. He replied at home and was going to cook. She said to get out of there immediately. Hensu asked what she was talking about. Haruki replied that something very strong was approaching, therefore he should run from there. He ran outside and saw a man directly landed in front of him. Hawk Saint said his name and said he had to say goodbye to his life and attacked him. An alarm was received to the association. As expected, an unknown living organism is currently in the area where Pa Hensu lives. Stuff and speed even among S ranks is a rarity, so most of all this is Hack Saint. Hurak has no doubt about what he is. After all, he hates her to the depths of his soul, so she reported it to the association. Yak knows that she is the only one who can stop it, so she decided to go to the Hensu area immediately. Li Ming association leader also wants to join, but the CEO asked her not to go. After all, there will be a battle among the rank S, therefore it makes no sense to go there, but the association will not remain aside. They have already asked a detachment of the Blue Dragon to start preparing for the use of the divine subject of the mirror world. The detachment went to the place. The main among them said the beekeepers and the cheetah to prepare. After all, they deal with rank S. This is a completely different level as opposed to what was before. The main called the Falcon. He wanted to ask if he had a mirror world. Falcon replied that he was already going. The Falcon jumped from the roof of a multi-story building, and in a moment, his wings blossomed. Patriarch did not expect Hensu also got the strength of Yin. After all, the presence of Yin and Yang meant that it reached the realm of evolution. The kingdom of evolution is one of the kingdoms of the world in the world. The growth rate of Hensu was simply struck by the Patriarch, but the power he feels from the student is much stronger than that woman in red. At least he reached the kingdom of the higher Verkut from where he came from. Hensu asked the opponent why he appeared from nowhere and attacked him. Kak Saint was surprised that in the rank was able to parry his attack. Hearing some strange sound, Hensu thought that there was an accident nearby, so he asked all people to leave here because it is dangerous here. Patriarch said Hensu to focus on him, so the student tried to concentrate on his strength. He used a yin and yang art of flowers and asked Hakasene, or he really thinks that the use of the same attack would work. But he appeared behind him and used the ability to transform the body. His body began to be covered with metal. He just released energy balls and now that's it. Hensu think how many abilities he has. The opponent used a supersonic stroke of 3 sides. Hensu tried to stop the attack but still got harm. He did not feel his right hand and thought it would finish right, so even after receiving his inner energy, Koksen decided to use the force again, but already a blow to 5 sides. The Patriarch asked if he had in vain he had learned to move a heavenly demon. So he used the movement of the celestial demon of the second technique. His level of understanding of the flight of the heavenly demon was 57%. Hensu decided that now his course and flew through the flight of heavenly demon to his rival. He could not strike him with a strong blow, and Hasten reflected the attack, and Hensu flew directly into the wall of the building. Harak was flying to help, hoping that they had not met. She was worried about how many hens Hako Hak will last if they meet. She thought that seconds 10 or 20 no more, or in general it would end in a moment ago she had to hurry. Saint came to Hensu and said that it was strange because he thought he would end with him from the first blow. The patriarch thought that the level of understanding of his student was not so high, but he was able to attack the opponent immediately, so it's really strong. But if he cannot pass this test, it is most likely not able to grow like a celestial demon. Saint said he was delighted that he lasted for so long. Hensu said he didn't understand what he is about. After that, he tried to concentrate and use the power of the seed and was able to harm the opponent. Saint did not expect to get such a strong blow from him, and that he had a rank and destroy his strengthened hand. But he used the silver pulse to restore his hand and strengthen the other. The patriarch thought he had a recovery at the level of demonic monsters. The patriarch told not to let the opponent look up and use the blow of the tree to destroy it from the inside. He listened to the teacher and used the blow of the tree. This is one of the techniques of martial arts. Hensu said that he would slowly destroy each of his transmutation. He evaporated from the blow of the tree, and in his place only water remained. The patriarch said that he was feeling his energy, so he is still here and is under him. Saint sneaked to him from different sides and grabbed him that in a moment he would painlessly lose his life. But Hensu escaped and said that he would not work with him and used a letter. It caused damage to his opponent, but he began to recover again. Hensu thought about why he did not destroy him immediately using a series of attacks, but it would be too dangerous. There are so many people here, so he rushed to school because today the day off and there is no one there. Since this place is at an altitude, it should minimize the damage as much as possible. Saint was unable to completely restore the wound because she was more serious than he thought, so even a silver pulse did not help. Meanwhile, Hensu quickly reached school and climbed to the last floor, having no one at school. Saint caught up with him and asked that he was trying to protect others and then struck him. Hensu said that such as he is fighting in residential areas have no right to be called hunters. She fought further and Haksenu began to seem to destroy his harm. Who would have thought he would last for so long? And then he decided to attack him and said that he was accused of what happened to his boss. After destroying the entire building, Saint said that in this country they do poorly with skills. After all, this guy is not from the rank of A. He already has a rank S and thought that he may be worth returning. Hensu flew from the debris of the building, and Saint said that he surprised him again. And he added that he would burn it until he becomes dust. But its energy of the ball has disappeared, and before it has never happened. But his body in any case could still function properly, so he has no doubt that he will win. Hensu approached him and struck. His rival was unable to repel the attack and flew. He used the heavenly destroying demonic fists of the second technique and struck the seeds. 5 days ago, Patriarch conducted classes for his student to study new equipment in the portal. After defeating the teacher, the Patriarch told him to listen to his energy circulating. He has the seeds of a celestial demon and the incredible internal imagi energy, but he cannot use it correctly. Hensu said it really was so. He got more inner energy but does not feel stronger. The exception is only high-level recovery, but Hensu is wondering why it happened. The Patriarch replied that he had to just think about it as a deep well. After all, the strong will be able to bring water hundreds of times, and the faint most of all will not be able to bring water even 10 times. But the water in the well is not exhausted. Hensu said that he should become stronger. The Patriarch noted that training would not help him in this. It should be a real battle. This will help to become stronger and will allow you to use its internal energy. After all, the victory over a strong opponent is much better than 100 workouts. Remembering the words of Patriarch Hensu, he realized that his first stronger opponent was right in front of him. He can still stand on his feet even after 2 powerful seed blows. So Hensu thought he was a monster. But if you look on the other side, his whole body feels like it is burning from this attack. Saint said who would think that the opponent would be able to hit him so much. So it is not surprising that the Red Lions wanted to take it to themselves. And he added that although he is called Astral Magician, but he is also capable of the near battle. After these words, he attacked him 5 strokes of Mahiv, and without holding the attack by Hensu departed. Saint said that he was nowhere to run and he would leave his head. The Patriarch shouted that he would take his hands differently. He told him to use the soul of the heavenly demon. The level of understanding of the soul of the heavenly demon has increased to 65%. The Patriarch said to act and he should go out. Hensu Men mentioned training in the portal. Then he told the teacher that the soul of the heavenly demon of the obstacle. The Patriarch replied that it may be difficult to understand, but to think about it in that way. The first step is to take a step back and allow your consciousness to go through this point. At the last moment, Hensu's used the soul of the heavenly demon and flew to the side. Saint did not realize that it was but sure that the opponent flies to him at high speed. Flying to his opponent, Hensuhu stabbed the tree and he could not block him. Hen Su has fully used all his power to exhaust the water from the well. So Koksen said that now his turn to attack and struck. The Patriarch remembered how he fought with the demon. He remained the only one of the heavenly demons and exceeded the expectation of his opponent. The demon said that by spending most of his forces he would not overcome it, but he replied that he would destroy him to preserve the honor of his comrades. But the demon invited him to become his right hand and win the world with him, but he did not like that proposal. The demon was convinced that he used all his internal energy and the Patriarch disappointed him. The martial arts of heavenly demons can be used without internal energy and can borrow forces from nature. After all, the divine art of heavenly demons is a heavenly spiritual body. People are frightened and do not understand what is happening and why the whole school is destroyed. The detachment arrived in time, and the main among them said that it was necessary to act as carefully as possible. The whole area is completely destroyed and does not understand how it can be done in 20 minutes. One of them said he heard that the hunter hunted the hunter Hensu Park, and most likely no longer alive. But then they saw the battle of two hunters. Hensu asked Haksena why he appeared from nowhere and attacked him. Haksen replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, and they started fighting again. People from the detachment noticed that Hensu Su was alive in a hand-to-hand fight. Cocksaint said that his energy ray recovered and then he flew up. He began to destroy everything in his way and Hensu was injured. So the patriarch took him away from the danger zone. The detachment does not understand how to stop this monster. It is too strong. Cocksaint drew attention to the fact that his opponent seemed to push someone, but he believes that in any case he will be enough for one attack. The detachment was broadcast with a drone from the scene, and everything that happens there was seen by the association. Patriarch said Hensu to rise, although he and his student, but he cannot continue to help him, and began to delve into his teacher's thoughts. Lee Mina ordered the detachment that they would emerge and did not give the Hensu Park to perish. So, having received the order, the detachment entered the battle. One of the soldiers, seeing the hunters in the action, could not force himself to stand. He watched them from binoculars and saw that Hensu rose. Although it is not good to interrupt someone's battle, but the patriarch could not help but allow his student to die. So he wanted to help him escape from that place. He said Hensu that he will no longer be able to do anything, but he replied that this is not so much his skill, which he received recently, allows one of the skills of the teacher once a day. The detachment was cancelled by order and they were to be supported. Hawk Saint asked that he was fighting there, and Hensu talked about martial arts that he can receive without internal energy. And it is a heavenly spiritual body. The patriarch was shocked because he never taught him. Coxen acknowledged that he was strong but said that he was already tired of it and would like to finish starting faster. But Hensu also did not intend to give up and they attacked each other. But their energy was absorbed by the mirror that appeared from nowhere. It was a mirror world that used the falcon on the order of the association, but it collapsed after one use. Soldiers from the detachment do not understand how it is possible that this artifact has been destroyed so quickly. Meanwhile, Karak just got directly to the epicenter of the event. Hensu was surprised to see her, and she praised him for his wonderful work. From the very beginning, she did not believe that he would be able to stand for so long. Turning to the detachment of the Blue Dragon, she said to stand behind, and she would take care of him. The detachment felt relief due to the fact that Hurak arrived very on time. Hawk Saint asked if she decided to handle him one-on-one, and he added that she imagined too much about herself. In a moment, the portal opened, and from there came familiar hacks Senseishi and Jill. A week ago, the Gate Committee hosted a meeting to make an important decision on the gate that extended the Ancient Dragon. Guilds where there are hunters, S will be responsible for Paradise. If the gate opens in countries where there are no hunters, outrank will be sent guild. The guild to send to the country will be selected depending on the situation. Cock Saint was present at the collection with Crack. He does not understand why everyone was called if they just talk about their decision, and he denied how this should happen. If the survival of people depends only on that so strong hunters. So he said that he and the EU Guild would act at his discretion. Haraku asked why he always had to go against the current. After all, they need to work together to have a chance to survive in this catastrophe. He said that if it can stop it, then humanity will live. Otherwise, do not survive anyone. An emergency evacuation was announced in the city due to the opening of the gate at school. All people were frightened and tried to escape as far as possible. After all, they thought that if there is a portal, monsters would soon appear. So, all the people were panicked. The detachment realized that 4 people gathered, and if the battle began, it will be a national disaster. Tosi approached Karak for his head and said that he was mistaken again. Hensu thought that he saw him earlier only in the magazine. It is the divine sword of Yamamoto Tasha, and he is in the 8th place among S ranks around the world. And next to his rival, the magician of space and time, Jill Lordmon, and he in 9th place. Jill said Kak Senu what he is doing in a foreign country. Hensu was wondered who then was his opponent and at what place he is among the best hunters. Jill said Haksenu that it is enough to provoke people, after all, he did so much. Hensu Man mentioned that his opponent was German Haxen Balder, and he ranks 2nd in the list of the strongest hunters. He did not appear in newspapers and on television, so no one knew how he looks. But Haksen said that he was very cruel. Taxi said that the EC Guild promises to apologize at the national level and compensate for the damage caused. Haruki answered that he would forget for it, but Hensu said he would not be able to forgive this. After all, he was attacked for unknown reasons, and they destroyed the school in which he went, and because of an unexpected attack, the local residents were frightened. But Jill Lordman interrupted him politely, saying that he said that a glad meeting with him. Hensu was surprised that he was talking in Korean. He said that it could compare the length of the brainwaves to speak in all languages. And he added that they were not here for the battle, but in order to pick up that guy and asked Hensu so to calm down. Seishi approached them and said that he already said Yakrak they would apologize and compensate for. Hensu didn't like it. He said they think that apologies and compensation will be enough after all this mess. So he should finish the case and ask them to get off the road, but he was stopped by Karak. She said that the Tsushi is the leader of the ES Guild and he could be believed. Fortunately, it was without the victim, so she will finish it. Taxi said Hasten that this was an open act of invasion, so even if they send the army here, they will not be able to say anything against them. He asked him to return, and the rest of Hasten said Hensu that they would finish the next time and let him become stronger. Taxi thought that they still managed to prevent another crisis, and talking to Hensu said he heard that he was a ranking hunter, and he added that every time a strong hunter appears, it is worth celebrating. Finally, Jill said they hoped that they were hearing and calling him a guy that he didn't like Hensu. After that, they returned. Jill said goodbye and again called him a guy, hoping that they were still seeing. Harara did not think that Hensu would fight Hakusen on an equal footing. She could only hope that he would save her life. It is interested in a strong. After that, Karak took him to the hospital. The doctor examined him and said that his wounds would heal quickly and tomorrow everything would pass. Yaka told him that he looked much stronger after he ate a snake, and she added to stay in the hospital and sleep if she was tired. But he replied that all is well and he would get sleeping at home. The patriarch asked why he uses this transport instead of the flight of the heavenly demon. He replied that there was a hard day and wanted to go to the subway. Hensu was thinking that it was too dangerous to fight too dangerously and people were not injured today. He is embarrassed that others will think about him and probably worry everything because of the devastation. He returned home and met Lee Manu. She said she was very worried about him and praised him for trying very much. Hensu asked what she was doing here because the association has a team responsible for restoration. Mina replied that she was here with the team to restore the area. He thanked her and said that she did not even imagine how he worried on the way here and hugged her. It was unexpected for him and for him, so he apologized. And then he heard people who looked from the windows and welcomed him. They thanked him for saving their area, and such a reaction of people was pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, the man said that the king was dissatisfied with the fact that the plan of the Watergate went over because of the wrong assessment of the monsters. The thinker asks him not to worry. After all, a fragment from the Korea Western Sea should be enough to destroy them. He asked whether all is well with the parallel plan. She replied that she was completed by 72%. If necessary, he can intervene personally, and then it will end. He replied that it was so, but I would like to see the progress of the plan. The news said that the hunter Schachsen Balder from Germany was guilty of the destruction of the 12th high school. He illegally penetrated into our country and tried to attack one of the hunters of our country, Hensu Park, and in the process destroyed school. As a result, the EES Guild posted an official apology and reported that, in the shortest possible time, would try to compensate everything. Chuchwei Ji Hack, after watching the news, said how wonderful it is that Hensu Park was rank and survived after an attack by a white wolf. So it's really cool. He is interested in how to look at him if he destroys someone in the likeness of him. And he said that Hensu did not wait long because they would meet soon. In the morning, the patriarch said that if Hensu finished washing, he should start cooking. And he asked to wait a little. Hensu took a shower and it was very refreshed. Then he left the bathroom without dressing. The patriarch asked how he dared to walk without his clothes in front of his teacher. Hensu said that they are both men here. And he added that when he lives himself, the best thing is that you can comfortably get out of the shower not dressed. But for that, he got a teacher. Tomorrow should be an expedition, so he ordered something special for them today. The patriarch wondered that it was something special that he decided to prepare 2 packs of the shoulders at once. Hensu replied that of course he did not think of his teacher. The patriarch asked what they would eat, to which he replied that spicy pork with rice. The patriarch asked it better than the rates. He replied that they were too different to compare them and give their teacher to try a piece. Paying attention to his incomprehensible expression of Hensu's face, thought he did not like it and asked about his impression. The patriarch said that he was feeding him all this time when there was such a deliciousness. Hensu replied that he himself asked to cook rain a minute ago. Hensu finally waited for his first expedition. He could not think that the hunter of the guild Red Lions and feels like in a dream. He came to guild and he was shouted by Sun Main. Hensu knows him well because he is his fan. Sun Men Jin politely greeted and called him a newcomer, that a glad meeting. Hensu confessed that he is his fan because he was the steel god himself. Jin thanked and even a little ashamed, and also said that this was his first expedition, and it would not be easy, so he suggested trying together. The patriarch asked who he was that his student almost loses. Hensu named him, and the patriarch remembered that he had already heard about him. This is a real hero. It cannot be broken and he saved many human lives. Hensu said that he has long been his fan. He then greeted the hunter Hojun Sung. Then the patriarch asked who it was. He called his name and said that this hunter looks thin, but he has incredible power and loves a lot of people. After these words, Hensu received from his teacher. The patriarch asked them a servant or who and why he'd lower his head so low. Hensu answered because he was a fan and do not have to be so evil constantly. The patriarch believes that he should not bow to any Dick or Harry. After all, he is a successor to the heavenly demon, even if it is not Muram and he leads to the divine cult of heavenly demons. So the patriarch said to remember it and behave accordingly. Hensu answered that he would try. Hensu came to the office to Yak and said he had heard that she was looking for him. The head of the guild wanted to ask something, and he paid attention to her equipment. She said that they have very little time in them now. She is interested in whether he plans to continue working with her. He asked what she was in mind. Harak replied that he stood in the battle against Hakusen, even if the assessment showed that he had a rank A, and at that time it could really, but now he is definitely a hunter rank S. Hensu was surprised when he heard it. Haraku promised that it would help him until he was rank, but now there is no need and their arrangement is no longer valid. So she asked what he was going to do next. Hensu said that he was not going to go and stay. After all, he has not done anything for the guild. Moreover, he got a lot for this contract and not so unreasonable to go right now. She replied that this is wonderful news, but it is waiting for the first expedition, then it is worth trying. Therefore, he should go down to the basement of his equipment with his name and dress in it. He said, well, the boss bent his head and went to dress. But when he left the office, the patriarch waited for him. By his expression, Hensu's face realized that something was wrong. The patriarch asked why he was so surprised, and he added something unnecessary. Hensu replied that he was not just aware of his head. Hensu was already received from the teacher, and he said that she is his boss and not a kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry. And the more she added, a good boss. Hensu asked if he knew what the word boss means. The patriarch replied that the news and drama, so he knows what he knows. Everyone was ready to go on the expedition, and Karak told the soldiers that it was time to get a fragment of paradise. For this work, they will need high-level items as well as treatment of treatment, and the most important is the courage to protect your comrades, and only it will be more than enough. The patriarch said that although he considered her a striking woman, but today she proved herself as a heroine. Karak told everyone to look at his comrades near them and asked if they were sure they could protect him. Everyone answered that, of course, so finally she added that it was time to go for a fragment. The girl told her husband that the expeditional detachment of the Red Lion just arrived in the Western Sea of Night. He asked what their military force. The girl replied that besides S-rank crack, there are about 30 in ranks. The man said not to weaken vigilance for a second, but he still thinks that even with such preparation of the Red Lion, the end will come. And together with the Guild of the Red Lions, Korea will also disappear from the face of the earth forever. Guild sailed to the fault, and Sunman Gin said that he first went to paradise. In the expedition of 2 parts, the first failed. All except the R rank were killed. The second was successful, but more than 20 people were killed. And most of the people in the detachment were injured. People fall into paradise, and all after they find out what it is. Therefore, it is called paradise. Only by face to face with one of the debris, all start to tremble with fear. The patriarch said that in this gate was waiting for death. Hensu realized that even if the teacher says it does not compare it with the usual gate, Haruku said it was time to go forward because the key to the salvation of mankind lies in these gates. Everyone went through the gate, and at first glance, paradise seemed to them a huge desert. The patriarch said the territory is too wide to be a common illusion. Hensu asked what he was in mind. He told him that when he was young, he almost said goodbye to life because of the price that he had to pay for the illusion of the known as the Heavenly Guard. It is a technique of mystical dimension, so if it is an illusion, they should find a thing that will open it and destroy it. After that, the illusion will disappear. Hensu understood his teacher and said that, in any case, it seems that there was no one near them. The patriarch replied that some of them still were. It was Chweji Hak. He does not understand where everyone went to anyone and thought that he remained alone here. Chweji Hak saw something shining in the sun and went closer to look. He was surprised when he saw a diamond at a minimum of 500 carats. He bent to lift him, but it was a trap. A monster climbed out of the ground, and G-Hack realized that a diamond could not lie here. So he had nothing left to fight the monster. To protect himself, he used the Spartan shield. And I thought that it is useful to bring as many things as possible on the expedition. Then he wanted to use a bone spear, but then he remembered that there was no support in this expedition this time. So I decided to simply use the rock destroyer. He thought that he managed to destroy the monster, but he turned out to be much stronger and larger. After that, he used a double shield, but it did not help to contain the attack. For a moment, he thought it was the end, but Hensu rushed to him and struck the monster of the seed. Harara did not think that they were scattered throughout the territory as soon as they came. She is interested in whether there were another gate in the middle of these gates. She flew around, but everything she saw this endless sea and decided that it is impossible to simply continue to fly, and it is necessary to check that underwater. Using her own, she launched fiery balls under the water and noticed that something was happening. The earth seems to come out of the water. Other expedition soldiers were in second place and fought with a large number of monsters. Gin said not to give up, otherwise their comrades would die. One of the soldiers said that he was not going to give up because he wants to get a good award after returning. Another hunter also used all their own strength and said the monsters that they could not look at the top of the hunters of rank A. Sunmen Gin noticed that the hunter Jun Sung needed help and rushed him to save him. But he asked him not to approach, but in the meantime, another monster jumped out of nowhere. Gin said he is a steel god of death and does not lose him. But suddenly the monster attacked him and he died. Jun Sung shouted at despair and splashed all his rage to the monster. This battle was observed by a man who came up with an insidious plan. He is convinced that it will end before he will drink his drink. The girl said that it was very boring because even the gulag has not come out, but there were almost no hunters. The man replied that if Gulag came out, then he would become even more boring, and asked how the name of the guy who destroyed the Amuga and survived after the battle with Hasten. She replied that Pei Hensu and thought that for the third time he was telling him. They do not think that he will be able to overcome the king of the sorcerer alone. The girl picked up one of the strongest and already met. Hensu's defeated the monster and they went on. Chweji Hak said that it was a fate that they met. Who would have thought that they would meet that way? After all, Chichue Jahak almost cried when he thought that he was separated. He introduced himself and said that he was the head of the Guild of Agid. Hensu thought about whether he was talking so much. Jahak continued to say that he knew when he had overcome the great emoji that had never seen a hunter earlier. And not just because of that. The patriarch told him to hit him at least once to stop talking. Jahak added that his battle with Hasten was something. He watched all the video and concluded that Hensu did not lose him, and now he fan. The patriarch again hinted that he would hit him right now, but Hensu couldn't do it. Jahak noticed that while they spoke several times, he looked at the sky and the other way. He does not understand what is with him. He remembered how he was looking for something and his ability to listen to instructions. At first he thought that he wrote the first thing that came to mind, to hide your abilities, but if it really is and what instructions he listens, his battle style is felt like something like unrealistic martial art. The patriarch noticed something and asked Hensu, or Jahak continues to watch him. And he said to be careful with him because his eyes show hostility to him. Jahak thinks from whom he can listen to the prompts that relate to the martial arts possible from someone like a ghost. He thought and did not notice how Hensu was looking at him, and then asked why he was looking at him. Hensu said that he looked in the other way. After all, he saw something very strange. They came closer and saw something like the gate. Jahak does not understand how other gates are possible inside the gate. The association also went to the gate of entry into paradise. They arrived for support. Li Ming, the association chairman, said that the Red Lion and the Guild of Agate have already entered the gate, and the association will only enter if they fail, so while they have to wait. After the study, the research department has said that Anderson's intensity is currently 24. When the intensity reaches 100 units, the gate will occur. Li Mina thought about Hensu and mentally asked him to be safe. Jahak asked if they would go into the gate. Hensu said that they did not even know where they are, now there is no better idea. But Jahak said that he understands that he has some doubts about it, so he will go first. Hensu wanted to follow him, but the patriarch said to forget him. And now you can better explore this place when this chatty guy disappeared. But Hensu can't do so because they came here together as one team. The patriarch said how he dared to ignore the words of his teacher. He still walked through the gate and found himself above the abyss. The portal came directly from the wall of the castle. Jahak was also in the air and flew down. Hensu used the flight of a heavenly demon and climbed to the top of this castle, and then thought where Jahak went. He looked down and saw Jahak climbing up. He said that he saw Hensu so quickly flew around and was striking. Jahak said that this civilization inside the gate, and he was many but sees it for the first time. And he added that he will pass in this direction, a Hensu can go in the opposite direction and enter the castle on the other side. Finally, he gave a hand of the subject and said that since the connection does not work here, he would need this thing. And he said to use it if something happened. After that, they said goodbye and parted in different directions. Hensu said patriarch that should not be judged by others. He did not like these words. Meanwhile, some have been waiting for them in the castle, and Hensu did not even know what difficulties would be ahead and what really happens. The girl who watched the battle said that all the ranks of the Red Lion were destroyed. The man replied that it was so boring to just sit and wait, and asked that there with those two were left. She replied that Hensu Park approaches the ancient castle of Anthropy, and Harak alone fights in the Sea of Obel. There were a lot of monsters, and Karak could not just take and leaving them, and thought that the exit had already disappeared. She took advantage of the flame force to burn all the monsters, but then another huge monster approached her. Jahak walked on top of the castle, and it seemed that he did not end as much as he did not go. So he decided to go down and may then be able to reach faster. Going down, he saw the building and thought that this is a wonderful place in which something bad could happen. Taking advantage of a unique subject, he paid himself the way to precious object. After all, with the help of this, he received the rock destroyer, so he is wondering that he will be able to find this time. Hensu was walking and not finding anyone to find that something might have happened. The patriarch asked to wait a little because he feels something alien and enormous. They flew a huge skeleton and asked if they were trying to get into the Gate of Light. Together with him, they went down to his castle, and the king thanked them that they accepted his invitation and wanted to ask something. He asked if they came into this world through the Gate of Light. Hen Su replied that if he was talking about the portal then. The patriarch said that this skeleton seems to see him, and Hensu was surprised. Hearing the skeleton said that of course he could see him, and he asked if he was a sorcerer who controls his souls. Hen Su replied that this was not quite true. The skeleton clicking the fingers said that, as they are, their guests want to offer them tea. And then a table with cups of tea appeared in front of them. The patriarch asked him whether he was a king. He replied that he did not know very vaguely. After all, he has been living near 283 years. But it is possible that for 10 years he has counted as one. Hen Su calculating was shocked that he could be more than 2,000 years. The king asked why they did not drink tea because he was able to greatly increase their stocks. He handed it because he had no guests for a long time. Hensu was thanked for the tea and the patriarch wondered, except for mana is something edible, and added that if this tea is poisonous, but he would have ate if it was a rebin, and then he asked if something happened in the castle. After all, he seemed very dirty to him. Hensu apologized for his teacher because he is sometimes rude. The king replied that everything is fine. And he added that glad what he can talk to someone. Most likely he was the king of this place. Patriarch said, at least he looks respectively. And the king said that from the very beginning he had been envied from the very beginning. Here happiness was guaranteed to those who worked hard, but one day everything changed. The gate of light began to open unexpectedly and all kinds of monsters came out. Panic took place and he did not remember the king then or not, but what he was sure of using magic. The patriarch became angry and shouting asked him to simply admit that he was a king. On that day, the king used all the magic that he had to destroy the monsters. Meanwhile, the greatest monster of this world woke up and destroyed all the soldiers of the detachment. The girl told a man named Knight that Gulag woke up. He said something too late and it disappointed. She asked what to do next. After all, they only have to gather everyone in one place. Haraku tried to retreat, but the giant monster was pursuing her. She understands that it will be difficult to deal with him. But then she saw that there was another gate in front of the gate and a monster awaited her there. The gates began to crack and another dimension was filled very quickly with water. The king further told his story. Even using all the magic, he could not overcome all the monsters, and he woke up already. Then the king began to think what happened to his people. Hen Su didn't even know what to answer. The king said that they seemed to have come here to take his life, so let them do it. Hen Su thought, except he was still alive. The patriarch was also surprised by such a request. Karik realized that two portals blocked each other, and then she saw people from her detachment in the water. In a moment, a giant monster named Gulag came to her and she was very angry. The girl said that they finally met and asked for whom he would put on. He replied that of course on Gulag and said to wake up when it would end. The angry Harak asked Gulag whether he did it with her people and went into a firebird mode to destroy both monsters. She managed to overcome one monster but still remained Gulag. So she said that now his turn and attacked him. The patriarch told the king that he wanted them to destroy him, but why he cannot do so. The king finally realized that a teacher and his student before him, and said who could think that he took his soul as a teacher, and it was even funny. Hen Su said that it was difficult to explain. After that, the king tried to end his head alone. But it did not help, and he said that he tried to destroy himself many times and revived each time. He does not even remember what the curse he has, so he asked them to relieve them of this pain from existence alone. The patriarch said, well, he will end with him, but he has one condition. Meanwhile, Chue Ji-hak continued to search for a precious object and led him to the castle. He reached the door of some castle and realizing that there was something to break the door inside there to come. Going, he noticed that inside the castle, everything looks like in an ancient structure and past the sculptures. But they were not sculptures at all, but the monsters who pursued him behind. The patriarch wanted to voice his condition, and the king said that he probably wanted to ask how to get out of here. Hen Su did not say that they just need to go through the portal in which they came here. But for this, he received from the teacher because the portal was gone, and he told the student that he always kept in his head where there is a way out of some place. The king said that he did not know how to get out of here, and if he knew, he would have got to get out for a long time, but he knows what could help them. The patriarch told the student that it is possible that the king had conceived something, but he does not think that the king is going to do something. He brought them to the door and ordered the power to open, and the door opened. Hen Su wondered what energy was. She is not like the teacher. The patriarch replied that he had never felt anything like this. But the king reassured them that he could open this door at any time. He showed them marble called entropy. Nothing in the world is compared to him. And Hen Su said to try to put his hand on him, and this marble will show him something. It may be his usual day or the birth of the whole universe, but whatever it is, something that he wants. Patriarch said there is no point in doubt if he went so far, and Hen Su thought that he had just told him to be guard. Despite the doubt, he still touched entropy and realized that this item began to involve it. He realized that all this was deceased, and the king laughed and apologized for the deception. Hen Su told the teacher that he could not pick up his hands. Patriarch asked him why he did it, and the king replied that he wanted to get out of here as well as they. After a long search, he learned about the way to detect the gate of light, but he has not enough energy to do so. And when they came, the intuition told him that time finally came. He absorbed all the souls of his people and defeated the monsters, but because of this, he remained at all alone, and he no longer had energy that he could gather. But then they appeared with the energy of thousands of people, so he is not interested in where she came from because he would take her. The patriarch called him a monster and said he heard everything he needed. And then he turned to the student and asked him to calm himself down, because he taught him to help him in this situation. He said to use the dominant step of the heavenly demon. Hen Su realized that he was too panicked because he could not pick up his hands. After all, he can really get out of this situation. Before the heavenly demon, he bows absolutely all, so he used a hint. Hen Su was able to break away, and the king did not understand how it could happen and how he dared to kneel. The patriarch said that this is how everyone should behave in front of the heavenly demon. The king asked from which time it was. Hen Su attacked the monster to destroy him and took advantage of his own. At this time, Ji-hak also fought the monsters, but they were not ending. So he tried to escape, but a pit was opened before him, and he fell directly into it. But he had time to stick to the wall with his claws and climbed out of her that he was on the hair from saying goodbye to life. Finally, he saw what here he came here, and so he decided to destroy this huge stone. Hen Su thought he could overcome the monster, but the patriarch said that it was not all. Even the blow of a tree did not help him. After that, the king said that it was not bad for such a weak person as him. But for him, he is just a sand, although his teacher seems to be capable of something. The patriarch told him to follow his back and not panic and use the materialization of the heavenly demon. He almost got into the pit and realized that he could not stay so long. But he managed to get out, and the king told the patriarch how he'd dare to use such tricks against him. But he replied that he was silent and how he dreamed of thinking that he could compete with him at that level. And he called him an insect who does not dare to rebel against heaven because he is heaven. The king said that it was very arrogant because he is just a soul. The patriarch said that he had an arrogant because he is in heaven. After that, the king said that he would erase his students' powder and show that in this world, there will always be stronger. Although the king destroyed the floor, but there are still pillars. So with their help, Hensu was able to rise higher. Hack destroyed the stone and finally got to the subject and wanted to absorb it. But this item had more power than the one that is suitable for 8 Sour rank. So he realized that this item belonged to the rank of S. This item is a vessel of the king's life, and he felt that someone touched him. Hensu then continued to attack the monster using the body of a heavenly demon, and his fists erased. Hack continued to absorb a fragment of life. The king realized that if it were not for him, he could overcome his opponent. But Hensu's put a few more decisive blows and finally deal with the monster. Meanwhile, Hack completely absorbed the vessel of life and felt incredible power. With new power, he could withstand the monsters who were waiting for him, so he decided to deal with them. He said that now everything else and what to do to him now. Such a force simply drove him crazy. Hack felt how his body changed. It became much stronger that was pleasantly surprised. Hensu worried the souls that got out of the ball. Looks like they wanted to go back. He said that when he took this ball, he felt something through his whole body. And he heard the endless cries of people who pleaded to save them and let them go. Hensu said that he would return himself, and the teacher asked to stay and wait. The patriarch asked what if he did not work, and he answered that he should do so. He wanted to stop the student and said he had to sit here and wait if he did not cope. Hensu said that exactly they are the only soul and body with him. And the teacher asked if he was mocking him. The student replied that of course he was bullied and said that time to go to touch his hands. They were drawn into the ball and they were in the city. It seems that like this kingdom to its destruction. All people smiled and looked happy. They thought it was one of the memoirs of Lich. Then the gate of light opened and all the people ran about it to the king. Monsters began to come out of the portal and destroy everything. The kingdom warriors fought with the monsters, but they suffered great losses. The king flew to the dragon and said that all people retreat and keep away from the monsters. He said the spell with the honor of the sea and the spirit of Jabogaro, touching heaven and applying the power of a blow from heaven. It took a little time and he realized that if this would happen and then destroy it, he no longer has the strength to fight. And he thought of the benefit of this world if he does not. After all, no one will be able to stop the monsters from the Gate of Light. This means that he himself is the country, so there was only one option. Necromantia is witchcraft that allows you to gather people's souls and absorb a lot of power. He seemed to go crazy because the country could be called a country in which there are no people. But he believed that if he lives, he would be able to create a second country. So he decided to use necromantium because this place will soon disappear. He was constantly tormented by conscience. The light and dark sides seemed to fight each other. But in the end, the dark side took the top above him. He thought that people gathered around those whom the power was understood that he went crazy if he decided to destroy his people. The king was informed that the Gate of Light appeared near the eastern wall of the castle. And because of them, a very large monster similar to the dragon came. But the angry king approached the man and began to shout. After all, his people constantly asked to do that something else. Everything that people do it only do it without end and edge. They are no different from the parasites that are cited only for the sake of continuing their worthless life. So he said that they would give them to life at least some value and destroyed his servant, saying that his blood would not be spilled in vain. He performed the ritual and said that all who refer to him and everyone who treats them, the king will conquer all the souls of these people during eternity and will get unprecedented power. In the name of the forbidden god, he ordered the souls to come to him. Spells eventually, and the souls of people began to leave their body and fly to the king's castle. The souls entered the king's body and he felt as it became stronger and stronger every second. So now he does not lose any monster coming from another world. Before destroying the monster, he said that the kingdom of Rajord is eternal and very quickly dealt with the monster. Hensu heard the voices of all those souls. They do not understand what happened and where they were. He told the teacher what he hears all their pain and does not know what to do with it. The patriarch said that he told him not to come here. The teacher called him unselfish and said that he could withstand it, and as he can do it here with him. The souls called him that he became one of them because he has the only one has a body. Hensu thought as if they had also understood his pain and saw some incomprehensible light. He asked the teacher what it was, but he was not around. Hensu began to call him. Then he heard some voice from the light that called him to him, and he went. The spirit called his name and said that he tried great. Hensu asked who he was. He approached him and said that he survived a lot through all these souls. As soon as the spirit touched the Hensu, he immediately moved to some other place and saw a man in front of him. And he asked him whether he was the same skeleton. The king said he was a good fellow that recognized him. Hensu became angry because he thought he wanted to deceive everyone again. But the king said how he could say that. After all, he has been waiting for 3,024 years. Not only did the skeleton wait for a strong man to come from the outside world, Hensu said that that skeleton was talking about 2,000 years. The king replied that only someone is unreasonable to believe him. But Hensu was interested in the question of who the skeleton was and who he or they are, one and the same person. The king replied that and not. When he used necromantium, he gave up evil and plunged into anthropy, or can be said that he was thrown out of the body. Here he took his hands and created the world in another dimension. Hen Su wondered whether it was possible. He replied that he was able to save several souls that got into anthropy and helped them survive here. Although they are the same every day, but they do not suffer from pain. After these words, the king looked at the Hen Su, and his gaze seemed offensive to him. The king said about his skill of listening to instructions. In 3,000 years, he sees something similar for the first time. Hen Su asked how he learned about it. The king said not to feel offended because they have very little time. But he said he would be offended and asked what over time. And then he addressed the teacher with words whether he could hit him. But he was not here. The king said that he summoned his teacher here and added that listening to the instructions that was needed. Hen Su told him that it is enough to say what only he understands. The king said that his evil eye kept the source of my life separately from the body. This is to have a life close to eternal, but he and another person who came here from the outside world took away a vessel of life. Hen Su understood that it was about Jiheke. The king said that this man was looking for him, and he became the second reincarnation of evil. This is no longer the person he knew, and he would try to destroy him. Hen Su thought why this is happening right now. And he said that he understood everything, so asked the king to finish everything. The king invited him to become his teacher. After all, he copes well with the instructions. Hen Su was surprised that he even knew it. Lee, Mina, and the team continued to watch the intensity of Anderson, and it rose to 63 units. The association chairman understands that everything she can do it only to wait, but she is ready to give life in case of exposure to the portal. Haraki continued to fight the monster and decided to use all her strength against him, but even having made all her efforts, she failed to overcome him. Yakra thought it was at all for the monster. The king said Hen Su that spent all his efforts to create this world, so he would have to study managing to free people. Hen Su asked if the mana was something like that on Chi. He said that the energy it uses is the purified energy of nature, and the mana is the raw energy of nature, so he said to try to absorb the mana energy in its original form. Hen Su tried, and he quickly turned out to absorb Manu, which was very surprised by the king. Even he has the best magician in the world inhalation in just 3 hours. So he thought that even if he had the ability to listen to instructions, he is still a prominent genius. Hen Su said that he could feel Manu and what to do next. The king replied that it was not difficult, but in fact he was not sure that he would work. He told you to try to take control of all souls inside this body, and most likely he would hear the pain of every soul, and then just turn all the pain back. While he was in another dimension, he found him juice. Going closer, he thought Hen Su was sleeping, and he said that he was very sorry because he wanted to see what he was capable of. Hen Su felt as if his heart seemed to break. The king told to be careful of another chance and to put Manu in every word said, and pronounce the word disappear. After that, the souls began to disappear one by one. The patriarch noticed that vengeful souls disappear and thought it was done by his student. It seems that he is an unprecedented genius. Then he saw the king and asked whether he was the same skeleton, to which he replied that his student had done a great feat. Due to this, he and his people were finally released into freedom. He asked if they disappeared forever, and the king replied that so. And finally, he said that he would be grateful if he tells Hen Su that thanks to him they are all free now. The created world of the king collapsed, and Hen Su has finally come to mind. There he was, waiting for Jihak. He said that he woke up very well because it would be very boring to destroy him in that condition. He attacked Hen Su but missed the blow without understanding how it happened because he got incredible power and did not follow him. And then he thought it was not yet used. So screaming that he was the strongest and got the rank of S wanted to show the power he received? Hen Su felt the power of the king of the mocker. This means that it really absorbed that energy. In this case, he cannot just release Jihak, so Hen Su is determined. Jihak was hit by his opponent, then on the left. Therefore, he could not adjust to the battle. Due to a powerful blow, he was thrown away and his hand was stuck between stones. But he still got out and continued the fight. But Hen Su struck him with a devastating blow after which he said goodbye to his life. Hen Su said to the patriarch that he was overwhelmed by energy. It seems that the strength of the king of the mocker synerging with his internal energy. In this state, he could even overcome Hasten if he came to his soul again. The patriarch said that he admits this because he feels compared to the higher peak level from the world where he previously lived. The teacher asked why he was looking so. Hen is strange that he praises him more than usual. The patriarch was angry that he did not like everything. When cooking does not like when praising too, the teacher asked if he liked something at all. Hen Su asked why he was so angry, and how he does not like anything. The patriarch struck him and said that they would see if he would have praised at least once again. Hen Su felt the mana came out of him and the patriarch asked if he became weak again. It seems that Manu cannot be used for so long as well as Chi's energy. Looking up, they saw the head of the guild, the Red Lions that fought the monster. Hen Su does not understand how she was here and what happens at all. Knight asked whether the king had lost and fled from Anthropy. The girl answered that. He said that if the Goulard loses this place, though, they tried to prevent it from preventing it. But Knight is convinced that the Goulard does not lose even if the two sides of the king unite, and other soldiers should not be said at all. He said that he would deal with other hunters on his own so that they do not interfere. The patriarch looked into the gate, said that they began to start their way from there. Hensu does not understand how a bunch of portals try to gather in one place. The girl who came behind answered that it was called overlap. She said that in his existence he upsets Knight. The patriarch felt the thirst for blood. The girl just managed to say, but Hensu disappeared. He was so fast that only the residual image remained after him. The patriarch realized that he used the mana to increase his strength. After that, Hensu's attacked the girl with a blow to the seeds. But she blocked all his blows using a regular umbrella. Hensu thought she was just mocking him. The rival said he was just a terrible person, and how he could do with such a weak girl as she. Hensu used the flight of a heavenly demon, and she thought it was for a unique technique of movement. He asked why she attacked him. She said why he should match the one who runs to her with such a terrible facial expression. Hensu used a blow to the tree and it did not help. After that, he became angry and struck a stronger and the girl flew. She was caught by Knight. She apologized to him for too underestimated this guy. Knight said that he had only to tire the king of the mocker. It was at least that was his plan. From the information they have and that Hensu showed, it means that it does not have to doubt his power. Hensu asked who he was such, and Knight answered that he would not worry about it, because he would soon come end. Attacking Hensu's Knight realized that he was really strong because he stood before his powerful blow. But the girl took advantage of her forces and Hensu fell directly on the barbed bushes that protruded from the ground. Harak then competed with the monster and he shouted his name. She realized that his name is Gulak and he was as serious about the battle. She disconnected the burning bird and said that no matter who won them, but they should know each other's names. To know whose hand was declined, she said that her name is Red Lion Cancer, and she swears with the names of her fallen comrades that will destroy him with all her strength. Most of S rank there are techniques that take their lives in exchange for strength. These are techniques that use vital forces as fuel, so she decided to use this technique that would give her more strength to burn everything here. The association researcher said that Anderson density is already 84 and grows every minute. Such a feeling like the portal will break here, and mine realizes that if the rank S cannot stop it, then they will not be able to. She was called by the head of the department and asked what the situation in them. She replied that 85% and does not think that they will withstand. Judging by the conversation, Mina realized that there was no point in waiting for help, so I thought that today they all end and asked what to do. The head of the department said that she was not worried because some are already rushing to their rescue. These are amazing people, so there is hope. She then heard something approaching and Hasten appeared on their boat. Before that, he received a request from Korea, and Jill asked if he really wanted to go alone. Taxi said that he should help Who You Cancer, but it seemed to him that he hated her. He said that he would only help if you cannot do without it. But if they find someone else, he will remain here. After all, hunters are needed to save people. After these words, he flew into Korea. Taxi said that he loves when he behaves so heroically. Jill added that they cannot be lagging. Anderson density is 89, and if the portal will break in 30 minutes. Mina said that there are 30 rank hunters in the portal now, and the head of Guild Hayrak. Tashi and Jill Lordman also joined them. Mina thought that there was hope. Haxon asked where Hensu. Mina replied that inside with Ji Hecom. He told him perfectly, and it was enough for him. He said that if the guy inside, then everything would be fine. After all, he has something more than just abilities. Harak completed the creation of a plasma sword and struck her opponent. The patriarch noticed that the woman fireworks used her crown equipment. He does not believe that such a powerful fiery energy is subject to her. Hensu got out of realizing that if he had not had time to gather Manu and Chi and fix it with a protective force, then he would have been ending and he still got harm. The patriarch was frightened and asked why he looks like this. Hensu asked to be easier with him and asked what was happening. He replied that the woman fireworks was trying to finish the battle, but in a moment, his rival flew to Hen Su. With the words, he dared to be distracted from the struggle. The patriarch suggested the student to use the demon Yin Yang. He evaded the opponent's attack, but it was difficult for him to predict the next attack, so I decided to use the leaf blower. Knight was surprised that he was able to dodge the attack and tried to evade his equipment. Crack continued to release energy and almost reached the limit, so it would have to stop it not to die. Having released all the energy, she began to fall and plunged into her memories. She remembered how she fought with the monster during the disaster with her captain. He praised her for his hard work and apologized a little late, and he added that soon she will become S Morning and will cover his back. The captain asked her to take care of his son, Jiao's hack, if something happened to him. After all, he has such a shortage. She said to stop talking and nothing would happen to him, but the captain replied that anything could happen to their work. Harak said that she could not restrain her promise and apologized to the captain. The girl noticed that the portal with the gulak blocked and said it. He said what he knew and asked not to make noise. Hensu was surprised that he cut the portal with his sword. After that, Knight turned to him. He said he didn't expect Hen Su to last for so long, and he added that he does not know if he will be able to survive. But if it happens, then he promises that they will meet again. He will become in his true shape, and then he will not survive. After these words, Knight with the girl went into the portal and disappeared. Hensu was angry because he fled. The patriarch said he did not strain so much because he still left. Hensu asked what to do because they could not just get stuck here. The patriarch said he turned and saw the sword that left the opponent. He realized that this sword used Knight to open the portal. Patriarch said that this place would soon be closed, so it is necessary for Hen to swing the sword in the same way as the man did, but he does not understand exactly. The patriarch answered as if he knew how to do it, and added that he poured into his internal energy, or manu or something else now. Hensu tried to first pour his internal energy into it and waved his sword, but it did not work. After that, he decided to try to pour in him, but the water knocked it down. The patriarch thought that his student is so weak that even water could knock him down, and he shouted that he was in a hurry, very little time. He waved his sword and the portal opened. Hensu jumped into him and found himself in the desert in which everyone entered from the beginning. The patriarch thought that this place was familiar to him, and asked himself whether he had been here before. They looked at the portal filled with water, and the patriarch said that this world merged with where a fireworks woman competed. He asked that the head of the guild was still there and said they had to return to her. Knight with his girl returned, but he felt bad because of his wounds. He told the girl that everything was fine, but she was surprised that he did not change the shape, though he got how many damage, and he thought his promise to the king is so important. But given that it is a creature that goes beyond reverence and fear is not surprising. No one ever dies to break his order. The girl took off Knight to cure. Doctors started treatment and said that everything would be fine for tomorrow. He thought that it was a pity that the king had died, but if the overlapping portal collapses, then there will be a sight. He hopes that he will be able to compete with Hensu again. He is interested in why information about his abilities is so different. Knight brought a potion of recovery. He asked the subordinate or the king contacted him. The man replied that not only Ladia, he asked why he wanted to contact him. And he said that he was sorry to say it, but if the plan fails, then his punishment would be deprived of life. It set him, and he called the girl and said that now it is time, because I am sure that everyone is only worried about fragments. She asked if he wanted to start looking for it. He said that now the explosion of the portal does not matter. He will find it the first and will make Lad a vanity in front of him and add it to pass the pawns to start searches. And finally, they said that they should find the singularity of what they would not cost them. The girl in the vault said there was nothing more interesting than watching the battle, and Hensu was quite strong. She cannot believe that Knight has not noticed the singularity in the tray, so it probably goes crazy trying to find it. The girl is sure that he probably thinks that his plan worked, but she does not suffer to see his fall. It seems to her that it will be even more interesting. Behind her came a guy and called her name an elephant. He said they found him. The girl replied that he was not in a hurry. The girl said that he really found Jaeha's Heike and it was very pleased. The man replied that he was no longer alive. The elephant was disappointed because she even gave him a bracelet, but he still lost Hensu. But at least Knight's plans have failed. The man asked what to do, and she answered that since Zhou has absorbed a vessel of life, it could still be useful, so they will take him with them. Before entering the goal to return the elephant, she said that he believed in Hensu and is sure that he will be able to find an oasis. Hensu tried to return for Karak, but every time he found himself in the same desert. The patriarch told him to try again. This time he thought he managed to open the right portal, but it was something else. Meanwhile, the city has announced a possible explosion of the gate that appeared in the Western Sea. The Red Lion is already waiting. Panic and Yun thought only about what Hensu is incredible, that he became one of those who joined the goal to save people. She talked to his brother and asked to wake up. After all, Hensu probably is very upset because his brother is chained to bed. Yun told her younger brother and sister that it was impossible to make noise here and they left the ward. But finally, she told her brother Hensu that she would soon return and did not notice how he moved her finger. Hensu and the patriarch again found themselves in the desert passing through the gate. The patriarch does not understand what is happening. After all, they find themselves in the same desert, only elsewhere. Hensu also does not know why he does not work, but this time they came out at where the oasis is. This is a lake in which it is hardly visible. The patriarch seemed strange. Hensu went into the water and it turned out that it was not water at all. So he thought it was a masked portal and wanted to check it, so they went into the oasis. After that, he woke up and saw his parents and was surprised that they were still alive. His brother said that if he slept, he was sleeping. Hensu reamed into him a burger and said that he did not snack, otherwise he would eat him. Brother said he had bitten him only once. He gave him the money and took the burger, saying that he was paid yesterday, and then asked the parents that they would like to eat delicious today. Then they all went to the car and surprised why such large traffic jams today, especially at that time. So Hensu's father decided to go around the traffic jams with another road, so he turned the other way. Hensu said that the best road was really here. The father replied that no navigator would compare the veteran of the roads. His brother looked out the window and saw something like a lightning and asked what it was. After that, the monsters appeared and the road began to collapse directly below them. Hensu woke up already in the hospital and asked what was happening and where his family. The doctor tried to reassure him with the nurse. In the end, he learned what happened, and the news of his parents' death just crushed him. He could not hold back tears of pain and despair, but then he heard a voice that told him to come. He was awakened by the patriarch and said that he did not woke up, so he had to go to the extreme. So he used power. Before them was a man who said it was an unknown variable, and this time she became an otherworldly creature. The man called only one person and did not understand why someone but a person appeared before him. The patriarch asked the student that it was a dream that he had crying, and saying that he could not cry in dreams was not allowed for a heavenly demon. The man asked if they intentionally ignore his presence and wanted to attract their attention somehow. The patriarch said that he did not even dare to move his finger until he would not allow him to say goodbye to his life. Hensu asked if he could attack him, and the teacher replied that he saw this man. He felt that his attack would reach him. It did not work with the skeleton because it belonged to the physical world for a long time. And the good king of the cage was a pure spirit as himself. And he did not attack him only because he had no reason. The man said that he recognizes he has the strength to overcome him. He also added that he did not think that he would ever meet someone so outstanding. After all, the patriarch is very strong, so he wants to apologize for this situation. A year ago, people almost managed to destroy it, and now he cannot use his strength as before. But now he needs to support this world. Hensu said so he made him look at his past. He replied that he looked like a sick and turned to him for his name. It surprised Hensu and he thought he knew him or was also able to read thoughts. The man replied that, of course he could. This place was created so that at the entrance, everyone saw such dreams. The most good and at the same time bad people from waking up. So he receives a vessel of his body. At first he wanted to call a fire woman, but Hensu was the first to reach the desert. And he was also outstanding. Hensu was angry and said who he was at all to abduct other people's bodies. After that he tried to attack him, but the man said that his attack would not work. Then the man turned into a monster and the patriarch told him to flee from there. But he did not have time. Hensu felt that that man had filled his body and he said that it was not all. For such a weak soul as his body is too good. And after that he finally expelled the soul of Hensu from his body. Hensu saw himself from the side and did not understand why he was here. The monster said it cost to wait a whole year. He liked this body very much and he felt the remnants of mana, and the energy of this body was simply incredible. So he is sure that this body will serve him well. But the patriarch said that those who stole another's body had previously burned on a cost, at that time when he was in Murim, so the patriarch had to do something to bring the student back. He took advantage of his own and expelled the demon from the body of Hensu. He did not understand as possible. He was surprised that the patriarch was able to intervene in the body of other people, but for him it was also a mystery. The patriarch thought that it was possible that he got into this world, but it was more important for him to punish a man. So he said that if he challenged him, he should now prepare for death. But Hensu stopped him with the words that if he destroyed it, they can get stuck here forever. The patriarch replied that after the death of the creator, this place should also be destroyed, and if not, Hensu will die. The sword no longer listens to Hensu, and if you leave the life of this old man, it does not guarantee them the opportunity to create a portal. The man laughed, and the patriarch asked that he had been so cheerful. He replied that it just drove him crazy. After all, he made endless calculations, and this helped to find out that he would finally leave this place today. He can't believe that this happens, and he asked permission to introduce himself and said that his name is Pavlation. That's what people are called, or they could hear another name for him as a generic dragon. Hensu said he had heard from the head of the guild that the generic dragon was sealed a year ago. The man replied that he made them believed in it and even used the language of the souls. While on the verge, he was helpless but thought again. Therefore, he spread his fragments, and he hid in this place and waited on that day until someone was finding this place. Hensu thought about why he told him everything. The man replied because he did not make sense to deceive him, and Hensu thought he had read his thoughts again. He said that his time comes to the end and he would no longer get it to tomorrow, but he already thought about another plan. After all, he knows that a fiery woman will come here and he will finally take her body and turn the whole outside world into a real chaos, and it would be perfect. But his plans were an incredible creature that was beyond his calculations. The patriarch asked why he wanted to receive other people's worlds. He replied that the world in which he lived was devastated. It was difficult to exist in it, but when he was ready to accept his fate, he was offered an agreement. He said that those who offered an agreement call themselves kings. Hensu asked who they were. The man asked that even after the battle with the horse, he did not understand what was happening. By the name of the horse, he refers to Night. He thought that if he called himself in honor of chess figures, there may be an elephant and a paw. The man said that if he meets them, his laughter would bring him an unbearable pain and painful death, because if the horse turns into its true shape, it will become stronger than the king of the mocker before he split. After all, the king of the cage and the horse fought with him only in half forces, but after meeting the king, he will die immediately. They taught him how to create a portal, and he was able to connect parts of his world to the earth. Through people, it was difficult to do, and he believed that it would be difficult for people to connect their worlds as long as people exist. Therefore, he made this plan. When everyone thought that they destroyed it, he divided the portal into fragments. So now his time has come, and what they already know. And finally, he said to the patriarch that he had honor to meet with such a prominent model. Patriarch said his name is Chikon Gen. The man added that though he did not have time with his plan, but is sure that there is a special reason. So now he could safely go to the world, and they told him to go sooner because the end and the passage is open soon. And they asked if they called it a raid and then gave Hensu advice to breathe deeper when he would get out of here. And then he said to consider it his gift from him. Hensu breathed Manu and its number grew in geometric progression. Further, the mana began to cause load, and Hensu felt strong pressure that could not even open his eyes. He needed to process Manu and then put it into internal energy, so Hensu understood that from mana could create internal energy. It worked and energy began to gather, as a result of which the body began to transform to bring great power. The feelings were similar to when the master cleared his meridians, but it was even worse as he received the body of a heavenly demon again. For him, this was not the first time he was convinced that he could withstand. Thanks to the exposure, it reached the peak of flowering of 3 flowers. Patriarch Chunggun felt someone, and if there was no more than the generic dragon, then who was then? He told him that he would not hide because there is no student here. He can afford to walk. Chongen wanted to attack him, but he said that he just wanted to talk and he would not recognize him, even if he tells him his name. The patriarch said to introduce himself, and he said that he could not. He asked again whether he could not or did not want, and the voice replied that the second. Chongen asked who he was and why he called him, but he did not want to confess. But he said that he just wanted to meet him because of curiosity. But the patriarch was tired of playing with him and using his strength. He said that as an old man, he was just incredible. Chonjin caught him and thought why such he was considered to be approaching him without revealing himself. He realized that Pavlishin dared to summon him in his way and said that it was very interesting. Meanwhile, the transformation of the body of Hen Esusu was completed, and the level of listening to the instructions has increased. He walked through the gate and realized that he found himself in that place where it was needed. He was shouted by Chonjin and said that he again managed to grow again in a short period of time. Hensu said that you needed to find the head of the guild. Chongen said that he did not feel her presence here and suggested to fly and look for her. This proposal was embarrassed by Hensu, but Chikongena said unless he was flying when he temporarily received the body of a heavenly demon. He added that the flight of the celestial demon blocks the energy of the acupuncture points of the yogis. But if it can prevent this and release energy in large quantities, it will be able to fly, and now it must be capable of it. He tried to collect all the energy to release it and take off, and it really turned out. Anderson density at the gate called Paradise exceeded 90 points. Tramps were formed from the city. Everyone wanted to escape. The city's news tells that if the density exceeds the 90, then the explosion occurs immediately. Currently, the state of the gate is critical. From recent sources, it is known that the hunters of the Rant S, including the head of the Guild of ES, gathered at the gate, the one who recently attacked the hunter Pak Hensu. Hensu said Chongina that he had to be taught to fly before, but he replied that he would not be able to do it then. Searching around, they finally found the head of the guild Red Lions, Herrick. Hensu asked how to land him, and Chikonjin said that he simply reduced the amount of release energy. He failed to land well and he crashed directly into the stones. The teacher said that he had just turned into a pancake, because he was unable to control his power. Hensu said that it was simply not used to her. They drew attention to the fact that Herrick's hair has changed, and it seemed that she had a very difficult battle. The researcher from the association said that Anderson density was 95% and stopped there. Hunters thought that it would be very strange because the explosion should have already taken place. They saw that something came out of the gate and everyone prepared for the battle, but it was Hensu. He carried Karik with a fault in his arms and the gates began to disappear. So everyone realized that Hensu was managed to complete the raid. The chairman of the association, Lee Mina, rushed to him for a meeting and hugged him by saying what a relief, because she was experiencing something with him. She burst into tears, but Hensu said that at first it was necessary to take care of the head of Guild Karik. Lee Mina said that Harak is hardly recognized because her hair has a completely different color. And then she paid attention to Hensu and said that he also changed a lot. He felt something very big and now he became someone else. Hasten told him that he became stronger and Hensu asked him what he was doing here. And he recalled the judicial prohibition to approach him, what he had to know. And then he asked anyone to tell him something. Jill approached them and greeted Hensu and as always called him a guy. And he said he would take care of Haxen, that he would not worry. But all of them were interested in what happened in the portal. Hen Su replied that the usual participant of the guild could not disclose the details. Haxen said he can also an ordinary participant, but an unusual hunter. He replied that this was another, and Haxen said that he did not even deny. But Hen Su only said he learned something about himself. Haxen said it was good, and he replied that much better than last time. Haxen then noted that he also became less nervous, but Hen Su has denied. Haxen has a desire to try it out if possible, but Mina asked not to do so now. Haxen said goodbye to the next time, and Hensu's noticed that he should be prepared when it happens. Taxi said at least Haxen and behaves so, but he is reliable. After all, he postponed all things and rushed because hunters exist to protect humanity. Hensu answered what he defeated his area. Tosi added that he came to hold back his promise, but did not help much. He replied that he would not really need it. They said he could call them at any time and they would help immediately. After that, Tosi and Jill returned home through their gates. Lee Mina thought that they are probably good people. Raven Order. The #1 hunter in the ranking rank of S&A representative of the Gate Committee learned that Hen Su is again at the center of events. A girl named Sher came to tell her head that they had coped with the raid, and he said that he had reported to it. And then he said that he should not be careful to him that she saw this horrible scar. Sherry said not to worry about it, and she thinks that he is Singularity. He said that the second Singularity will soon join them, and Sherry hopes it very much. 2 years ago, on the day of falling, their delight saw the image of hope and a great evil that would appear in the future. In exchange for the life of the captain, these are the Deski of the Apocalypse Dragon. In that image, they have 3 Singularity that will compete against him. Raven Order said that he needed in Korea, and Sherry asked if he personally went there. He replied that if they make the course first, it will turn into a headache. Sherry said she would contact Anderson. The guy approached them and said as his teacher could forget about him. His name is Isaac, he is 17 years old, and he is the first Singularity. People arranged rallies and demanded the truth from the authorities. After all, they hope for the awakened and do something they have to hide. And this time, everything was repeated. If it weren't for the Red Lions of Korea would cease to exist. Looking at the news of the Cheonjin does not understand why they do it. After all, they save them. Why people are dissatisfied? Hen Su replied because everyone has the right to know what is really going on. Cheongen asked, and if they learn, then they will not be able to do anything. Hensu said that they still want to know. Hensu paid attention to the portal in the room, and it seemed strange to him that he was so black. After all, he visited the portals and never saw it. This is an open field without monsters. He thought why it didn't seem strange before him. So, he had the idea that it can really be said about this portal of the association, but Cheongen said that they needed to tell nothing yet. Hensu said he had just read his thoughts and how it is possible, and he asked who he learned from the king or a generic dragon. The patriarch struck him and asked for him. He thinks that he had to learn from someone and said that he just guessed. And he added that in any case he is ready now. Hensu asked if he was in mind the study of the last 6 technicians. He replied that it is right now. Hensu was happy because the teacher did not want to show him. Cheongen said this because they were different from the previous 6 ago to show them would be useless. The basis of the first techniques is the land. In others, the sky serves as a basis, and the student in some way was able to use the heavenly spiritual body with his skill, but whether he will explain the meaning of technology. Hensu has never thought about the meaning of this technique, but even if he thought, he would still not understand anything. And he said that in this case, he gratefully listens to his guidelines. But the teacher said that at first, they should do something else. So he suggested eating fried rice with pickled pork before starting. Anderson Walker, rank St. Trenor, as the best scientific supervisor and participant of the gate committee, asked the Ordman whether everything would be fine. Order replied that anyone else to entrust the brain of awakened, if not for him. He said that if he says he has confidence, but he added that it is still a test product and he can ask the Lordman. Order said he didn't want to see him very much. If he learns that they try to copy his technology, then he will not joke. Anderson said that he would most condemn him and how to come back. Let him take a little Korean fried chicken. He answered that he would be brought and asked to take care of him, and Walker asked why Sherry couldn't do it. Order said that this guy would not listen to anyone but those who were stronger than him. And he replied that he was a very problematic guy, after which they heard someone approaching them. Isaac asked who was problematic here and stressed that he would also go as he said earlier. Sherry apologized and said that he did not cease to make noise, so she suggested that he talk to him again with his teacher. Order said he was too early. He asked how too early it is. The only one who is stronger than him is his teacher, highly earlier hunter. The teacher replied to him that he was not talking about strength, and Isaac realized what was the matter in the etiquette. And Anderson said, why not bring him with him this time? He may be able to learn something in the likeness of etiquette only in practice. In addition, Korea is known for his upbringing. Isaac asked the teacher to believe in him at least once, and he asked if he would believe himself if he was in his place. He said that of course he would believe, and his teacher agreed that he went with him. Hensu and his teacher, Cheongen, went to the workout by entering the same portal. Cheonjin thought that he had happened to him because he became completely different. He asked the student who, in his opinion, heavenly demons. Hensu surprised such a question, and he answered that in his opinion, looking from the name of these demons that came down from heaven. The patriarch said that in part he is right, but partly not. And as soon as they wanted to explain, they felt something incomprehensible. They felt that something was wrong with the portal, and Hensu said that something was outside. The energy went through the portal and reached them. It's just incredible. Hensu returned home and came to him and gave him a business card. He feels incredible energy from Hensu and cannot believe he has only awakened a month ago. Hensu know who he is. It is the order of a person who has reached the climax of the hunters and the chairman of the committee on the affairs of the gate. He said that he was glad to meet and introduced himself. Orderman was surprised how he could keep peace of mind being next to him. Order apologized for such an unexpected visit without waiting for what would speak in his language, and he added that he really does not speak on Korean and uses the spoken device created by Mr. Anderson. It is created on the technology used by Jill Lordman, and this news impressed Hensu. Isaac felt some smell and could not restrain his emotions. Order noticed that he did not tell him that he could not behave so, and then he said again that he told him that. But Isaac replied that he did not understand him, and he remembered what he was talking in Korean now. He gave him the device and told him to use it, and then he asked him to introduce himself to Hensu. Order was angry, and Isaac said that he portrays an evil man. Hensu agreed with him and then introduced himself. The man added that he was not so experienced, and Hensu answered that he was like everyone at his age. Isaac denied, but he received from his teacher, and he said that this happens every time. Hensu appeared as if he were looking at himself with a teacher from the side and then asked why they were here. Cheonjin thought what a polite and amazing student he had in him, so today he can simply watch silently. Order said he would not walk around, and as the chairman of the gate committee would like him to join them. Meanwhile, Knight was punished because he did not cope with the task. After all, the king was very dissatisfied. His subordinated thinker watched it and shed bitter tears, realizing that it would not end with nothing good. The hunter who entered the battle with Nate said that he not only not noticed the singularity under his nose, but also failed the plan. And he said that if he decided everything from him and a wet place would not be left. But it looks like the king decided to show his mercy and gave him another chance. Hunter said Knight that this was his last chance, and he should catch singularity by using the dear affordable ways. After that, the thinker who worked with Knight ran to him to pick him up. Order said that 3 years ago he saw the vision during the battle and the goal that 3 creatures would protect the land from great evil. These creatures are called Singularity. Hansu asked if there was some reason for which they consider it Singularity. Order replied that his ability was a temporary intervention and recovery. He decided to demonstrate his power, so he drank all the water from the glass. Then he put an empty glass and began to fill again with water. Order said he could break time to look and intervene in him. Hensu asked if it was something like a time machine. He answered that yes and not. And he added that he saw his battles with Imugi Hasten and even the king. And he thinks that he is not very pleased, so he apologizes, but he assures that he does not look through people in the personal lives of people. Hensu was apology, and the patriarch was surprised that he kept the dignity of the successor of the heavenly demon, and it was commendable. Order said that watching these battles, he was convinced that Hensu is Singularity. Isaac is also the Singularity that their committee found, so he asked him to join the Gate Committee and save humanity with them. He replied that he heard him but still belongs to the Guild of the Red Lions. Order asked if he first had to talk to the head of Guild Carrick, and he replied that he would do it. And he also needs time to think a little, so he will call the number indicated on the business card. Finally, the Order said that he would replenish their composition, and after him they entered the goal. Hensu went into the apartment and thought that how well he had time to close the portal. And he wanted to go back, but the patriarch said not now. Isaac and Hensu came into his apartment and said that to break into another's apartment without permission rather roughly. Isaac asked how he learned about it. He hid his presence before entering, so he thought he was just lucky. Hensu replied that at his level it was easier than simple, but he also thought that he was still lucky. He said that he was not believed that he hears from him, and added that he wants to compete with him even more. After these words, Jasak attacked Hensu and he accepted the call and also took advantage of his power. He blocked his attack that surprised Jasak, and Hensu thought he was so slow that he even pulled him to sleep. The thinker tried to take care of Knight and thought about what the hunter was ruthless to make the horse so. The elephant came to them and said what a simulator he was. He asked her what she was doing here, and the elephant answered, unable to come for no reason. She heard that he was beaten like the last pair, so they were interesting as he was. He replied that he could do nothing. The punishment was from the king. The elephant was surprised because he did not think that he had a drop of respect for the king, and he became familiar with her. And he said to stop talking to nonsense and slaughter from here. His older sister said that she also had many things and she did not just come. He continued to be angry and she asked him and did not really interesting why she came. And she added that it could help him very much, so he asked what she was in mind. But she said that she had one condition for starters. If he succeeds in the mission thanks to her advice, he will fulfill one request in the future, and he must fulfill this request without hesitation. Knight thought it could not be understood even by the king, and the queen did not know what her mind. He agreed and swore with his name. The elephant said that the dark spirit began to act. He asked if we were talking about a group of awakened. They stand against the world of hunters concentrated around the Gate Committee. He heard that most of them ordinary people. This is because many people do not like what the world has been influenced by hunters. The committee prohibited the use of weapons. So hunters gained boundless power. They actually rule people who have no strength to resist them. Knight heard that they even organized terrorist attacks. But from this desired effect, they cannot achieve. The elephant gave him a business card and said that the Black Lightning of Henry, they chose their leader. And it was his contacts. He is the strongest among the ranks of A. But it will be a rank S in the future generation. He also returned his back to the committee on the gate. So the elephant said to listen carefully. People near an apartment building where Hensu lives noticed that all the windows were broken and thought that it was because of overvoltage. Hensu went out to the people and apologized to explaining what it was through training. People began to be indignant and asked for a little silence because it still smashed the area. They were not satisfied with this mess. Although he is a hunter who saved many lives, but this is not enough. He apologized and said that the windows would be repaired right now, and he would compensate for everything, and added that he was really sorry. After Hensu said that everything was compensating for people to calm down and decided to return to their homes. Hensu thought that it was all because of Isaac and he could not now move anywhere because of that black hole in his apartment. So he thought that it can buy the whole building because it has a contract. Chongen suggested to engrave the symbol of the heavenly demon on the roof and black dragons on each pillar. After that, they returned to the apartment and Hensu gave to try pizza, and Khan said that she puts her on a level from Jiaoxi. Hensu said that in the city of Jiaoxi and clothes not so cool. The patriarch asked how many delicacies in this world, and he replied that he would give him the opportunity to try them all. Chongen said that he only tried to put one piece on the other and then get. Isaac finally came to mind and asked if he lost. Hen Su asked why he attacked him. And he noted that if he continues to do it, then the punishment will not wait long. And then he offered him a pizza. Isaac worried because of his losing because he thought he could not lose. Moreover, someone with such a level as Hensu. Chongen said that he had his own story and he replied that everyone has it. Isaac asked where he was looking and who was talking to, and Hensu said that he was not his business. After that, Isak jumped and offered to compete again. Then the order came into the apartment. He asked in an angry why he was here, but Hensu stood up for him and said that he was not worried about all. Order said Isaac to immediately apologize to Hensu. He apologized and they went. He stuffed Yasaka into the portal by force and said Hensu what he would wait until he contacted him, and said goodbye. But then he remembered something important, so he said Hensu that the gate committee officially recognized him with a rank hunter. And he added that the birth of the newly thought of the highest rank will be a holiday for the whole world. Hensu was very pleased that he finally officially became a hunter SS. He did not believe that this day would come. Chongen said that he stopped doing the delusion and came here because it was time to train. The other 6 movements of the mystical arts of the celestial demon are designed to destroy heaven. The meaning of the existence of a heavenly demon is to destroy the gods. Hensu asked if it was possible. Chonjin also thought that the destruction of God was just a fantasy, but it turned out to be quite different. The gods are strong enemies with which the heavenly demon will have to face. The battle with them requires knowledge of all types of martial arts, as well as enough internal energy and knowledge of all once existing celestial demons. So that's what it means to be a celestial demon. After the story Chikon, the gene began to show the rest of the movements of the demonic fists. The first technique is a sky scattered. Hensu felt very high pressure. He studied the technique and the level of its understanding is 37%. The second technique is the heavens of the black crow. He must release old crows in heaven to mock them. The heaven of the black crow Hensu studied 33%. Further, Chonjin said that he should make heaven cry. And the third technique is the declined heaven. Hensu thought it was for incomprehensible movements. If someone like him became an enemy hunters, the world would have turned into hell. Chonjin told the student to change static electricity that appeared with the fall of heaven into natural electricity, and then it is necessary to hit the heaven with lightning. The fourth technique is lightning from heaven, combined technique that combines the declined heaven and lightning of heaven. He told the student to hit the victims of heaven, and then he moved to the demonstration of the fifth equipment. The fifth technique is a blast of heaven. He should cut death in the fallen heavens. And the last sixth technique is the receipt of the spiritual body from heaven. Haraka was in the hospital and looked at the mirror. She couldn't recognize herself. She was upset that she lost too many people, so she considers herself a talentless leader. She came to her as soon as she learned that she had come to her senses. She said that very happy to see her again. Karak replied that everything is fine, but she doesn't like it. Now she cannot use her abilities. Mina tried to reassure her and said that she was not worried because it was temporary. Yurik asked if all is well. Mina replied that they took care of the fragment and Hensu became a national hero. But Yurik was dissatisfied with the fact that she woke up and he didn't even come to visit her. Lee Mina said that since Robin Order visited him, he has made no action. Harak was surprised by this news that Robin visited him and could not believe it. Hensu and his teacher Chonjin returned from the portal, so the student was so strong. But the patriarch was disappointed by saying that it was only in his dreams, so he asked him so hard to praise him at least once. But Chongen said only that he became quite arrogant, but I thought completely different. Although his strength is not so stable, but he reached lightning from heaven a week. Hensu learned that Karak woke up and Chongen asked if it was a fiery woman, and he said that 2 days have passed since that moment. Hensu became angry that he knew about it and did not tell him. Hensu said to the patriarch what he needed to go, although he felt exhausted after training. Chongen asked if he was going to go in such a state because he has the smell of sweat from him from there. They came to another place and Chongen asked where they were. Hensu said where you can wash, so the patriarch asked what at home. Hensu said that here you can wipe all the dirt from yourself. The teacher said that then he should also remove his clothes to watch the culture. The surprised Hensu was asked so he could, and he replied that he wears or not wears only on him. There is nothing impossible for him in this regard. After that he changed his clothes and Hensu was delighted. Patriarch said he could do everything, and his student said that in this clothing he looks like a grandfather. Hensu was dressing and Chikon-gen asked why they were not going to wash, but he answered that the bathroom should still go somewhere. Going into the room of Chikon-gen asked why people were lying here, and Hensu answered that they were still having fun here. The patriarch said they all holding something in their hands, and the student replied that it was a sweet rice drink. Chonjin again asked why these pieces on the heads look like this, whether they worship the rams. Hensu said that cooked eggs are best suited to this drink, and the Chonjin heard that the eggs are best combined with eggs. His student thought that he became a resident of this world every 100%, and he gave a cheese gene to try an egg with Seek. All people paid attention to him and began to shout that he was a hunter Pak Hensu and asked for his autograph. Then they went to the bathroom and the patriarch said he was very popular though not looking, but Hensu said that it looks better compared to him. For this, Hensu has always received from the teacher. Having entered the Hongana bath, very much liked to stay in this place. Hensu also enjoyed pleasure and Chonjin wondered it really is so good. If he had a body, he would also be able to feel the same, so Hensu decided to help him. He took his hand and said that he was refreshing. Chongen agreed with him and noted that he was very useful. After that, he went to visit Karak and she asked if he was singularity. He replied that Mr. Robin said so. She replied that she did not notice it, though he was directly under her nose. Karak decided to treat him with coffee and asked if Robin was still telling him something. He replied that the gate committee officially recognized it with rank, but she was still interested in whether Robin tried to recruit him. Hensu said that so, but first wanted to talk to her. She said that the similar Robin missed the most important detail. Hope, who showed them the dyed leader of the first expedition of the operational group of Chua Song Ho. These are 3 singularity. Because of this, hunters were divided into 2 camps. Robin believes that you can sacrifice most to find all the singularities. He was joined by Armand and Anderson, who liked the research. So the committee on the gates was formed. Hasten believed that it could not be laid on singularity and should be stronger. His opinions were joined by Such and Jill Lordman and organized the EU Guild. Kvin Lan from China and Alexander from America, for their reasons, headed their own guilds. Hensu asked Karak and what she thinks about it. She replied that she never thought about it, and she just wanted to protect her comrades with her own hands. And she said that she probably sounds not very... Hensu said that very cool. She thanked, but she was disappointed that she could not save anyone this time and could never do so again. Hensu said that while they were dangerous for the sake of saving people, the losses suffered in the battle would never be a leader's guilt. Haraku calmed down a little and told him that he was able to pick up words. She does not believe that she is comforted at first glance. She asked what he was going to do and would continue his journey with the guild. Hensu said that after this conversation, he finally became convinced that he should become stronger. Karak asked if he wanted to go his way. For her, it is expected because he now has S rank, but she wanted to warn him. And she said to stay away from those people who met because he was singularity. She can even feel their pressure. Hensu said that he had no intention of giving them to take themselves. Yurik replied that if she could have imprisoned him in some remote island. He said that in this world there was no such person who could hold him away. So finally Karak came to him to hug for goodbye and laugh. She said he should not relax for a second. After all, from the hunter to the thief, one step. And she added that she is looking forward to their next work. After that, Hensu went. Meanwhile, Henry, or Black Lightning Leader Guild ZURP, consisting of dark spirits, arranged a rally against hunters. They took their weapons. They were taken away by the power they deserve. Although they have significant abilities compared to people, but they must be thrown away and returned to people's rights. So now the dark spirits are one, and on the one who betrays organizations will fall lightning of justice. After the rally, Henry met someone strange in the clown costume and asked who he was. The man said that he knew his name, and also that it is the owner of a lightning element that is at the level of S-rank hunter. Although he is awakened against the hunters, he became the leader of the SRP of a terrorist organization and united dark ghosts. Henry interrupted him and once again asked who he was. The man replied that he was Piero. After that, Henry attacked him with the words that small tricks would not work on it. Piero laughed and said that everything was expected. So, judging by his lightning, they did not make a mistake that came here, and Henry realized that it was an illusion. So he told why he was not even here. If his body is not here and he will not attack Henry. Henry asked what they wanted from him and he said that the alliance was formed with him. He said that it was funny and why it was at all. From what fright he has to cooperate with someone unknown without having a reason. But the clown replied that the reasons were enough. After all, they will provide it with weapons and everything they need. This illusion was hidden by night. After a while, the first terrorist attack began with Paris. The news showed how the president himself and the Gate Committee officially congratulates Hen SU on the assignment of S. From now on, South Korea becomes one of the strongest nations on a level with America, with 2 hunters of the rank of S. Seeing this, June was fond of Hensu. She told his brother that now Hensu is an international hunter, and communicating with him will be more difficult. But since she promised to visit his brother often to continue in the same spirit, Hensu entered the ward and thanked her for holding back a promise. She was very happy as she saw him. After all, they have not seen themselves for a long time. But she noticed that he had changed somehow. But he said nothing like that. Hensu seemed like his brother moved his fingers and Yun also noticed it. Chongen said that a terminating celestial language was a little effective. Hensu asked Yun whether it was possible to ask for something. So he sent her behind Lanchbox and she was surprised that he was eating the same. In the meantime, he tried to break in the heavenly tongue, hoping that it would help bring his brother back to his senses. This time it is much stronger, but the seal has also become stronger. So he tried until the Chonjin stopped him. He said that it would be too much because he could destroy his brother's body. He does not believe that the seal is so strong and does not understand who is capable at all. He then saw that with his brother Hen, something very strange happens. Meanwhile, Isaac trained to become stronger using all of his techniques. He cannot believe that he has lost Hensu because he considers himself much stronger than him. Anderson is pleased with what was sent to Isaac to the Hunter Pack because now a lazy genius has a motivation. Armand approached him. He is a Frenchman and the 4th Hunter S and said that after losing the hunter, Hen Suzak finally took his hands. Anderson replied that this is great. And Armand and vice head of the Gate Committee asked where Robin and why did not answer his calls. He replied that the captain went into a state of meditation to learn more about the king and his subjects. After all, there is no information about them and they should try their best. Armand asked him to open a portal in Paris. Anderson asked if he would go personally. He replied that the Cruise Guild did not cope on its own. This is his homeland and he must take care of everything. He is amazed why this guild cannot cope and from what time it became so strong. Armand believes that investors who supply weapons and explosives have appeared in them. Anderson opened the portal and asked if his help needed. Armand replied that he would be enough. Hunters tried to stop the dark ghosts, but they had difficulties. But with the help of technique, which is able to block the entire attack and attack the opponents from the inside, they had a chance. But the terrorist group had a very powerful weapon, so they failed. But Armand came very on time. Hunters were glad that he finally came to their aid because they had almost no strength to fight. He said they are bold enough if they stood against S-ranking Hunter, but with only one movement of his hand, he immediately destroyed them all as if he had squeezed everyone in his hand. Armand rose up in the air to use his own and grind all the fire. People saw what Armand did and began to greet him. He greeted in response and thought whether all the criminals were. But unexpectedly, Henry struck him with a lightning and came closer. Henry said that, as expected from Armand, he does not even believe that he instantly strengthened such a big fire. Armand realized that Henry Abrohi Mivovich was. Henry told him that when he got under lightning, he feels quite good. He replied that it is not worth looking at S rank from top to bottom, but his opponent doubts that after several such hits, he will be in order. Armand asked unless he was aware that he was the one and the attack on the hunters of his rank does not have any more aware of his lightning. Henry said that he was not so arrogant and said goodbye to him and then attacked. Armand thought he used such an obvious distracting maneuver, but it was useless. He then applied the spiritual shield, but it did not work and Henry heard him. And then he said that he probably did not expect that it could happen. He used the thing to suppress the abilities and wanted to complete the case because then the glory of dark spirits would spread around the world. But at this point, the portal appeared from Anderson and with the words that Henry attacked him. Henry asked at Anderson that he could be teleported to coordinates, and he added that this is also enough because hunters from all over the world already know about it. Hensu's brother spoke strange words that the darkness would be constantly spreading, and there would be no life on the lands of darkness. Everything lives will die, and it is not just about it, and in general about the absorption of life, and it is inevitable. After these words, Hen returned to his constant state, and Hensu did not understand what it was at all. Chanjin said, "It is like this prophecy, and as someone describes a creature." Hensu is confused and does not know why he took the hen's body to say it. Chongen thinks that he is most likely to be those who have put the seal on the hand. Patriarch said Hensu did not know something. When they returned from the generic dragon, they split them for a while. Then he was drawn to an unknown force, in addition, which is even unknown to him. He did not put him in front of him, but Chongene was able to feel his presence. Hensu thought it was the king, but the Patriarch did not feel his evil intentions, but he felt that he could compete with him. Hensu asked whether the person was so strong. The Patriarch said he could not think of anything else. Only about a person is able to impose seal against which even a tearing the heavenly language. Hensu asked why he only talks about it now. Chongen replied that he learned and all humanity could despair. And he added that someone like a kind of gene of a gene in the human body came into this world and tried to conquer it. Hensu asked if he was in the role of the enemy and who could stop such a person at all. Once Hensu already imagined this, and it was awful. A true manifestation of horror. This is the kind of human being. More precisely, this is the king. That's what the ancestral dragon said. So if he wants to protect this place, you will have to try even more. Yun went into the room and said that all the windows were broken on the street, and then she saw that in the ward the same. She began to clean the glass and asked the hen SU or was not injured, and he replied that, of course not. He does not believe that she is experiencing for him knowing that he is a hunter of the highest rank. Hensu thought that he should protect all the people who surround him. To become stronger, Hensu was carefully trained under the guidance of Changin, although he was defeated. He also continued to visit Yurak. She asked if he knew about a terrorist act in France. He answered what he learned from the mine. Yurak said that now there is a complete devastation, and S rank fell, and after visiting Hen, he continued his workout. But Chanjin mocked him and said that at such a speed he was more like a fly. Hensu thought about the words of Yurak that her abilities did not return to her even after 2 weeks, but he said not to worry because he would be around. She said that he was here now. Hensu tried to reassure her and said he was sure that she would get better soon. After the Chonjin, this place was restored, even if it is completely destroyed. He was not left though that the creature was responsible for his movement to this world when he became weak and his spirit left his body. But at the next meeting, he will definitely knock on him everything and learns all the truth. Hensu said that after buying the whole house in the soul, it became much better to wash. He called Mina and asked for a meeting. He came to the association and met the CEO who asked for a meeting with him. The CEO suggested that Hensu Su Sites and Mina said the secretary to bring 2 cups of tea. The reason for which the director wanted to meet is that he wants to name Hensu Su's head of the detachment to fight terrorism. The director asked Hensu whether he heard about Armanda Hunter from France. As you know, opponents used marble that leaves abilities. There is no guarantee that a terrorist attack will not happen in our country. That is why the association seeks to get the detachment prepared. But Hensu said that he had to give up this proposal. Mina thought he would not refuse to help because he was no longer dependent on Red Lions. But he added that he was ready to help personally only as a leader. Hensu said goodbye to the CEO and he said he would look forward to their further cooperation. Li Mina thought that outside the official meetings of Hensu would not even talk to her. Chongen asked why he refused the post of leader. He replied that he should not serve someone with power. The teacher liked this answer. Hen Su added that he is the successor of the heavenly demon, but they should be visited from time to time. Chongen asked if he needed only information from them, but Hensu has denied that he was not such a person. Meanwhile, the terrorist group has already reached Korea to strike. The man called the chief of the Dark Spirits and reported that they got to Seoul calmly without any unexpected events, and added that there are many people here, as well as multi-story buildings, so it is just a suitable place. Henry replied that the unique device would work well. But they were interested in who really and the person who gave them such a wonderful device. The participants of the Organization of Dark Spirits were drawing on the walls, and a police officer came running to them and said that it was forbidden to draw on the walls. But they immediately attacked him and then drew a can on the wall, which was a portal. Two men entered the portal saying that they would return to this place. Armando worried where they took the device that neutralizes abilities. He does not believe that they have such an item. Anderson realized that they could not get to the gate, and that means they created something that was beyond their understanding. Armando said that 10 seconds would be enough to destroy even the strongest hunter, but now he will be alert. After all, he knows about the device, so he wants to get to Henry on his own to destroy him. They thought that they could be their next goal. Anderson said there is one place with very likely. A fragment of the gate that has recently appeared. The new hero who also appeared recently and took care of the fragment becoming a hunter rank S. They want the world to know about their existence, and there is no better way to get rid of a strong hunter who attracts a lot of attention. The death of a police officer was investigated by investigators but could not find any trace. They are interested in whether there is an awakened country that destroys ordinary people. There are no traces, but there is energy of awakened. Investigators saw a mine and asked who she was. After all, you cannot just get into the crime scene. She introduced herself and said that from the Hunters Association. And she added that since the suspect was awake from that moment on this case, the association is responsible for this case. At the request of Li Ming, a Heian arrived at the crime scene. She asked why jump from the roof if you could bypass. He replied that he just looked around from the roof and asked if something unusual was found with the eagle. The eagle replied that nothing suspicious was happening. He then asked the beakapard and the ant whether everything was clean, and they answered that. Another man appeared and said to Gon who would have thought that they would meet that way. Gaon recognized him. It's Monk Lim. So he asked him whether he was standing in this detachment. Mina said Monk Lima that he was glad to meet him. After all, she heard a lot about him. Monk Lim said he was very surprised. They both use telekinesis, and except one of the best users of telekinesis has not been returned. The Gaon asked Monk Lim whether he was already raging with their country. Mina asked what it means. He replied that the divination of this guy was not at the same level as the local shamans. After that, Monk Lim said the result of divination and will eventually be a disaster. The whole thing seems like the guys who appeared here. He also added that after a terrorist attack in Paris, countermeasures will be adopted, and there will be enough participants today, and then asked if they did not hope to blame all the work on him. For the sake of fairness, his techniques of the Amour are tantamount to hundreds of people. Lee Mina replied that their detachment would not be the only one, including 5, and they will be managed by a prominent person. They asked who exactly and came to them Hensu and said that it would be an Armand from the committee on the gate. Lee Mina showed a Hensu and said that he would also work with them. They were surprised to work with them, Hunter S rank. The Gaon said that he understands that Hensu would be for the captain, but he replied that no, you will act alone and share information with them. Lee Mina noticed that Hensu was no longer like a battle with Hasten. Even she feels that he is exactly the rank of S. She wondered at him or whether he was wearing a clock. After that, they noticed that Monk Lim was so frightened that he even fell. He spoke of something about the great spirit or the deity that is near him. Then he shouted and said that it was a demonic god. Gaon tried to reassure him. Chonjin was surprised that he could see the spirits and left. After that, Hensu gave him his hand. He asked him to rise. Monk Lim does not believe that he is so friendly with such a great deity behind his shoulders. Lee Mina said that only an hour after Armand returned to the association and was interested in where he learned from. Hensu replied that it was just an inner sense. After all, he lost them. The Gaon said that it seems better if the hunter Pak Hensu became a captain, but he replied that everyone could even be him. But Gaon answered Hensu that he was the highest rank hunter, and he added that as he said he would act on his own. Moreover, the Gaon has more leadership experience and is fully suited. Monk Lim considers it a true solution, and so they will not interfere with him. After all, they should not cause discomfort in a person with a deity. Hensu said that not in this case. In a moment, all the detachment called Armanda to say something important. Anderson said that he would connect everyone with Mr. Robin. This news surprised Gaon and Monk Lim that the chairman of the committee himself wants to talk to them. Robin greeted and said that the situation was urgent. Then he would go to business and told that it became known after the investigation of a terrorist act in Paris. He got the impression that an attack on a police officer in Seoul is a matter of dark spirits, as if they were looked at the terrain. So soon the invasion will take place in Seoul. Unfortunately, Robin will not personally provide any support, but Armand and Anderson will be in place and he hopes everyone will work with them. And he added that their invasion had just confirmed. The terrorist group began to work. Henry used power and said that this city deserved to destroy. The CEO thanked Armand and Anderson for helping them in such a serious cause. Armand replied that there was no need to talk to him so officially. The director replied that he could not, otherwise he was the head of the gate committee chairman. But Armand said that even if he was all one defeated. The director replied that no one could anticipate this. and he added that probably everyone would lose in his place. He has already announced all the participants of the detachments to be in full readiness. Armand interrupted the director and said that it is obvious, but nothing to do with it. Rank reflexes are different from ordinary people. Now, when they have the necessary information, they hope S ranks will be able to do something. But Anderson does not know what to do with the ranks. After all, they will not be able to block attacks even if they know about them. He decided that in this case, the ranks should observe the situation before making their move. The director asked what if ordinary citizens were injured. Anderson replied that the first in the battle would enter S rank, but the only one of them can fight is Hensu. That is why they do not have the desire to sit back. The association workers said they were already here. The director asked where exactly, and he answered at the Samson station. They came to Sindaman. Anderson thought they were divided into teams. This time they applied another strategy. All people were frightened and began to flee anyone where they beseech at least for help. One of the participants in the organization of dark spirits ended the ammunition, so he decided to take advantage of the power of thought. The news was announced that the attack took place in 2 places simultaneously in the center of Seoul. Meanwhile, Henry has reached to a place where there are many people. He said that people who have refused the rights to protect their benefits to protect themselves, who obey hunters, have no right to call people. People did not understand what he was with him and thought he was a hunter. Some of them noticed that he spoke in Russian. He then attacked people and they began to flee anyone. Everything is watching night with his assistant. He is pleased that he will be able to get the Hensu, but it is discouraged by the existence of marble of neutralization, if it weren't for him to participate. And his assistant hinted that he heard that physiognomy was a science. Armand emerged that the terrorists were divided into several teams and started acting, so he decided that they also needed to fight several fronts. People noticed that the electronic display and the man who fell stopped in the air, so they realized that the hunters came to save them. Anderson instructed all detachments so as not to go to battle. Armand will soon deal with the situation and lead them. He then turned to Hensu and said that Henry was now in Menden and warned that he was a strong lightning owner. Hensu said that he was already in place. Henry stood right in front of him. He was very angry and asked how he dared to harm innocent people. Henry asked if he was a new S rank of Korea and said that he saw him with a flash. Hensu asked Chongain what he thinks about this guy. He replied that the marble that would neutralize abilities would somehow influence, considering the features of martial arts. But in this world, there's a lot of strange things, so it cannot guarantee anything. Hensu said that it would only be possible to find out when competing with him. Henry asked that he whispered there because he stands right in front of him. And he added that he will destroy it and then the name of dark spirits will spread around the world. Henry tried to attack him and noticed that he disappeared, and Hensu was behind him and asked where he was looking. He then applied the seed blow and said that he was too slow and weak to rank S. But if he stood against this blow, he deserves praise. Henry replied that all S-rank hunters are too self-confident. Henry then threw a device to neutralize his ability to strike. Panther did not like that all the hunters of the rank and had to stand and wait for her to rest. So he entered the battle assuring himself that his justice was not so weak. The participant of the organization thought that this is a true sense of justice, so he first decided to use the device against him. He threw his device neutralizing his ability and very quickly all his forces disappeared. Panther turned into a person and realized that it was because of a neutralizing marble. He was convinced that he could avoid him. The man said that the S ranks of the forces disappear for 10 seconds, but the ranks can take at least a week. After these words, he destroyed him. Then Armand appeared and thought that they asked them not to interfere. The participant of the dark spirits said that this could happen, that someone would appear stronger, so he prepared. But in a moment, Armand destroyed him with the words that he had no right to even pronounce his name. Other criminals thought where everyone went out to go and hid. But here a mine appeared and asked who the coward was here. They were just a little late, and then the criminals tried to attack her. But the Gaon managed to be the first. Mina told him that he was convinced that the bosses asked him to do without it. He replied that with great power came a great responsibility, and is ready to give their lives but would not allow them to do all this evil. The offenders said they would sing afterwards and threw a neutralizing marble. But Armand had time and said there was no need to worry because he could control this marble, so now it is in vain. The pressure is so strong that it can turn coal into a diamond and then disappear. But the offender could not seem so quickly, so tried to apply marble again. But Armand destroyed the offender with the device. Mina and Gaon were surprised how he easily understood the criminal and rank. The strength of S ranks beyond their imagination. Armand said he would leave everything here. Hensu tried to retreat so that the device is not exposed, so Henry decided to destroy it right now. But Hensu was attacked in response to the words that he had already said that he was too slow. Knight, watching Hensu, noticed that he did not work on the device, and thought that it was because he was singularity. His assistant said that his time seems to come, so he should use a demonic sword. He asked if she was thinking that he loses his week with a removed seal, but she said that we only needed to prepare for the unpredictable. Hensu was caused by Henry and then said that the management ordered him to take him alive. At this point, Armand came to Henry personally. Hensu replied that he was still alive, so he could deal with him. But he did not mean that and thought how Hensu was managed to cope with him so easily because he was close to obtaining the rank of S. So Armand was convinced that he is exactly one of the hopes of humanity's singularity. And at that moment, they saw something happening. They went to Knight in his true form and asked Hensu, or he had not forgotten that they had to happen at their next meeting. He promised to appear in his true form and deal with him. Hensu realized that this is a horse. Armand is surprised that Hensu met people about whom Robin could not even collect any information. He wanted to attack Knight, but he struck. So Armand used a shield to protect. But the horse quickly overcame Armanda and said Hensu that it's time to finish what could not finish last time. Armand cannot seem so quickly. He remembered Robin's words that they create portals and move on them. But now when they found singularity, they won't wait. So Armand could not give them singularity and had to act. He said Hensu that will take care of him, but Knight denied him not to interfere with him and attacked him. Hensu was evading the attack and noticed that she had the same as the king of the Mocker, but much more powerful. His assistant asked to refrain from unnecessary destruction because the king may not like it. But he continued to destroy everything, and Armand managed to hide in time, taking advantage of his own. He heard a flurry of unexpected attacks and thought that the danger had passed. Knight said that he thought would be something more powerful, but he was two weak opponents. But he did not notice how Hensu was behind him. The persecution of the heavenly demon is needed to catch the opponent. Chongen was proud that his student finally learned to use this technique properly. So Hensu said that now his turn to attack. He struck the tree, but it didn't work. It is impossible to cope with the kingdom of the martyr. So in this case, he decided to meet his face with his face and struck the seeds. But such powerful blows were destroyed by the city and it worried Hensu. And Knight was surprised that Hensu was able to take his blow. He considered it impossible. Armand so-called Hensu and warned that he wanted to impose pressure on the enemy, capable of creating a black hole. But he was trying to stop the assistant, saying that she would not prevent him from interfering with a horse, and entered with him. Armand could not understand her strange movements, and how she could hurt him when his body was not even taken, so he decided to recover. She shouted Knight that would open the portal and there he will be able to compete as he desires. So he shouted Hensu that he would follow him. Chongen asked how he would do because it could be a trap. Hensu said that if he would destroy it, and he immediately moved to them to the portal. Armand did not even have time to understand how they flew into the portal and disappeared. Once in an incomprehensible place, Hensu asked where they were. After all, he heard something from the generic dragon. The fact that their world on the verge of death was therefore united with the earth. But the horse replied that this was not his business. He then attacked Hensu, and for him this attack was not new, so he evades with the help of a heavenly demon flight. But Knight replied that there are many different ones between these attacks and struck, and the associations everyone learned that Pa Hensu disappeared. Anderson realized that he followed them to the portal. Anderson does not believe that there is an ability to which even neutralizing marble does not work. The detachment was arrested by Henry's accomplices at Samson. Tung Demung also performed all the work. Gaon and Monk Lim came for Henry and surprised how he survived after a strong beating, but they have an order to take it alive. Monk Lim used his abilities to immobilize it and delay it, and then said Gona that he would return to the headquarters. The Gaon replied that he praised him for having tried great. Lee Mina asked where Hensu went. Armand replied that he followed them to the portal. And he added that several times he tried to go to the portal, but it is simply impossible, so mine got its weight. Armand asked why she brings her with her, really likes to do exercises, but she replied that it wasn't about it. He thought that she was still trying to understand her own abilities, and said that he would notify her if something learned. The horse tried to attack Hensu, but he was very fast and he could not catch him. But his assistant warned that he was behind. Chongen also warned Hensu about danger, but Knight grabbed him. To escape from the arms of the opponent, he used the soul cleansing. Knight does not understand how he managed to escape. His movement seemed strange to him because he had never seen anything like this in his life. Hensu screamed that even if he told what it would not understand. He wanted to strike, but it didn't work, and the horse caught his hand. Therefore, to get out of the situation, he used a sickle-shaped cut. He then struck the tree, but the horse said that his techniques were no longer working on it. He struck Hensu and he flew through his opponent was too fast. Knight approached him and after the words of the Shah and Mat struck another powerful blow. Hongen said Hensu so gather because now he is at the level of God, and then he asked how he was going to win him. And he added that he had forgotten that the other half of the demonic fists of destroying heavens was used to destroy the gods. Hensu replied that he was too fast, but the patriarch added that it does not matter how much internal energy has not been able to use it, because then it is in vain. Moreover, he has experience with flowers that have bloomed twice, which means that he is able to endlessly create internal energy. He told to collect his energy into the nucleus and move at a high speed from Beihuyu's acupuncture point to Yuntswan. After all, it will accelerate him. Hensu asked why he would only find out about it now. Chongen replied that this only works when a person is in a state of complete despair. And instead of asking everything better, let it spend time to deal with the enemy. Knight asked that he was fighting there, and he threatened that this time he would definitely destroy it. Hensuo activated the ability of acceleration, and Chongen praised his student for the fact that he had everything. After that, Hensu was attacked by Knight, and the patriarch was interested in watching it because he actually followed all his instructions. Hensu used the blow of a scattering cloud, and Knight realized that now he was not as much as it was last time. Further, Hensu used the following technique that he recently learned. This is the release of old crows to mock the heavens. His next blow is the demonic fist destroying heaven, the second part of the second technique. The help of Knight does not understand what is happening. After all, Hensu was a completely different person. She understands that if she gets into the battle it may interfere, but she has a spare plan, so it is good that she took the blade. So she decided not to interfere until the horse was pushed and simply observed. Hensu said Knight that his attacks would not work anymore and that he moves like a snail. Chongen thinks that the heavens of the Black Raven are more about mystical techniques than the fist. It seems to him that the second part of the technique is strange, and he rarely used it, but now he understands why she needs to see how Hensu competes with this type of monsters. The kingdom has already known that the horse successfully attracted the singularity in their world. The subordinate told the king that it was possible to minimize unnecessary destruction through his order, and the fact that he fights in the true form of risking being cursed is considered a confirmation of the uniqueness of a person he brought here. The king ordered him to stand up and asked if the horse would have to go through a lot of trouble. The man replied that their duty is vassals, and the king applied his energy of death and apologized to the subordinate that he forgot about him. His subordinate apologized and said that all is well, and the king replied that the death was even difficult for him. The man said that he was a humble vassal and causes him inconvenience, so he would gladly receive punishment if the king so desires. But the king told him to leave because he needed a rest. But then he asked how the bishop was. The man replied that the bishop was not under his leadership and apologized, but if the king will order it. But the king replied that it did not need it, and allowed his faithful to leave. Knight continued to apply all his strength and abilities to defeat Hensu. Chongen asked what he would do with it. Hensu understands that the opponent's level of ability is impressive, but this is not enough to overcome it, so he continued to fight him with the help of demonic fists of third technology. Knight could not have the movements of his opponent, realizing that he was not so strong before, so I decided to change the plan. He decided not to try to grasp him alive but destroy everything around with him. Chongen said that it is a very sinister force, and it seems that he intends to blow everything here. But Hensu replied that he would be faster and used the fourth technique of the second part of the demonic fists of destroying heavens. He was able to harm the opponent and then immediately use the fifth technique to destroy heaven. Knight dropped back from this technique, but he is still set up with his rival. Hensu wanted to use the latest technique, but the horse wanted to stop it. He also joined his subordinate and decided to use the blade of absolute destruction. Chongen immediately felt a strange and at the same time a sinister feeling, and could not understand anything. She launched a wedge in Hen, and Knight couldn't even think that she would use it. In a moment, Hensu felt that he could not move and does not know what was happening. Something happened to his consciousness. Hensu thought that he could not lose so much, because he is a successor of the heavenly demon. He used the breakthrough of the heavenly demon and it shocked his opponent. Knight knew that he was singularity, but did not understand how he managed to enter the kingdom of absolute death. Chihan-jin was also shocked and understood that the ability would not help him to escape from it. The girl shouted that it does not matter how much he tries because it was time to say goodbye to life. The patriarch tried to go inside the kingdom of absolute death to help Hensu, but even he did not succeed. Hensu seemed to be in any other world. He came to his senses and the last thing he remembered it as he flew a dagger. He saw only the bodies of died people around. But then he saw a giant dagger that was chained. He realized that he was the same dagger and then paid attention to the chains and wanted to touch, but heard someone asks not to touch. Hensu returned and saw the boy who asked to leave him. He first thought that the boy was turning to him, but then he realized what he was in mind. The boy turned to the dagger, and then Hensu asked if he did it. The boy was interested in how he got here alive, and Hensu wondered only those who died. He replied that death was normal and only one person came to him in a living face. He means the king. Hensu asked how to get out of here and tried to touch his hand, but he was a spirit. This spirit is only a boy's consciousness. Once upon a time, the king promised to monitor him and said he was now belonging to him. The boy was crying and saying that he no longer wanted to hurt people, but the king said that he was born to be a demonic weapon. And its appointment has already been determined, and what the king himself does significantly for everything in the world. The boy asked him to stop, but he ordered him to become Shadow and help him. After all, he is his fate. The king believes that great power hid in deep sadness, and now the boy will not be able to get away from him and has to accept it. Hen Su became sorry for the boy and he wanted to help. So touched the chains, but he told not to touch him. But Hensu said that he did not want to be here. The boy considers him not to break the seal because it was set by the strongest person in the world. Hensu told him that he also came here alive and he knows the strongest man in the world. While he is here, who he has done with him has no right to call the strongest. Hensu tried to concentrate and speed up the air around. The boy was surprised by his strength. He does not understand how it turned out. The man who made with him was the power of a completely different level. Hensu said that he is a student of the strongest person, so he would exceed him sometime. The boy understands that he creates a vibration using pressure from his inner energy. Hensu made every effort to destroy the seal and he was able to do so. It was very surprised by the boy. He can't believe he really succeeded. He gave him his hand and told him that time to get out of this place. He also promised to deal with those who did with him and offered to unite their strength. The boy replied that he was not sure what he could do it, but in the end he dared. Chongen did not think that having a real body is a real test, but he could not lose his student because of such an unexpected and strange turn of fate. Knight and his assistant do not understand how he lasted there for so long, but they are sure that he is now getting rid of his life. After these words, Knight decided to undermine everything hoping that it would help destroy Hensu. But they saw something strange, realizing that they still had their plan. Hensu said that if he would go to the world at least later at the same moment. Chongen asked him how he managed to cover his blood. He apologized and said that everything is well with him. But Chongen said if he deserves to get him for making him worry. He once again apologized to the teacher, and the end of the assistant did not understand what was happening to him and why he treated so strangely. And then Hensu said that he had to punish them first. There are several accounts that should be built. Knight attacked him and asked that he muttering there for himself. Hensum immediately accelerated and breathed Manu, and then he applied against the horse the blow of a tree, and his opponent noticed that he became even faster. After leaving the kingdom of absolute death on his finger, a ring appeared due to the fact that he joined the boy. Hensu decided to apply the explosive power of mana, which creates a penetrating blow to the tree, realizing that Knight would not be able to block it. The girl attacked him with the words that he should not be affected, but he approached her and struck. She confessed to herself that he was even faster than a horse, and Hensu asked her that he was fast or right. Hensu showed her a ring and asked if she recognized it. She remembered it somewhere. He said it was from the child they tormented, and it was a fee for their sins. After these words, he struck her, and Knight decided to use extra power if everything turned against him. He holds the Divine Almighty in his hands, and if he eats this elixir, he will get power that is 3 times higher than his own. But as a result, he will not be able to move all year long. But it did not stop him, and he ate the elixir. He believes that if he went so far, he should win this battle that would not cost him. But even after that, he was not so fast, so Hensu struck him one by one. Hensu used the ring and said that he belonged to whom he tortured, and then struck. He heard the boy's voice who thanked him and said that he was feeling much better. Hensu, thanks to the ring, has the new ability to take the form that the owner wishes, and it will have different effects. The soul that lived a single life inside the death can awaken the true essence after meeting with the Savior, and he will be able to redeem guilt for life that he took away during this time, and will protect others with her Savior. Chanjin became interested in the ring and asked if he was really powerful. Hensu answered, except martial arts martyrs do not get such opportunities. He said that in Hensu they were somehow too much, and then asked if he finally dealt with the opponent. Hensu answered that he had too much questions to him, in the likeness of why portals were created and why they connected them to the ground. He is also interested in what their end target. Chanjin proposed to teach him several techniques of torture. Hensu decided to introduce that boy named Huli with Kchon Geno. Huli put him before him and looked at Chkongen that this old man was scary. The boy hid behind Hensu, but he told him that he should introduce himself and reassured him. Hali greeted and named his name. Chanjin said he is a very polite child. Hensu told the teacher that he was that short sword. This is his true form. Chongen asked what he thought at all because that sword was the death in the flesh. Hensu said it was against his will, but now he was free. Patriarch said they did not know what he would do next, but Hensu denied saying that he was just a child who had used all his life. Chanjin asked Huli to approach him. Hensu said that all is well and he is not so scary, though it is sometimes frightening. The Patriarch touched the boy, and in a moment from his body, all the records disappeared. Huli was very happy and called Hanjin a real magician. But Patriarch said Hensu that he is only a smaller part. After all, it has ruined more lives than there is sand in the desert. He removed the dirt from his skin. Hensu said that he would help him free himself. And then he asked Hall whether there was a way to get out of this world. He pointed to the umbrella which was used by the Helper of Night. Armand was waiting for someone to get out of that fault. He never thought that he would ever feel so pathetic. Mina said she had returned from the scene and there was nothing happening there. But the hunter Hensu has not yet returned. The director said that while the place was watching Armand, so he proposes to wait and look at the situation. Hensu got out of the portal and took with him Night. There were no limits to the surprise and joy of Armand. He said that he took with him the strange guy who calls himself a horse. Armand could not believe that he had overcome that monster and returned. Hensu thinks that the best decision to take hits to the gate committee. Armand asked for investigation. Hensu added that research that they are waiting for them are also better handled in the committee. He gave him an umbrella and Armand realized that it was an object that opened the portals. It will definitely become useful as Anderson examines it. Armand said that judging from his clothes, probably the battle was not simple. But Hensu was not ashamed and said that he did not notice it during the struggle. Armand answered that there is nothing to be shaken there, and he knows that Hensu is proud of his body, but soon people will be here. So he took off his shirt to cover him. He also added that you need to protect the lower body of their hero and cover him with a shirt. In a moment, journalists appeared and began to ask if he won Henry, and they also heard that a monster later appeared there. The news appeared that Park Hensu defended Korea, but everyone was interested in the question of where his clothes went. Chan Jin, viewing the news, said, "What disappointment. If Armand did not fit with his clothes, Hensu would have come to the country in all its glory." And then woke up Hensu and said Kali that he only realized that it was worth showing everything, so now refusing to wear clothes. Hensu was justified that he immediately fell asleep as he returned home, and said Huli not to repeat the Chan genome. Patriarch said it was a pity that his clothes covered all this beauty, and without his clothes it would be much more fun if he showed his body to all. But Hensu lay down again and Kali asked if he was angry. Chongin said that he was just upset that he could not be bored, so he should not worry. Hensu launched a sheet with a teacher and said that it was enough, but he continued to joke and said they were familiar for a long time. So he can walk at home without clothes, and if you want to show someone, let them show them. They don't mind. After calming down, Chongen wanted to say something important. Hensu does not understand why he hesitates for so long. But then Chongen said that he wanted to eat rain and asked him to cook him. Hensu said that, well, if their family replenish, it will open a whole new world to them. They should try all the sweet pork of the grilled roasted chicken and jampong. The Gene of the Gene liked this variety. Hensu ordered food and then invited them to taste everything, and asked for a Gene of Gene how the most popular spicy fried chicken tastes. He liked the seasoning of juicy meat and crunchy crust. For him, it is a real paradise. Hensu even surprised his reaction. Then he suggested to taste the slice and asked the teacher, or he liked. He asked why this combination was so perfect and asked him to try more. Hensu asked Kali why he didn't eat and Chongen wanted to help him, and the power of thought brought him the shin of the chicken, but he couldn't eat them. Huli was upset that Chonjin laughs at him, and he asked why he had not said it before. Hensu asked Chonjin that he had just applied telekinesis and he asked what it means. He explained that it was that he made the leg of the fried chicken to move, and as Arimond he could move the objects without touching them. Chongen asked if he was referring to the telekinesis of Ki. Hensu didn't know that it was called. The patriarch said that sometimes he asked the obvious things, but he did not really teach him it. In fact, you just need to create an imaginary hand and grab the objects. He has to cope with his present force, but this version of telekinesis can only lift small objects and Armanda's ability here. Chongen remembers that when they met Hallie, he considered him scary and like his grandfather, but probably now is the most peaceful time for him. Hensu mentioned that the teacher told him, if he is now the rank S, then has a way to find a way to go back. But Hensu has not yet approached the steps. The teacher does not tell him anything and he just floats downstream. He thanked Chkongina and said that he kept his promise and bowed. Chongen asked what he was doing, and Hensu said that he just saw the beetle. Meanwhile, the king came to the guest in front of him and asked if he was well. The king asked him why he came. The man replied that he was alone here, but the king said he liked it. And then he asked if he came that he would not be so lonely, and it struck him. The man replied that he was still stolen for the first time. The king said it seems found singularity has mystical talent. Kali went, though he did not keep his lock and didn't think he would run away. The fear that this child has impossible to get rid of one night, and the king does not leave the idea of what really happened there. The man asked that he feels after the death of the subordinate, and it seems to him that with age, everyone becomes like children. He has many questions. The king replied that he was very interested, but the singularity did not destroy the horse. The man wondered if he wanted him to live. If he starts talking, then everything will become more confusing. But the king knows that people want to get information, but it is not easy to speak the horse. The man said that the king was calmer than he thought, and he replied that everyone here would be replaced. And the man seemed boring. The king is not going to send a man separately, and he went to say that he was needed if something was needed. After that, the king wondered that he did not believe that Huli thought of escape, and judging by all now, they would not have to be sad. The Ministry of the Gate was tried to talk to Nada. Knight suggested Jizak to enter into an agreement, and was surprised that he had strength to speak. But Knight said he could give him everything he only imagines. Isaac asked if he could make him the strongest person in the world, and he replied that it was easier. Isaac said then he would become a king, and then called him pathetic, and Knight became angry. Isaac asked so he behaves with those who helped him. After all, he really is about to become the strongest in the world. It is unique. And Knight asked if he was singularity and became aware that they already had two singularity at once. And then he started laughing and said that if he was singularity, it should be at least on a par with Peikensu. But Chisaka was angry with these words, and he shouted that one day he would definitely exceed him and all the senses. Knight said that his strength was constantly growing even now, and when he fought with him, his strength also grew. So he does not go to any comparison with his associates. Isaac became angry even more and wanted to harm him, but he stopped the order and asked how many times he told him not to climb here and expelled him. Jasak did not like what he was forever pointed out what to do and forbade much. Knight asked why he stopped him and did not yet understand what he was indifferent to torture. And he added that they will come to save him, so they would be better if you just let it go. Order asked if he really thought they would come to save him and laughed. And then he said that no one would come and just threw him. Knight was angry and said they knew people at all. After all, he is convinced that the king will not leave him. Order told that he had the ability to see countless interlacing of time, and he saw everything with him. And in any of all opportunities, the king came to save him. After that, Knight laughed and called him the name Neiman. Order thought he went crazy because he called him another name, but Knight called him Neiman again and said that the king would not come. Knight turned to the king and said that he would do everything he only wished, and then he said that Neiman would try and then blew. Realizing that something wrong went back with the sword. He finally ended with the horse and wondered that he had never seen his future with a blast. It is the creation of an unpredictable future, so if others learn about it, then they will probably turn the whole world upside down. Chonjin suddenly found himself at a place of 50 years ago. Marima factions were trapped and retreated. He does not understand why he got here and then heard someone's voice. It was his disciple Chanam Khan So Il. Chongen asked if he succeeded in surviving, but he replied that he was not. So Il was the most valuable student among 10. He remembered that battle as a student said that he had to get out of here. After all, they were pursued by 108 Murima. So Il said that even if he wins his body, it would not stand it because it is not strong enough. So he asked him to go and wanted to take a blow on himself. Then Chonjin promised to take revenge and said that he would never forget his student So Il. Chongen asked him what had happened and said that he was avenged for him to break the league leader Murmur de Konpei. So Il said that there was no time left and he asked what he was in mind. And then the student added that when that day he should not doubt. But Chongen did not understand what he means. But So Il said nothing more and just went goodbye. After that, the Chonjin woke up and was surprised that he had a dream. After all, he has never slept since he separated from his body, and even more so he has not seen dreams. He scrolled in his head the words that said so when he had that day he had to doubt. In China, the meeting took place. The man told the vice to the president that he does not think that it is true to leave the Society of the Black Dragon. But the president said they would not be able to do anything if even military and public security failed to do anything. Balance in the world by balance of yin and yang, but the Society of the Black Dragon controls it on its own pronounced, and something needs to be done. The secretary reported a call from Chinran from the Black Dragon Society, but the man said that they had a meeting. But the president decided to talk, so he apologized and said he would soon return. He talked to her and said that his name is Tin Shisadun and found out that the portal would soon break. Men argued who did not think that they were bent under the Society of the Black Dragon. They are worried about what will happen next. The portal will open on the Tibetan Plateau and she thought it was worth telling him the first. But so far she asked to keep this information secret. After the conversation, she decided to visit Korea. Subordinate Chinren from the Black Dragon Society tried to conquer it. After all, Korea is now a terrorist attack. She answered that they had already started the committee more than the suspension. But the subordinate explained that there are still risks, and the same goes for the last fragment of paradise. So he asked to think again. But Chinren said that she wanted to make everything quietly. Hen Su embarrasses that the king is the main one among those who will have to fight. He felt his presence when he saw Callus's subconscious. So he thinks so strong should be to win him. He spoke to himself that he should become stronger. During the training, Chikungen praised him and then asked what his face expression. Hensu asked what he had just said and Chikungen repeated that he tried perfectly. He is interested in why he decided to make a compliment if he had always been rude before. Chonjin shouted that he became a masochist if he was only swore on him. Hensu laughed and said that now he was more like, the CEO of the association was informed that the buyer came to them, and this is not the one who can simply refuse. After that, the Chinren came into the office and the director greeted her and said that they had not seen themselves for a long time and noticed that she became younger. It is Chinran from the Society of Black Dragons and ranks 3rd in the list of hunters S. In fact, she is 77 years. She said it was because of the restriction. She gets younger when she uses her ability. Chinran asked the director that he saw a girlfriend for so long and would not even offer a cup of tea. So he asked the secretary to prepare them tea. But Chinran said that she would not give up coffee. They continued the conversation and the director asked why she came so unexpectedly. Chinran replied that a portal appeared on the Tibetan Plateau. Its concentration is now 82%. He asked that if everything is so bad or not to evacuate people from there. Chinran replied that there was a small town, but its inhabitants were already evacuated. She was also installed on privacy. The director said that if even her situation is really difficult, she said that not at all, but there is one problem. Only one person can enter the portal and only a man, so no one knows what's inside. No one came out of those who came. He asked if they died, and she replied that she did not know it. So she said that she wanted to go into the portal hunter Pak Hen Su. He replied that he did not think that it is worth sending Pak Hen Su to clean the ordinary portal. Chinran said it was an unusual portal. He was rated in the category S rank. The man said it was so senseless that the minister is not going to do anything with the Black Dragon Society. He considers him an obedient dog. Moreover, Ningran said that the portal appeared on the Tibetan Plateau. And his interlocutor Chan, one of the pawns of the king, replied that this is why Kinran also went to Korea. The CEO invited Hen Su to the association for a serious conversation. They went into the office and felt like everything burning around. It became difficult for the director to breathe. But Hen Su touched him and the director immediately felt relief, as if breathing in fresh air. Hen Su said that someone seemed like a little fun, and Chinran replied that it expected it from the hunted S rank. She suggested that he sit down and he asked if she was too rude to greet. Chinran answered this because she could not entrust this task to whom. She named her name and said that she belongs to the Black Dragons. She told that the more the power uses, the younger becomes, and this is a limitation of its ability. That's why she looks so good now. And then she said that he hopes not think that she is rude because of her informal manner of communication. Chinran told about the portal and asked for a Hen Su whether he wanted to try, but he asked why she turned to him. She replied that only a man can come to the portal, and now he is now the most famous hunter. And also because he is singularity and the last chance of humanity in the fight against the Dragon of Destruction. And she wants to see with her own eyes and understand whether singularity will be able to save humanity. But this dungeon is designed for one S rank, and it can still die if it goes there. But if he managed to get out of there, Chinran promised that she would do everything in her power to support him. Hensu has agreed because such a powerful portal of the highest rank is first and foremost a threat to all humanity. In addition, if she promises to like this, it is simply impossible to refuse. Hensu asked what schedule. She answered that she was already flying today. And then he warned that he said goodbye to his loved ones. After all, it is unknown what awaits him and whether he will return at all, so it is better not to lose the opportunity to say goodbye to dear people. Chongen said that he is not worth taking care of such nonsense with him. Hensu answered what he knew and also became much stronger. The king and all his subordinates learned that the horse was gone. He decided to go to the world on his own so as not to surrender. Salden's subordinate king was surprised that he was able to make the right decision, but the vat was one of the pawns to keep track of the words that one of their comrades had just become. But Salden thinks that he was right, and they began to argue, so one of the subordinates of the king said that now is not the time for controversy, and he suggested Bishop, or as it is called, the elephant, temporarily replacing the horse as its place is now free. So she agreed to this proposal. Then Salden asked who would be the next horse. Another of the pawns of King named Katrin replied that he would not get this position, so let him not even dream. They began to quarrel with each other, but the Borkus is a subordinate king, and one of the pawns told them both to calm down. The subordinate king said that none of them would be a horse, and the king had already made a decision on this. He asked the vat as things in China, and he replied that it would be easy to take advantage of their greed. The subordinate told him to focus on his mission and Bishop would take care of the portal. Chan agreed and said that he would not leave the Black Dragon and the Chinran and a wet place from the society. The right hand of the king said that everyone can be free except Bishop, and then as everyone went to said that they had not been able to talk alone for a long time. She said they were both busy. The man heard that Hensu had agreed to the raid in the portal, so Bishop will look forward to. Hensu flew to China to accomplish the task and waited for someone to meet him. He was approached by a subordinate Chinran. He said that his name is Khan and the honor for him to meet him. 3 days ago, a meeting of the three alliances was held. They dominated generations in the Chinese and world market. But all this was destroyed after Chinran appeared with his Black Dragon. The head of the organization, the Greed, Fufui said that through their pressure, the association had almost completely disappeared and drew attention to their new name. And then he added that now they will want and strive until they destroy the Black Dragon Society and return their previous grandeur. All the participants of the meeting supported him, and he said that they just need to trust him and follow him. After all, they enter the new era. Before flying to China Hensu, he visited his brother. The doctor said that it was unchained. Hensu think that the young were difficult to follow him all this time, and only thanks to her he could do what he should with a calm heart. Chongen said that gratitude could be expressed by a retail of several bucks. Then they went to Karek, and Chongen asked if they were going to a firewoman. They drew attention to the fact that Herak's hair was red again. The head of the guild Red Lions treated Hensu with sparkling water. And then she said that Shinran asked Hensu for help, and told him to prepare well before going. And she added that she would help with the equipment. Hensu not noticed that they were quite close. Yurak replied that, so despite the age difference, after all they're still the only women among S ranks, and then said Hensu that he had to return alive, and he answered what would happen. Moreover, he experienced a part of paradise, so he said not to worry and assured that they would still see. The forces of Hurak were gradually recovering, but it was not enough for her. Khan paid attention to a good Chinese Hensu, but he replied that he did not speak this language. This is all thanks to a special device, the same as used by the Order. Chongen said that a real man should not reveal that's just all his cards. They approached the car and Khan invited him and opened the door. Hensu asked how much to go them and he replied that about 4 hours. Hensu thought it would be much faster if he just flew. Machines are not so comfortable now. He looked out of the window and noticed that something was happening and asked to stop the car. Khan said that this happens from time to time. He was instructed to simply deliver him to his destination, and something else will take care of what happened, so he asked not to worry. They arrived at the main headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, and for Hen So was impressive to see him live. Chongen also agreed with Hensu that headquarters and really looks good. Khan said that this place was only used by the head and was instructed to bring Hensu here. He was met by Ningran saying that she dressed today very nicely. Who knows when she will have the opportunity to dress so much. Hensu was treated with tea and he said that there was an explosion on the way. She answered that it was a matter for the Organization of Greed. They are the final forces of the Black Organization. Hensu wondered whether they were terrorists and what they needed. Chinran replied that the destruction of the Black Dragon Society, because they destroyed the black market cartel and the casino they owned. Hensu said that he might have to do something, but Chinran assured that everything is normal and this is the case of China. And she added that as he is here through the portal, let him concentrate on it. And then she said that she had something for him. She wants to give before he goes to the portal. He asked what it was. Chonjin thought it was an elixir. Chinran said that it was a random object that they got 6 months ago in the raid on the portal and rank. This is the only instance, so it is unknown about the effects. Hensu asked and they give it to him. She answered that she needed to increase his chances of survival to the maximum. And then she said not to worry and took advantage of the subject. He is one of those who must protect humanity. And among all, he is the closest in becoming a rescuer, so that is what he is now. Chonjin said that it is not necessary to give up a gift of grateful heart, so let it take. Chinran asked Khan to take Hensu in his room, and then she noticed that he was able to use psychokinesis. Hensu said that it was a matter of matter, and it seems to him that to carry this item would be safer. Chonjin does not understand when he has managed to learn and get angry. Chinran is shocked that he is capable of such with his current level. Khan took Hensu to his room and said to Sound if something was needed. Chongjin told them to open the box quickly because they had an emergency, because some decided to activate thinking without permission. Hensu does not understand what he implies and what thinking. Chongen asked if he also felt it. He asked if he referred to the feeling of two brains. The teacher replied that this means that he had a low level of thinking. He did not add a brain to his brain, just activated part of which had previously rest. If he can cope with it, it will reach a higher level, and this will help to break into the realm of evolution. Hensu asked that if the elixir eats the level of his thinking. Chongen replied that he would not be easier for him to support him, and he said to eat it sooner. After all, thinking quickly absorbs internal energy, so he will have to increase it as soon as possible. Hensu was eaten by elixir and his body reacted to him. Yan's energy exceeded Yin, but the energy of the celestial demon began to reject new energy. Chongjin told him not to weaken the concentration. This will help control Yan's energy, but he did not work. A rigid collision began. Huli was frightened and called Hangen's grandfather. It seemed to be hurt. The Khan knocked on the door and said he brought food. He listened to the door and did not feel his presence. Realizing that something was wrong, he got a weapon and went into the room. But it was all destroyed, and no one was there. He did not understand what was happening. But then Hensu approached him and greeted. Khan asked what happened. Hensu replied that the elixir was absorbed by his head and was a little tense. He decided to review his present status on the notification screen. Since the balance of yin and yang was broken, the body of yin was erased. His inner energy tried to awaken and the body of the heavenly demon began to absorb his body again. Hensu could not check it immediately because he turned off as soon as he finished absorbing the elixir. Chongen confirmed that they had barely coped, and if they did not work, the Hensu would most likely become a person with a disability or died. But now he felt great. Khan noticed that Hensu behaves strangely and talks to himself, and thought that it was such an elixir effect. He asked the Hen SU maybe he wants to move to another room, but he refused and said that everything is fine. So he left him food and left. Chongjin was looking forward to the lid of Clotia to see what delicious they were cooked. They are waiting for a duck on Beijing. Chongjin said she looks not as tasty as fried chicken. Hensu asked him how he could say that because it is a very famous duck dish. So Chongjin said it was enough to speak and asked him to try this dish. Hensu asked how the dish was and he answered to better prepare the ramen they brought with them. The next day, Hensu was told what had happened and wanted to ask Shinran. Compared to yesterday, he seemed completely different. She thought that she could eat an elixir and asked why he came, and Hensu asked her to give him a trainee. Shinran took him to the training room. She did not believe that he wanted to train so quickly and asked if he wanted to check the effect of the elixir. Hensu went into the hall and saw that he was deep enough. Shinran said that this place could not be destroyed even by a nuclear bomb. She is convinced that he would be able to train plenty here and said that she was her personal training playground. Hensu asked if everything could be destroyed here. Shinran replied that she is the head of the Black Dragon Society. He managed to destroy the concrete wall from one blow and he liked this new power. After all, his abilities have increased by 150%, and it is simply incredible. He decided to try to control his internal energy and make a hole in the wall, but he did not manage to do what he wanted. Chongen said that the body of the heavenly demon has not yet recognized him. And then he asked what he was going to do. All memories of martial arts and cultivation techniques are entered into the body of the celestial demon, and also the skills of all 33 heavenly demons that were to him. By itself, the body of the heavenly demon is like a living creature, and it does not consider Hen to be worthy of him. Hensu asked what to do with it, and the teacher replied what to become worthy. After all, their memories will not be able to explain in any way, so he must feel everything himself. To do this, you need to plunge into these memories and find your way of becoming worthy. Shinran watched Hensu and thought something wrong was so asked, but he completely plunged into himself. He tried to plunge into the memories, but because of the 0 level of the heavenly demon, the information was closed. Hensu did not learn anything about the first heavenly demon Jim's son or the second, the Guan. It looks like 2 long memories inaccessible. The memories of the 3rd and 5th heavenly demon were also closed and he could not see them. So he continued to seek further. He finally opened the martial arts of the 10th heavenly demon, and he noticed that mystical arts in the past were different from modern ones. He then moved to the 11th heavenly demon and saw that he likes medicine. The 21st, despite the cold appearance, uses explosive martial arts, and he is curious about whether he completed the technique of the Blast of Heaven. He was also surprised by the 27th heavenly demon, which was completely different from all previous ones. Chongen knew that Hensu understood everything, and said it was Ryujan. His energy techniques were an unprecedented level, but he had those times when he, like Hensu, could not cope with his internal energy, so he found a way to control her. The exceptional technique of mystical circulation helped in this. It is the most stronger technique of internal energy circulation in history. It dissipates energy and forces it to reach each part of the body. Each cell begins to interact with energy. Hensu tried to concentrate to move the energy to the base point, and then lower it to the veil point. The chairman of the organization grew with the king's pawns to thank. Chan saw a terrorist attack near the airport. Chan asked if there was a Chonin sect this time. He replied that they wanted to show all China to what they can. Pishak asked what if the Society of the Black Dragon interferes, but the head said that although it has a rank, but in this battle he puts his life on the horse. They have a chance of victory unless Chinran hurts. Pishak asked why he would not become S rank. He got and opened a box with elixirs and said that it was the advantage of the divine which was able to awaken the drowsy forces, and also bring it to the peak of the relics for 10 minutes. But after that, he will expect unbearable pain throughout the body. The head asked that he and the rank would be able to become a wound with this. Chan replied that so, but it all depends on the person. There is an opportunity to get the power predominant S rank, but just so he can't eat it without checking anything. So his head called his subordinate and gave him an elixir to see what effect you can get from the elixir. The man absorbed the elixir and began to turn into a real monster. He had wings. They clearly felt the energy of A's rank from him, but because he has only a rank. The subordinate said that he felt as force overwhelmed him and asked the boss what was happening to him. The result was pleasantly surprised by the main. He is convinced that now the Chenan sect will only be a matter of time, and it is time to get rid of everything that interferes. Hen continued to restore his strength and gained the legendary skill of circulation of the heavenly demon. The body of the heavenly demon was still 0, but it began to recognize it a little. In Hen's Su, it was possible to increase the body of the heavenly demon to the first level, and its ability increased by 170%. The mystical circulation of the celestial demon collects internal energy that it is unable to control. So Hensu began to use all his techniques. First, destroying the fists of the celestial demon. Further, the seed was hit and he managed to do what he wanted at first. He punched the hole in the wall that surprised Chinren. Chongen praised him and said that he was already getting better now. Huli also supported him and said it was just amazing. Such control could be considered success. But Hensu was not going to stop there and wanted to try something more. While he trained, Bishop was already near the portal in the Tibetan plateau and increased density. The density is 92% and she does not like that it takes a lot of time, and it has passed a lot to see it in this portal. She likes only one idea that Hensu will feel unbearable pain in the fault. The Pawn of Chan joined her. She asked if there was a success with her task. He replied that the elixir first used the head on the rank and the effect lasted 11 minutes. But after that, the guy died without coping with the side effects. The elephant said the weak worthlessness, but still the power lasted longer. She gave him a device that would help him blow up a person who will eat the preference of the divine. And she said to destroy everyone as soon as they became unselfish. Chan took away the device and flew. And her subordinate bishop said to prepare Chachweji Heke. The chief, together with other participants in the organization, agreed. They arrange a terrorist attack in the middle of the city because it wants to show the world that it is time for greed. Hen continued to try to take control of energy and did not work well. Hallie liked it, and the Chanjin noticed that he uses black energy that is different from the body of a celestial demon. So he realized that it was blue energy and asked the Hensu whether he was using the thing called the man. Hensu answered what exactly. He decided to try to connect it with the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon, and the result was struck by Chanjin. It was very surprised by Hensu because he was just praised by the teacher and could not restrain his tears, but explained it that something got into his eye. Chinren was called to report what was happening in the city, so she had to solve this problem. She said Hensu that should go, and he said that he would go with her, and whether it was because of those guys from the Organization of Greed. And then he said that they had to be stopped before the more civilians were injured. He, as a hunter, cannot stand aside and look at it. Chinren replied that it was in his style, and Hensu was asked for him to go first. In a moment, he stuck and left only a trace, and Donoran thought that it was really cool. The participants of the organization greed the ordinary people and hostages, and ordered to sit quietly and not even think of something. Shan Wufei called the Center for Consideration of the Complaints of the Black Dragon, and said to the Chinrans to send him 100 billion yuan. And he gave it 30 minutes of time, otherwise all this civilian will come to an end. The same is awaited in the event of a delay for at least 1 second. The participant of the organization shouted that the people of the Black Dragon washed the brain to these people, and they thought that the Black Dragon would save them. They saw the Hensu, which approached them from afar and opened fire against it. They became interested in who it was and thought that it may be someone from the Black Dragon Society, but they were convinced that they destroyed it. But then they noticed that he was still alive, so they realized that he was a hunter. Hensu asked who gave them the right to mock people. Chanjin said that if the body had to deal with each of them, and added Hensu not even to dare to regret them, and punished everyone properly. They accepted him as a lunatic who talks to himself, and Hensu decided to strike in return. He used the same balls that flew into him and launched them. Pishak said Vue's vow that the black dragons of someone were sent to them, so the head should use what he gave them. Everyone who has a team ate an elixir and turned into monsters. People do not understand what is happening. This gave them the force that was constantly increasing, and they have a desire to destroy everything in their path. Hensu realized that this was the same as a horse ate, so it suggests that they are somehow related to the king. Chanjin said that such drugs were also made in his world. They discovered all the frightening inclinations of man. Hensu understands that he will have to fight 7 monsters. But it didn't scare him. He understands that he will be able to give them advice and cope with them only by striking one. Chan Wufei spanned because he did not hear about someone so powerful from the Black Dragon Society. With this force, the opponent definitely has S rank. He could not think that there was someone else with the same rank as in Chinran. Therefore, I decided that the only way to eat the elixir. So, Chan Wufei got the elixir and ate it to get a rank S and deal with the enemy once and for all. Pishak Chan watched the battle that if Hensu was fighting against 7 and rank hunters, he exceeded the level of the best S of the ranks. He planned it all to gather information, but with such a pace can understand that nothing will work. Behind him was creeping to Chinren and asked if he was a subordinate king. He recognized her and asked what she was doing here. She was pleased that he recognized her. Chan did not even have time to understand when she was behind him. She said she seems to help her greed, and if it is so caught by it, she will get a lot of useful information. Pishak asked if everything would be well with her. After that, if she gets even younger, then some problems are waiting. So after that, she answered what she changed her mind and is no longer going to leave him alive. Chan Wufei was filled with force after the elixir is absorbed, and thanks to Hensu, thanks to him, he received true power. Hensu wanted to first pick up people in a safe place, and for this purpose took advantage of the shift of matter and moved them. This technique seemed strange to Whoop's Vat, but he asked if the hunter really thinks that he would let these people just go. After all, he could not release so many hostages, so he immediately attacked Hensu. And Hensu himself used the conceptualization of the mystical arts of the heavenly demon. He then used the fall of heaven against him, and it knocked out the rival out of the track. At this time, Chinren struggled with the king's pawns, and he began to notice what losing. Chan Wufei is convinced that the opponent's techniques do not work for him because he became nature. But Hensu used the root of the roots and extinguished the fire that Chan spread around, so it helped stop the opponent. Huli wondered that even his hands could go out the flames. Chongen replied that of course. Hensu used a territorial barrier to protect people who were nearby. People were glad that they were saved, but he was interested in who saved them and learned that he was a Korea Hensu tuner. Chongen asked if he was his own technique. Hensu said that he used Manu and all thanks to the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon. The patriarch asked if he reached her and Hensu said that so. Chongen added that otherwise he would be disappointed. Chan ceased to feel the energy of greed participants and thought that they lost. Moreover, they all had a rank. Chinren said the vat that if it does not seem to be good, it would collect itself in parts. The podester understands that if the organization falls, the organization will leave it, and now he realizes that he felt the horse then. So he accepted his true form and became stronger, and Chinren was surprised that he still hit her. She accepted the call saying that she would not want to get younger, but she had no choice. But Hensu joined her and said that there was no need. He applied the leaf against the vat. This time Hensu was used by Huli, so he caught a vat very quickly that he could not even move. Hensu wanted to deal with him from one blow, but Chinren stopped him by saying that he had to be destroyed, until he had to be destroyed. He replied that he was a subordinate king, but Chinren believes that they could find out some useful information from him. The premier was arrested for betrayal. After all, his subordinate Vufai confessed to everything, but the people who came for his detention saw that he went to the world on his own. Bishop reported to the king's right hand that the plan had fallen, and the vat was seized alive. This was not included in their calculations. But the subordinate said that it didn't matter because they still received data on the preference of the divine. Bishop could not think that the horse had such a valuable thing for himself. If the divine belonged to her, she would make him more useful. If this time they managed to catch Paka Hensu in the portal, they should check a few things. The subordinate asked if Albiz will be able to make a vat. She replied that Albiz Anderson would be able to. But for this, she will need Anderson's abilities. The subordinate asked unless it was ridiculous. After all, they live together even without realizing that their will is alien. Bishop said Numan Albiz's name and plunged into memories. What happened on the planet Area, the powerful warriors of the planet with whom they fought and won. But the will of the area was fulfilled on the ground. She does not know how it is possible, and the subordinate king asked Bishop whether she was scared. It is discouraged by the singularity. But he tried to reassure her and said that the king was on their side and believes in her. To find out something from a vat, they took a sample of a gene, so all the preparations were completed, and it is much more effective in questioning. Anderson is sure that Chan will be shocked when he sees his clone after he comes to her senses. Order said that Hensu seems to have made a huge contribution in a row, but Chinren seemed that it was only a warm-up for him. But if it were not for her to have much worse, and Chinren believes that Hensu is much stronger than Hasten. Order was surprised that it was so fast and Isaac was still walking with him. He thought that it may have come to surpass it, but still decided that it is too early and should be more cautious. Order asked Anderson whether he graduated with the analysis of the preference of the divine and umbrella. He replied that the preference of the divine would have to be tinked, so the order asked what about the umbrella. Anderson replied that he finished with her, but the technology was quite amazing. The functions of her are the same as the portal generator they created. In the near future, they will be able to use portals to move. Chinran was surprised by this news. She believes that technological progress is truly amazing. And then she said that she had time to come back and hand it over to Armanda. Order said that he would probably be upset that he could not see her. She answered that she needed to take care of many things so she could not linger. He asked if it would happen tomorrow, and Chinran noted that it could be enough to go into her future. Order said to her, "No, that he did not control it." Chinran replied that it would be time to learn how to control their abilities and went. Together with Hen Su, they reached the portal. But before that, she provided him with all the necessary equipment. The cannon of the Black Dragon rank and also a rank relic and a rank invisible shield and striping a plus rank. Hen Su asked if he could definitely bring all these things with him. Chinran replied that so he only had to return with them alive. Before going into the vault, he said that they hoped that they would see. From the dispatching called Khan to the subordinate Chinran and asked where she was. He replied that his head went aside with the hunter Hen Su. But because of the pressure of the portal, they cannot approach it. He was asked who then protects his head. She came behind Chinran and said that she needed protection. Khan asked if the hunter Pak Hen Su went into a fault. She asked the engine to stifle because it was too noisy and said that now they only have to wait. Hen Su went into a fault and Chongen said that this place seems not as evil as a fragment of paradise. But there is something frightening here too. Hen noticed something and then evaded someone's attack and did not understand what was happening. But he felt some increased energy. But he did not have time to notice, so I decided to activate the invisible shield. But an unknown rival easily cut a protective barrier into rank. Hen Su shoified that it was enough to hide because he came here not to play. But there was only silence in response. His opponent decided to attack. In this case, Hen Su will have to make him appear to him. So he used the cannon of the Black Dragon rank, and which was given to him by Chinran. Chongen said that it was powerful. Hen Su replied that her similar power depends on the user. Hen Su shouted the opponent that if he did not work, then he would have to destroy the entire forest. Behind him, a girl appeared in the likeness of a fox and said that it was her forest, and she would not destroy it. Hen Su does not understand who it is. It seems that they met a mystical creature. She became angry because her forest was being destroyed and struck her voice to leave her forest alone. Hen Su was surprised that she could give such powerful pressure with only one voice. It made him understand that he was dealing with a very strong rival. She is fast, and even accelerating it did not help him. So he used a cloud of scattered heavens, and this creature noticed that he was quite strong. But he understands what loses her even when using high speed. She is surprised that there is someone so strong among people, but in her opinion, nothing has changed. Chan Jin told him that he would be protected from her attacks with the help of energy arts. Hen Su used the conceptualization of the mystical arts of the heavenly demon and used the fall of heaven. And then he used the heavens of the following lightnings and he managed to harm her. But it said even more. She said that he has selected her forest and now trying to destroy her, so she will make it the first. Hen Su clearly saw her attack, but he realized that he would not be able to evade her, so he accepted. The creature was glad and said that he should, and now he will know how to destroy her forest. Chongen told Hen Su to get up. After all, the creature is about to strike a final to finally deal with it. But the ring he received from Chinran felt the harm of his body and healed him, so Hen Su came to mind. The creature went down to him to strike the last blow, but it was gone there. She looked up and saw her opponent that was full of power again. Chongen asked if he had already recovered, and Hen Su has replied that so. His body seemed so easy for him. And in addition, he was able to carry the harm he received from the creature on it. She felt severe pain and asked that he had made, and then began to turn. And she said that he would not be able to make her take this form. Hen Su did not understand where the ore went. Chongen said that he did not forget that she is a mystical creature. After that, she approached him and asked it did not recognize her. And then she said that she could not maintain this form for a long time, but she in 5 seconds to destroy it. She touched him and Hen Su felt that the body was not listening to him. Chan Jin said that it is enough to stand as a pillar when it is touched by girls. The creature rejected the opponent and said that it was time to start, and this time, it would destroy him with his bare force. She caused him harm, and to recover the ring it was worth long, so Hen Su's used the cleaning. Chongen said that it was undoubtedly clarity. Hen Su replied that there is only a few things in the world not in vain and plus. It can accelerate the recharge time as the damage is restored. Chan Jin advised to distract her and then attack it. Hen Su used the fall of heaven against her, and she asked for him. He thinks that his attacks would work on it twice. It is only conceptualization, but he does not believe that even so, she is able to block his blow to the fall of heaven. But it was still a bait. He then used the 6th technique of the second half of demonic fists that destroy heaven. The creature said that such cheap tricks will not pass against it. Hen Su was surprised that she noticed, but I would not be able to block the blow. But the creature used another ability against him, so not only did she get harmed but also Hen Su as well. He did not think that the heavenly spiritual body could not work, and the creature does not believe that he was able to pull her 8 tail. So she is determined and wants to attack Hen Su again, and he decided to take advantage of Huli, and he thought that if his spiritual body did not work, he would use the spiritual body of the teacher. His rival thinks that it is in vain. After all, he will not be able to do anything. But he struck her and said that she had no chance against the teacher's technique. Chan Jin completely agreed with him. Hen Su said that he was not in one thought that there is someone so incredible in the world. The teacher believes that she was very strong and said Hen Su, so that he would finish with her one blow. He approached and she asked not to take the forest. After all, he belongs to her in the rain. The creature mentioned as terrible people came from the second world. Rina was frightened that they would all die. So the creature told her sister not to worry. After all, it will protect them as well. She found a mushroom and said that today there will be a mushroom soup for dinner, but people found her. But the fox quickly dealt with them because it is the owner of this forest. But she was still wondering that people were looking for her in this world. And she heard the voice that they said that they were looking for her. The elephant took her sister hostage. Reina called her name Iris and said she was running away. Hen Su decided to heal it using one of the objects by hearing the words from it. Chongen said that it seems after that the subject can no longer be used, but Hen Su is known about it. Iris came to her senses and did not understand what was happening and asked the Hen Su or he cured her. Hen Su told that he came here through the portal. and she realized that he did not need her forest. He said that the portal's place was imprisoned. The portal is similar to the place where it lived, and it is connected to the outside world. As soon as the force of the portal weakens, everything that is thrown into the outside world and will be a threat. That is why people came and tried to destroy it. After that, Iris asked if she was dangerous. Hensu said that if they could communicate, not so much, and then suggested that her leave here. He took advantage of the conceptualization of the mystical art of Heavenly Demon to explore the territory, and then he said that there are about 800 football fields and it is not too much. But Iris didn't like that he was mocking her forest. She asked how he was going to get out of here, and he replied that this place needed to destroy this place. Iris said how he had returned to her tongue at all, but then she heard some sound. Hensu asked her whether she was afraid of ghosts. Chongen said what a ridiculous mystical creature, and he agreed with him. She does not understand what happened, so began to shout who is here using her voice. The elephant, along with the subordinates, waited for the defeat of Hensu. After all, if he won, he would have left the portal. But as soon as he loses, then everything will start to collapse, and since then, it has passed for 20 days as he went there. The subordinate said that only about 2 hours passed inside the portal. Bishop replied that the battle S of the ranks lasts a maximum of 20 minutes. So she does not understand what is happening. So it seems time to go there and check everything. The subordinate asked except for more than one person. The elephant replied that of course they were an exception, and then opened the portal. And then she said that Jihak also went with her, and then they went into the portal. Hensu asked Iris how long she can support 8 tails. She replied that hemisphere, but he did not understand what it means. Chongen replied that it was about 7-8 minutes in a time, and there are other measures to measure time. Hensu was about to gather all internal energy conceptualization and Manhwa in order to destroy this place through mystical circulation. Chonjin said that it was worth concentrating on one point and not the entire area. In order not to lose control, it is necessary to concentrate it in a separate direction. With Hall, he tried to concentrate everything in one direction, and the energy began to gather. He then used the conceptualization of the mystical art of the celestial demon and the true heavenly spiritual body. He managed to awaken the unique conceptualization of the destruction of the mind. After that, this world began to crack inside the fault. Hensu does not understand what it is for unique conceptualization. Chongen asked when he had time to create a unique conceptualization, and thought that sometimes he was simply incredible. Iris cannot believe that it was indeed a simulation. Hensu said they did not know that they were waiting for them. Therefore, he asked her to turn into her shape with 8 tails. She asked Hensu that he probably likes this form more than one. Hensu asked if she could move away from him. Iris said not to worry and that they should rush. They climbed up to get out through the crack, and Iris kissed it. Hensu asked what she was doing, and she answered that it was a gift, and then she added that she would go first and did not notice how someone attacked her. Hensu had only time to shout her name. He does not understand what happened because he knows only one person can come to this place. Iris came back to catch up with him, but Hensu wanted to stop her. After her, a large number of blades were flew. Hensu descended after her to check how she and tried to bring her back to her senses. Jiao's Hak came behind and said he would destroy him, but Hensu did not understand who he really was. Chongen told him to calm himself because they seemed to have met before. Then Bishop came into the portal and said Hensu that it's amazing. She couldn't think that he would lure Iris on her side. And she did not even know that he would be able to crack in her portal. He asked his hands on the right, so she was another subordinated to the king. Using the ring, he tried to heal Iris. She said that everything is true and she was called an elephant. After all, it should be introduced to etiquette before destroying it. Hensu asked her what was a wonderful joke. The elephant replied that it was very rude on his part. He almost restored the health of Irish, and the elephant ordered Jihak to attack him. But with the help of the ring, they were harmed by Irish. So Jihak was seriously tuned against Hensu, and they began to fight. Hensu has dropped his helmet. And Jihak asked if he remembered him. Chongen said that this is the guy with whom they were in a paradise fragment. He wanted to take revenge on Hensu for what he did with him, and repeated only that he would be the most strong and destroy him. But Hensu used a stroke of the leaves against him, and he flew without understanding how it happened so quickly. Iris came to understand that he had healed her again. Hensu said that they should hurry up and get out of here. After all, this should be done before their rivals have managed to recover. But the elephant tried to catch up with their name. So he said Iris to get the first. She asked him only to survive and get out of there. The elephant launched a large number of swords in him, but Hensu had to react and took advantage of the conceptualization of the destruction of the mind. And then he applied the root of the roots and all the swords fell. So he managed to escape from getting harm. The elephant was surprised that he was so easily able to block her attack, and it was very angry. Chonjin was also surprised and laughed. It was his conceptualization. After all, he used the root of the roots, and then combined it with the conceptualization that digs the roots. The patriarch thought that for sure that is why people take students. The elephant saw that Hensu became stronger than in the fight against the horse, and she does not understand how singularity could be so strong. Hensu told her that he would destroy all her plans. She called his name and he warned not to bold his name so carelessly, and he added that she does not regret her because she is a woman, but she tried to escape opening the portal. Hensu has explored the territory with the help of the flight of heavenly demon to find it. And then he applied the conceptualization of the destruction of the mind, and seeing the elephant struck the seeds. It was harmful to her, so he struck the fall of heaven. But she decided to use her spare plan. The elephant caused vindictive souls to destroy his soul and body. She gathered all the vengeful souls that died in the portals, and she wanted to see if he could withstand vengeful spirits of darkness. She is sure that he will not be able to do so. Kali said he would take care of them and ordered the vengeful spirits to return, and this sword would free them all. And he added that they would return and find their freedom, and the spirits were conquered, that they flew away, that Hensu was very surprised. Hallie said that everything was ready and Hensu wondered so quickly. Chanjin rejoiced it and he said Kali that he was just incredible. The elephant realized that Hensu has absolutely death, so Huli's power helped him. After all, he has absolute power over the spirits. Hensu's continued the battle of the elephant and struck the falling heavens. But she used a shield and it did not help to completely stop the attack. So Hensu said that she was not so strong if you compare her with a horse or iris. Compared to them, it can be said that it is even weak. Hensu used the lightning of heaven and falling it called Rondbell. It is her subordinate who picked her up in the air to save. She asked him why he came so late. Rondbell replied that she told her signal to wait for her signal. The elephant replied that if he is obedient, let him get rid of him. He flew to Hensu and he asked who he was still and started a battle with him, but Rondbell quickly hurt him. Hensu realized that he had a special type of nearby battle, so he will have problems in combating him. Meanwhile, Jun decided to visit his brother Hen and bring him flowers with a wonderful aroma. She went into the ward and said that today she had no work, so she decided to look at him, and she said that he should hear her, and at least it would be very great. She looked at the bed in the ward and saw that he was not there, and it was very scared. Getting out of the portal, Iris did not understand where to go and heard someone saying that she did not escape from them. Iris saw the king's right hand and thought that they continued to appear one by one. He used the force against her to destroy, but Iris said that she was not going to just give up. So she immediately struck, but it was a false body, and he attacked her behind. She said that now he realized her, and the subordinate king said that her girlfriend Rain is still alive, and they keep it under the harshest supervision. And then he asked what she would do and to think very well. And he wanted to strike her unexpected blow to destroy her, but he heard that someone told him enough. The subordinate king did not understand who it is and how he came here. It was a Han. He used the force of forced teleportation and told him to return from where he came from. Iris thought it was Hensu, but realized that they were not very similar, but smells were different. He told her to go to that light and so she would be able to get out of here, but she was still interested in who he was. Iris asked if he was one of the family Hensu. He replied that he was not, but this body is not important now. He told her to go faster. She thanked her and thought that she came from, and is a place where Reyna is now. And then she thought that he had to pay off the Hensu for all that he did for her. Hen was fighting with Ronbell in his near battle and realized that he would not be able to use the technique of conceptualization. After all, he got a very strong opponent, and in Hensu Su was not enough experience of the near battle. But he still managed to use a bomb from Mana that was unexpected for his opponent. Meanwhile, the elephant tried to recover completely and as soon as possible. After all, they are sure that joining the battle they will quickly defeat. Chongen told him that he did not chase after that, but Hensu didn't understand what it means, and he replied that his opponent was attacking without intention to destroy. In this case, he decided to take advantage of the conceptualization, and it scared Ronbell. It seems all his devotion in a second evaporated. Hensu said that no one has run away from him so quickly. The elephant noticed that Ronbell fled and was very angry with him. Hensu said that she had forgotten about this coward and attacked her suddenly. She threatened that it would destroy it but was too weak, unlike Hensu. At this time, Isaac celebrated his birthday and all welcomed him that was unexpected for him. They told him to make a desire and soap the candles. Although it was unexpected for him, but he was very pleased with such a pleasant surprise. Talking to Ordeman, Isaac said he surprised him. He laughed in response and asked if he believed in God. Isaac asked why it suddenly spoke of God and confessed that he did not believe in such thing. Order replied that as he denied his existence because it could not be seen, but he really exists. And then the Order said that he once met with God before getting acquainted with him. But Jazak did not believe him. But he continued to tell and said that he was told to give something when he would come time, so he decided to show the thing that was hidden. Order showed him a sword and told him that it seems that the time came. Chongen said that the elephant's assistant does not want to embarrass and help her. Having lost the hope of victory, the elephant decided to use the elixir, the advantage of the divine. But he fell out of his hands. She rushed to lift the elixir and Hensu called her pathetic. And then he struck the fifth of the second part of the mystical martial arts. The elephant wanted to stop him, but he was not going to stop there and attacked it. Elephant Ranbell's assistant watched them at a distance and acknowledged that Hensu was really strong. He is not going to just give his life, so he decided to leave Bishop and get out of the portal. Chongen said Hensu so that he did not dare to show an elephant or a drop of compassion, and he agreed with it. His level of listening to the instructions has increased, and now he could follow other people. Hensu was happy that his level increased and efficiency increased, and decided to boast the teacher. But Chongen did not pay attention to it, because he saw on his screen notifications that as soon as he used the ability to disappear from this world just gave him the opportunity to take possession of Hensu's body, and wondered whether it was the day that his student SEO Il told him. But as soon as his possession over the body, it will disappear from this place, and it made him think. Hensu asked in Chan the gene that he thought, but he did not want to tell and then noticed that the crack in the sky was tightened again. Then Hensu wondered whether Iris got out, and Chakon Gen said that she had come out and felt happy, so there was nothing to worry about. He asked the teacher where he was known about it, and Chakon Gen asked if he seemed to him to God. Hensu wanted to crack again to get out, but the patriarch reminded him that he had the one that his rivals left. Meanwhile, Chinran came to the fault with her team, and her subordinate Khan said that she did not feel any power from the portal. But Chinran said that judging by the Anderson Index, Hensu coped. Then they saw Hensu and said that he had returned. And then he added that if it were not for the things that Genren would give him, then he would definitely die there. Chinran ran to him and hugged that he was a great fellow, but she is interested in why he came out of another portal. He replied that he could not destroy the creature inside the portal. Further, the Chinran team noticed that the portal began to disappear. Chinran said that in any case he had time, but she did not think that the clearing of the portal would take it for a whole month. Hensu asked how it was possible that he spent only a few hours there. Chinran thought that it was different inside and out of time, and then she added that she had to say something about... So she reported that his brother woke up. He was very surprised and could not believe it. And then she said that Robin Order was killed yesterday. Isaac could not come within himself. He could not believe that it really was happening. The day before with the Ordemons, something happened. He came ashore of the river and met a man, and it was there that he said goodbye to his life. The man asked him that he had forgotten here at such a late time. Order replied that just life became too complicated. This unknown man asked, and when he was easy. Order also asked if he came here. He replied that for the first time. Robin asked if he was reassuring his fishing, but he said that he was fishing for the first time. But Order noted that he was holding a fishing rod as a real expert, and therefore he thought that it was a habit. The man said that he is not often here and why he is not interested in who he is. Robin wondered that he did not really know his name. So then he asked the man who he was, and laughing the man said he was a king. The king called him Newman and said that today he would fall from his hands again, but the Order replied that he would not die without a battle, and added what else we will see who. After that they began a decisive battle. Order woke up Isaac, and he was surprised to see the teacher in his room. Robin said that he could no longer support him. His potential is endless, and he asks for himself and continue to move forward. But Jizak did not understand what his teacher means. Order told him not to give his malice to absorb himself and always keep calm. After that, the teacher of Jasaka disappeared, and he realized that it was only a dream. The researchers went ashore of the lake and saw that even the water evaporated there. But what they saw further surprised them even more. They found the ornament. After learning that his brother Hen came to his senses, Hensu immediately rushed to the hospital. He was happy to see his brother and asked how he was feeling. Hen said that they couldn't think that they would meet exactly that. Hensu asked what he was in mind, and he apologized and said that he was not a hen. And then the strange things began to say that the vicious darkness prevails, and in the place where the darkness will not grow no flower. Everything living will meet its death. The fact that the death of the death decomposes all living things, and it is inevitable. Henso has grabbed him and asked who he was. But Chikon Gen asked him not to be too rude so as not to damage the body of his brother. He released him but asked if he did it with his brother Hen. But he replied that no. The Wine King was called the explosion of the portal. But it is he who helps his brother to stay suspended so that he does not die. Hensu asked who he was. He replied that his name is Mare, and he is the god of the planet Ares. This planet is about 700 million light years from this place. Chongen asked what then he did here, and Hensu asked if he could see him too. The mirror replied that of course he could have moved him here. Chongen asked it that he attracted him here. If his soul was not separated from the body, he would not be able to do it. So Mir said that he was just lucky. Chongen agreed with that. After all, if he were in his body, then in an instant would be a matter of understanding him. Mir said that not everything is so bad because he spends perfect time growing his new student. And then he added that he has no choice, and he is obliged to be here because of a contract for the free people of the planet Ares. And he explained that there is such a thing here, but to use the server, you need it. So we can say that for people Ares, he is something like the same server. Mir said he was not asking for forgiveness, and Hensu can destroy him after all ended. Hensu asked what he wanted to say, and he replied that he would better show him. The defense line was broken on his planet. They noticed that all portals in the sky were now open. They learned that a catastrophe monster had just appeared in the D area. The horse's army advanced to the 5th line of defense. So they had to turn back, and they asked Newman to help. Henso was curious about what a place and whether it was Ares. One of the inhabitants of the planet Ares said that an elephant in the sky, and the woman asked that in D-Zone D, he replied that there was a beat there. They asked Newman to turn back at least a little, and he did it. Hensu not noticed that Robin had a similar traveling ability. He was interested in whether everything stopped. Mir said that the person has the same ability as Robin. To Hensu asked if he stopped everything. But he wanted to explain everything. Newman is the former owner of the abilities of Robin Ordemont. So this ability is not just similar but the same. The Earthman inherited a person's abilities from Ares. Hensu realized that all the hunters were awakened except Gina. Mare explained that Ares people had special strength. Because of this, they could not be combined. But then Newman appeared. So 11 kings were gathered and Newman was the main. Looking at one of them, Hensu thought it was Hasten. Mir replied that it was Karak and he was recognized as stronger among them. He was the best in the struggle, and Hensu's noted that even the characters were similar. He then said that this red-haired woman K Cancer Moran, it has a dragon flame. Although they had a common enemy, but it seemed impossible to unite all the former enemies. But Newman was able. Paul helped the most. And the chief commander among the hunters' S rank on Earth was Chichuwa Songho. Chichuwa Songho was a boss of Hay. With the help of Paul, Newman was able to unite Ares people. They began to fight with the king using everything that they have, and at first they had a good idea. Because the united army of Ares was as strong as hostile. Each of the 11 hunters was strong in itself, but gathering together they represented the formidable power of the Second Order. But all this did not take long, until the moment the queen entered the battle. Hensu thought that if there is a king and an elephant, then there should be a queen. But the queen is the strongest living weapon made from the cells of 4 ancient kings, and the present king through science and magic. The queen's strength is far beyond the face of understanding ordinary power. Her whole creature was stronger than any of the attacks. Ares people were not equal to her. Even Karak, which is most accustomed to the battle, became a regular toy for her. They could withstand the elephant and horse, but the appearance of the queen changed the entire course of events. Therefore, Newman has no choice in addition to finding it. Hensu asked Mira whether he was. He replied that so, but the truth of its present form looks pathetic. Newman asked if he was God Ares, and he replied that if he was more accurate, he is God his abilities. He asked why God did nothing if Ares is in danger. After all, he must do something to protect his people. Mir replied that he could only support their abilities and is outstanding for those people. Therefore, he cannot help. Newman realized that they would die in any case. Newman shouted that he would never forgive the king, and asked whether Ares would somehow be able to exist. Mir replied that so if he passed his strength to people from another planet, and Newman asked him to do it. If they cannot stop the king, they will allow them to inherit their will, and if they do not cope, then their will inherit someone else. Mir said that they would probably suffer forever because of any happiness. Newman replied that it does not matter until he could destroy the opponents with his blade. Hensu asked that regarding his teacher Chikunjin and who were Singularity. He replied that Singularity was variable, the power that did not exist on Ares and the power of which the king does not know about. Then the mayor asked if Hensu guessed why he was in such a state, and said that such was the price for their creation. He traveled to an endless number of measurements to find his teacher Chongene and to pass Yesak's sword, and soon it may appear in front of them. Hensu said he had the last question. He asked if the prophecy of the singularity that would save the world. Mir replied that this was his desire, and such an answer did not like Hensu. And then the mayor added that it was Hensu who destroyed the horse and elephant. In Ares, this was impossible because they were much stronger there. But Hensu was able to deal with them and even capture one alive, so his desire becomes reality. He is really sorry that the Earthlings have received the abilities of which they did not ask, but as long as the king hangs over the earth, this force will definitely not be more than more. Hensu said that Robin had to see this conversation, but the mayor replied that it was impossible until it is involved. The ability to look into the future is incredible, but not above the gods, even if the mayor loses the strength of the ability to rise above it. Hensu asked who this outstanding and whether he was helping the king. He replied that he didn't know, but he stopped him from keeping Ares and then disappeared. Chongjin said that it similarly called him in that strange place but hid from him and did not name his name. Mir said that for all of them there is hope because they have his desire, the will of Ares and singularity. Hensu said that his desires would be fulfilled, and Mir replied that it was nice to hear. But Hensu is still interested in why he is associated with his brother. Mir asked unless he said it would be his last question, and then he added that he was in vain because he saved him, by the way. But Hensu asked why so if his brother was needed and he himself. Mir replied that then he would leave himself life. Hensu asked him that he chose him from the beginning. Mir said unless he did not feel his true talent. Chongjin thought he would have had to be born with him in Murim and then ruled the world with him. Mayer said he was Jazak, and the third singularity is hope that he selected and strategically granted. Jazak must get the incredible force that he will give him a sword that he received from the Orderman, and this moment has come. The sword began to talk to him, asking whether he wanted to get strength, and it scared Chisaka. He does not understand why the sword is talking. But he started talking again and said that he was considered a true demon among demonic things. And he asked if he wanted to take revenge on who left the life of his teacher, Robin Orderman. After all, he can give him strength. Isaac asked whether it was true, and the sword replied that, of course it was omnipotent. Isaac said that he wanted to deal with who did it. So the sword said that then he needed his strength, but whether he can handle what will happen then. To this, Jizak replied that he could not be able to give him power, so the sword asked him to give his blood. After that, the sword gave him strength and said that he finally became strong enough to own him. Armand agreed on the burial of Robin Orderman, who would take place tomorrow, and the priest said that he would pray for his eternal peace. He came to Jizak, but I instead saw someone unfamiliar and asked who he went, and where was Isaac and what he did with him. But he replied that he was Isaac and wanted to take revenge on his own hands. Armand asked if he was, but in a moment he disappeared and only a footprint remained from him. Armand does not understand how he was able to do it and what happened to him at all. Hen continued the conversation and the mayor said that it can tell, and Hen Su told him that he would destroy him as soon as it all ended. He answered what would wait for this look forward, but now he should rest. Hen Su asked that with his brother, and Mayor replied that Pak Hen had completely recovered. For a while he will not be able to walk due to muscle dystrophy, but soon pretends to be. To save him, the mayor imposed a seal on him. Therefore, he cannot be external influence. It should be in full rest. But because Hen Su has used a few strange texts to weaken the seal of his reaction to external influence now unpredictable, Hen Su said that it was unimportant and asked him to get out of his brother's body as soon as possible, and he answered that he would try. Chon-gen said that Hen Su learned a lot from talking to him, so he replied that now he should tell everyone else about it. The mayor thought that he was sorry that Pa Hen had already played his role. Hen Su went to see Hurak's head of Guild Red Lions. He drew attention to the fact that her hair is the usual color for him. She said that the forces were also restored. Hen Su drew attention to the portal and asked if the Ministry of Gate made it. Yakra said that they were placed in all important places and then took it by the hand and said that they needed to go because everyone was waiting only for them. The Ministry of the Gate has gathered all the strongest hunters. Hen Su told everyone that he had not seen them for a long time. And then he came to the man to get acquainted. The man said that his name is Alexander. Chinren said that the reason for which they gathered before the burial lies in the fact that Ken Su was able to destroy the elephant, one of the subordinates of the king. Everyone was surprised that he dealt with not only the horse. Yak added that he received some information from a higher being with which he would like to share. Hasten is surprises from which this time this guy became so strong. Hen Su said he would try to explain easier and to convey the most important thing. The King's team is something from the Pirates of the Universe. They attack the planets and capture control over them by destroying the population and taking away resources. The easiest way to do this by creating a portal and calling the monsters that will destroy the bulk of all living things. The strongest of those monsters is called for the destruction of the next planet. The reason for which they do it unknown. Even the mayor of a higher being with which he spoke unknown this reason. Mayor said he is God Ares. He was the one who supported the superhuman abilities of his planet, and Ares people lost to the king. But their abilities switched to the ground, and their abilities were awakened in each of them. Armand asked that this means that their ability is the original owner? Hen Su answered what exactly. Taxi said that it is difficult to believe in it, and he would like to meet him. And Hila wondered if they were stronger than them. Hen Su said that according to Mir's memoirs, Ares' ability were the same as that of earthly hunters, but stronger. And then Hen Su said now has to tell the most important. He knows the reason for the king came to the ground with his subordinates. And he knows why they do not use all power to completely capture their planet. The legend of the fight between the gods has long been transmitted on Earth. The legend of the battle of God and the devil, and once the devil lost this battle and was sent to the depths of the earth. This story seemed to be familiar in Gil. This is told in the Bible, so Hen continued to tell. The king came to wake up the creature known as the Dragon Destruction. He is the devil. Even before the conquest of Ares, it was known that the next would become the land. Even the mayor does not know what they want from the dragon, but they exactly plan to bring it back to life. Most likely, he will become the king's combat unit. They do not conquer the land with their best because of a contract with the hunter Chachuave Sunho. This news surprised all. Hen Su said that he has a special ability to strengthen the seals. The hunter knew about the sealed dragon destruction. Therefore, he began to prepare the spell to strengthen the seal. But the king learned about it, so negotiated. After all, if Chuvin had strengthened the seal, she would have lasted for 5 centuries. The king said Paul that if he aggravates the seal, he would destroy the planet. Chachawavi Sunho got the ability from Paul from the planet Ares. He asked the king or his true purpose was the devil, and he replied that so. But even without it, it will destroy everything living on the planet. So he asked what he wanted instead not to reinforce the seal. As it was known from what Mayor said, singularity should soon have to appear. So Shui agreed that the king would not attack the next 5 years. The king asked whether they think that in 5 years they would be able to prepare and defeat it. Shui replied that he should not break the condition. If it takes the true form and attacks the earth, then as a punishment of his life will be reduced and power will decrease. Therefore, if the king agrees to this verbal oath, he will stop increasing the seal. He was surprised that a person knew about a verbal oath. This is an absolute oath, and who does not restrain it will lose the soul. So the king said that this agreement is not very honest, and he wants to add another condition. After all, he can turn again 5 years ago. Therefore, his condition will be that he has to deprive himself of his life on his own. Therefore, the hunter sacrificed his life for the sake of the earth, and the king had to adhere to the oath. Armand said that the horse did not use his true form against them. Hen Su said that it did not give anything because he died immediately. No one believes that something similar happened, but now everyone understands that they are alive only because Captain Xiuhua sacrificed himself. Chinren expressed his respect for the hunter for his endless efforts for humanity. She and the Society of the Black Dragon decided to follow him. Yurak added that now they have the known purpose of enemies. It makes no sense to act separately. Therefore, they have to unite and fight against them. Everyone agreed and some offered to create an army headed by a hunter. But Hasten denied. He is not going to obey someone who is weaker than him. Hen Su said it was no longer important, and guilds are also no longer needed. But Hasten said he was not concerned about guilds. He will not be able to recognize him as a leader if he is weaker than him. Chongen told Hen Su to show him who is older here, and he had an idea. Hensu asked Anderson or he has the coordinates of his house. He replied that so Robin and Isaac went there. So Hensu asked him to open the portal to his house and decided to show them what was in his room. Everyone went into that portal and it seemed endless. Anderson did not feel any signs of life from him. Hensu, having addressed to Hasten, said that he would think of this place and added that he was his personal training platform. Hasten replied that it was wonderful and that is where he would show who the chief. Hensu answered, except if he could. And then he added that Hasten in the future battle is a very important combat unit. Even the meaning of this battle now. But Hasten told him to stop speaking and even more so reading his lectures and immediately attacked him. He tried to catch him, but Hensu was evading all his attacks. Hasten used various combat equipment against him. But Hensu was not inferior and also struck with demonic fists and seeds. Hasten realizes that he has no time to evade, so he tried to protect himself from the blow. Hensu injured him his hand, so he had to recover quickly and used a silver pulse to recover. He does not understand that this is a frightening force. Hensu asked him whether he was sure that it is time to treat himself. And then he used the Fall of Heaven. Hasten got a lot of damage and realized that it was a new technique that he did not possess during their last battle. He is surprised that in just a few months, Hensu became much stronger. He then used the Lightning of Heaven. Anderson saw that they were at different levels. Taxi cannot believe that Hasten is not at all the level of Hensu. Hasten considers it impossible because he is the strongest hunter. So he rose and said Hensu that he would not be so arrogant. And then he wanted to attack him, but Hensu's used the Explosion of Heaven and said that they could continue if he wanted. But everyone else has already decided everything and think that Hierarchs is determined, and it is obvious who will be their leader. Chan-jin said it was worth the more tighter lesson. He believes that the case should be finished, but Hensu said that he would die then. Hasten roared Hensu and wanted to say something, but couldn't. Hensu gave him his hand and said that he lost today. And then he added that he wants to go with him to one good place. But Hasten did not like what he helps him. Hasten asked what it was for a place. Hensu said that he would call it a part of the Civil Paradise thermal baths, and then he suggested that they start taking the bath because they fought for a long time and said that they should be undressed because they need to go. Hasten replied that he would not undress before strangers. Hensu said that he completely booked this place, so there is no one to be ashamed. But he still refused. He asked what he refused because the water would cool, so Hensu used power and showered his clothes. And then he noticed that he had overdone a little and Hasten became angry with him, but Hensu said he would go into the steam room faster. Slightly calming down and leaning, Hensu began a conversation. In fact, he doesn't really want to be a leader, because just be strong and be able to lead people different things, but recognizes that some things can only be solved by force. For example, as with him, the unification of all awakened people is needed for the sake of victory over the king, and his strength is very important to them. Hasten said he was ready to work with him but not to cooperate with him, and only to deal with the king and his subordinates. Hensu said that of course he would not want to. Hasten said that the portal from his room is much larger than he thought, and he asked when the portal appeared in his house and whether he was sure that nothing would come out. Hensu replied that the monsters would definitely not get out of him, and he was not going to comment on the other. Hasten said he would probably go, but Hensu said that they just started and he did not know how to go in the public bath, but he refused. Everyone gathered for the burial of Robin and Hensu said that he came to him to see him, and he said that he would do everything in his power to take revenge for him. Meanwhile, the news has announced that the portals are a person named the King. From now on, all the guilds of the world no longer exist because they have merged into one organization with the name of the New World. The New World includes all awakened, and now they are in a building that had previously had an association of hunters. All journalists were interested in whether the hunter, Pakpak Chenosu, wanted the leader of the New World to become the thinker Karak, and why he did not take his post. Lee Mina said that everyone knows that he was the strongest but wanted to stay out of constant observation. He has a great hope. Therefore, organizational issues would only take precious time. Finally, the meeting ended and Lee Mina breathed with relief that it was all over. Haraku praised her for his good work and asked her whether all the problems were resolved. As a question, Yurik answered that 80% of portals were closed. She asked about the rank in Ethiopia. Lee Mina replied that he had heard that Hasten had decided to do. He has a rank so the portal will not create problems for him, even if he goes alone. Shinran would never think that Hasten would be so angry. After that battle, something has changed in it. During the conversation, Armand came to them through the portal and they asked if something happened. Armand replied that a new S-rank portal appeared over the Pacific Ocean. The king with his team tried to do everything possible. After all, there was little time and he could not lose what he sought for so long. Ladia came to the subordinates and asked if it was. They answered that. It is the strongest body found in person in one of the countless dimensions. Lada does not believe that such incredible energy comes out of the body in which there is no soul. Ladia came to inform the pawns about it. One of them did not say greeted and the other objected because he was all the pawns. But the pawn does not consider it necessary. He was for the first time at this meeting. Ladia said he was glad to get acquainted with their first meeting. He introduced himself and said that his name is Kawan. Ladia heard that he was a well-known magician. And he said that the king chose him, which means that he could be trusted. And then he asked what they were doing now. The pawn replied that they found the portal and finished forming a detachment for him, 30 in rank and 1 S rank, and there is no information about Hen SU. Ladia said that the 90% of the connection between 7 portals was completed. Keen asked how they should be in 7 portals at the same time if there are only 4 of them. He replied that the central portal is the last and it brings together 6 other portals. With its exception, they will enter 4 portals. They already have the one who goes to the 5th and 6th portal. Salden asked if the one who would deal with the hunter Pak Hen Su. Ladia replied that they were permitted to compete in their true forms, so in portals they were obliged to fight in full force. Salden asked about the restriction due to the contract with Paul. He replied that the restriction would take on using the causality clock. Catherine did not like it, but Ladia said to simply compete in full force and finally deal with the Hen Su. The hunters came to the new portal and he really seemed huge. Shinrin said that she had never seen a portal of this size. Jill believes that its size is about 2 kilometers. Hen Su said that he did not feel the evil energy that was in a fragment of paradise. Harik said that he had not changed at all and was in vain, and Hen Su asked if she wanted to check. He reached the reverse level, so others are no longer able to feel his strength. Hen Su asked that the portal was surrounded by a barrier and therefore cannot be approached. Harik replied that so, but they were counting on it. After all, they want to use the strongest weapons of humanity. Hen Su asked that if you use nuclear weapons, then what to do with residual radiation. They do not tell them how dangerous it is for the planet. But Jill tried to reassure him, and he said that he could absorb from at least 1 rocket. So he started acting. Using the Chaos Lordaman, it covered the whole portal with its energy, so with cooking is completed. As soon as there is an explosion of the connection with the outside world, this means that the problem with radiation will be the case of the 2nd dimension. The team sent a rocket launch signal and it flew directly to the portal barrier. Jill absorbed radiation and she was stronger than he thought, but he didn't give up. Everyone noticed that the explosion began to disappear, and for ordinary people it was amazing. So the barrier finally disappeared and Jill Lordman was proud of himself because he still did not get S rank. Jill asked him a hand and was not really cool. Haraki said that now their turn to act. A group of hunters entered the portal and it seemed that this place was like some ruins and they found monsters, and many of them with the help of the device. So they prepared for the battle against the monsters and destroyed them one by one. Harik noticed that compared to the monsters from a fragment of paradise, these look very sweet, so she entered the battle with them to finally end them as soon as possible. Shinrin noticed that she became strong again because her strength burns the whole sky. Therefore, she does not have to lose and began to fight the monsters, asking if there is someone who is able to make her even younger here. Hen Su conducted an analysis of the territory and realized that 6 portals were united by 1 portal in the middle, and then he dealt with the monsters from 1 blow. Other hunters could not note that even in hundreds of soldiers there would be no power. Urek said that it was worth starting with the destruction of the monsters, and he answered that he had a reconnaissance. And he told that there are 6 portals and another 7th portal connects them all in the middle, so 6 portals worked as one. Hen Su, watching the hunters, said that their similar technique became even better when compared to a fragment of paradise. But the rank of monsters is not so high, so they can be left by a detachment, and S rank should take care of the portals. Urek replied that she would understand and pass the message to everyone, so Hen Su said he would go and she asked him to be careful. He replied that he had touched Karik's face and then flew, and she thought that he was completely smiled. Hen Su flew to another place and saw the entertainment park, and thought whether he was exactly inside the portal. There were other people here, and one boy asked his mother to buy him sugar cotton. One of the opponents, Hen Su, could not believe that he came to the portal first. But even better, this place is managed by one consciousness. So now he has the opportunity to deal with him and get recognition from the king. Hen Su does not understand how he found himself on American slides and why he rides them. Chongan said that it was so fun, but Hen Su answered him that now is not the time for fun. Riding on the American slides of Chkon, the Gene does not understand what it is. Then everyone noticed that the path was broken and began to call for help. The slides broke, all began to fall. Hen Su has landed and watched everything happen and noticed that everything is repeated here. He saw the same boy who asked his mother to buy him sugar cotton wool, and the hell he said that they entered the cycle. Time is closed here as well as in the Anthropic Kingdom, or it is something else. Further, Hen Su heard a voice that said that he'd lost in the first game the American slides. He asked who it was, and the voice answered that he did not fight so much, so created the space of different measurements as soon as he entered here. And he said that his name is Borkus, and it was his ability, and to fight him a little scare him, because he defeated a horse and an elephant. But this is his battlefield and even it is powerless here. Hen Su said that as a coward he was talking too much, and he asked is he weaker than an elephant and a horse? Borkus replied that it was in vain to provoke him, and he loses stuck here forever. And then he added that it was time for the second game. Hen Su answered that he refused to play his games. Borkus replied that then he did not get out of here. It is its territory? Hen Su told enough to speak nonsense about its territory. He is so weak that he is afraid to appear. So he does not make a lot of work to win. Moreover, this place is illusion, and if it so gets even simpler. Hen Su activated the conceptualization of the destruction of the mind, and the illusion began to disappear, so he saw where Borkus was hiding. And then he struck him with seeds, and he fell as he could see how he could notice it, because his illusion was perfect. Hen Su answered that he had already met a magician who was much stronger than him. He then struck another. Borkus, turning to the king, said very strong, and Hen Su struck a final blow. Chonjin was surprised that everything happened so quickly. And then he said that Holy was probably still sleeping. Hensu replied that it always happens when it goes through the growth stage. The hunters noticed that one portal disappeared, so it seems to be cleaned, and probably Hensu. But the main among them was reminded that they would focus on the battle. Tashi fought in another portal with a snake in the water, but quickly overcome it, so he continued to look for a boss of the portal. Other rank hunters and fought with zombies, but there were too many, although they are much weaker than other monsters. They joined by Karek and asked how to lose the monsters of this level. They were happy as they saw. Urek destroyed all zombies, her flames. The hunters thanked, and one of them said that he was elsewhere and then found himself here as he came to his senses. The zombies continued to step on them again, and they heard someone saying, "Welcome to the parasites." It was Salden, one of the king's pawns. He said that they would also turn them into their faithful servants. Tai suffered from someone's influence. His consciousness managed, and everything was not as it really is. He was in the company of two girls who asked to remove their sword because they needed his both hands and to go sooner. The girls treated him with drinks and snacks. They said what he was courageous and what is very good next to him. But he brought him to Jill and asked if he had forgotten that he had to always be ready to display the illusion. He said to wear a respirator because these butterflies fly around the illusion pollen. And then he asked that there was an illusion there because he made his face and looked very pleased. Taxi told him to stop speaking nonsense, and they heard someone's presence. Katrina said that if he had come a little later, she would have already destroyed him, a friend sucking all Yang's energy from him. They asked whether she was boss and believed that it was self-bearing because she should not show up. Katrina said that their abilities were well known to her, because she had already seen them in Ares as well as their fate to die today from her hands. Jill said that this time she would not work out and wanted to use her power, but he felt that he plunged into the illusion. He found himself in the company of girls who treated him and wanted to help relieve fatigue because he worked so much. Katrina said her pollen is too small to stop the respirator. As she asked her here, she does not understand how he is still in the face. He said that it was due to his energy arts. It can survive without oxygen for up to 10 hours. He used to relax a little, but now everything else. After that, he made a decisive blow to finally deal with Katrina. Harara saw that another portal disappeared, so she realized that the Sishi and Jill had coped. Salden said that it would be much more interesting to control them than those soulless zombies, and then used the force with the words that appointed them to the new owners in the name of the king of the parasites. All zombies began to fall to the ground, and the hunters will not understand what is happening. And then small monsters began to attack them and seize their bodies by turning them into a zombie. Harik noticed that something was not so much to attack her. Realizing that they were captured by the parasites, she wanted to burn everyone. Moreover, the rank warriors should withstand the same, so she began to destroy everything in her way. And then she took the subordinates, and they began to come to their senses and say that they were very hot. Urak took them to a safe place and said that they had just been taken under control of those parasites that were in the zombie below. And she had already found a cage until she was dragging them here, so she went to him and told them to wait here. Salden noticed her and thought that a woman is a bad rival for him, but even if he is still a king of parasites, so he decided that he would be able to take possession of her body, and said that her strength would do nothing for him. Haraka attacked his prism by realizing that this is much weaker against the Gulag's last monster. The subordinate was asked if they remained a paw, and how he was punished for their loss, but he replied that it was not her business. She replied that it is true because she was all the military slave. She thought about Aizen's subordinate horse and envied her that she went first. She also apologized for not protecting her. Lady asked if she was thinking about death. She replied that no, and her brother would come after her. This is the 12th king of Ares god the battles. He asked if she was talking to him too informally. The subordinate asked me he was about to threaten her death, and if so, she is only glad. And then she added that she sees could be concluded that he was also left here. He told her that she stopped talking and destroyed her with the words that there is no need in a dog that bites her owner. She said she would finally meet her brother, Rundbel. Hen Su noticed a familiar face and said they met again. This is the same man who escaped leaving an elephant. His rival said his name is Ronbel, and he was the 12th king, Ares Max. He has no way to betray Ares. After all, his sister is in the hands of the king. Hansu asked why he told him it. He said that he should leave his life and then be able to pick up his sister. Chanjin said that the student be careful because his opponent is serious. Ronbel said he had already destroyed one of his sisters and immediately attacked him. Hensu thought of the girl who was with a horse and could not believe that he was his sister. And then he said that he was sorry that he was his sister, but even if he had a choice, he would have done the same. Ronbel said that he thinks because he would still destroy him. Hensu used new techniques of mystical art of heaven, of scattered clouds, and Ronbel, though not harmful, but surprised by such great power. And he said that he became stronger from their last meeting. Hensu said that the circumstances forced him. Ronbel said that in this case, putting his life on the horse will also fight all the strength. He created his clones that attacked him from all sides. So now Hensu was able to appreciate all his power. Chanjin noticed that he was losing and telling him to gather, because he had a lot of technicians in his head. So he used the shield of the heavenly demon and rejected them all. Ronbel thought it was a trick. Hensu said that he did not think that everything would be as he wants it. Ronbel replied that he indifferent what techniques he uses because it would end as soon as he destroys it. After that, Ronbel created even more clones, hoping that he would definitely win right now. Chinran fought with the monster and told him how he dared to do with her subordinates. but she fell into the trap, and after that the huge monster struck her. Then the Keeman appeared and restored damage to the giant monster, and Shinran noticed that he was a magician. He told her that she was exactly stronger than others, so Darren immediately tried to attack him. But he could easily stop her attack, so she didn't like it because she considered it impossible. She continued to attack, but it didn't work. He neutralized all the attacks and asked if it was capable of. Shinran realized that he was dangerous because he did not even say the spell. Keeman said that the disappointment was expected more than her as the thinker of the rank of S. She laughed and he asked what she was so funny. Shinran replied that she did not think that she would be even younger. But with that she could not do anything, so she decided to use all her strength. Hen continued to compete with Ronbel and his clones. The rival told him that he overestimated him. But Hen Su just laughed and it surprised Ronbel. He asked whether he went crazy, but Hen Su said that he did not know anything about him. And he said that he was the heavenly demon and then applied the dominant step of the heavenly demon. And then, taking advantage of the conceptualization of the destruction of the mind, he found a real Ronbel and attacked it. Shinran realized that even in this condition it was not a level of her opponent, and he said that she was not so hopeless. After all, competing with him was able to protect her allies, so he expressed her praise. Shinran replied that she was indifferent to his compliments. He said to wait and then apologized, and with the words that he had already flew. She did not understand what was happening. After he disappeared, the portal began to close. Ronbel said Hen Su that he is strong and maybe it will work out, and then tried to get something from himself. Hen Su asked what he was doing at all. He replied that he wanted to leave himself life and then destroy the king. But his sisters are no longer alive, and saying that he was glad that he gave him the thing more and said that it was a vessel of his life. Finally, Ronbel said that he only try not to destroy the king and dissolve. Chongen thinks that he is painful to be a slave to protect the sisters. Hen Su is not believed that he gave his life vessel to him, to the person who fought. Huli asked if he could give him to him, and Hen Su was glad to see you. He finally woke up. He said that he was very hungry after such a long sleep. Hen Su said that he should not eat everything that got into his hand. But after Huli ate his vessel, his level increased and Hen Su could now use gravity. Hen Su asked and Huli he increased their level. He felt incredible energy and saw that another side began to close. So there is another one. He asked Hall whether he was ready to join the battle, and Huli replied that so. Keeman was waiting for Hen Su, hoping that he would come to him, but he went to the last portal, although it was conceived from the beginning. But he could not go to that portal, so he decided to wait until the battle was over. He only has to wait outside and observe how much the singularity has been released. Hen Su understands that he simply does not go through this barrier. To do this, deal with the boss of the last portal. They found themselves in the forest and the Chongjin seemed familiar, and if they go in that way, then find the lake. Hen Su went further with the teacher and there really was a lake. Chongen said who had all dared to do so. He was angry because someone dared to copy his native land, but then they saw someone from the lake. Chongen saw So Ilya. Hen Su asked if he knew him. The patriarch replied that he was his favorite among the captains of the detachment of the evil tiger. He was the strongest in the cult after him, and sacrificed his life to save his life, and that's where it happened. Now, Chongen understood why he appeared in his dream, but he did not think that someone dared to resurrect him in that state. He whose courage and justice would be envied by anyone in the world, so he will not forgive this to the king. Chongen said Hen Su what he wants him to protect his honor as his student, so he entered the battle. So Il said that he would destroy everyone for the sake of a heavenly demon, and used a spear of a dark fog. Chongen warned him to evade the spear. After all, if he touches him, it can be considered that he said goodbye to his life. Hen Su took advantage of the fall of heaven, and his rival said he dared to follow the techniques of the heavenly demon, and he added that he would not forgive him. So Il uses 3 basic martial arts. Heavenly Blow to the Black Wind, and also a Spear of Dark Fog and Heavenly Wave. So first he used the Dark Fog, the first spear. Chongjin told not to lose the spear tip and go straight to him. Hen Su flew to him and applied the seed, but his opponent is very fast. He struck Hen and felt his body burning, so Il flew to him and asked how he was able to study the martial arts of his teacher. Hen Su said that he should know that he is no longer in this world, and the king with his pile just uses it. But Soel said that he says only one mission. It's to win a little time to recover the heavenly demon. Hen Su said that his personal mission was to reassure him with honor. He took advantage of the heavenly spiritual body and so noticed something wrong. After all, he knows the techniques of mystical art of heavenly demon. So, in response, he applied an explosive attack. Hen Su could not believe that he repulsed the heavenly spiritual body, so he thought he was a monster. So Il said that it was not close to the martial arts of his artist. He just uses the same and asked who he is. Hen Su replied that he was his student and they attacked each other. So Il could not believe and understand where he knows the martial arts of the teacher. After all, the mystical martial arts can only be transmitted to celestial demons and cannot be studied at their own desire. So Il said that he served his teacher all his life, so let him not try to deceive him. If you tell the truth, then his death will be easy. Hen Su said that he did not expect that he would believe him. Hallie advised him to use a new attraction, and he added that it should be separated from weapons. This is a good idea, but the rival is too strong, and Hen Su did not see gaps in defense. Su realized that he had something in his body, so he struck the leaves. The opponent applied an eagle blow, but nothing worked, so Il decided to strike the last blow to end the opponent. To do this, he used the conceptualization of the Dark Fog 6th Spear. Changena said to use the spiritual shield to escape from the spears, but Su realized that he could not move. So Il said that while they fought gradually, the conceptualization attacked him, and he added that he is strong, but copying and using his teacher's martial arts is too much, and he cannot forgive it. Su took a blow on himself, and Changin shouted his name, and then realized that he had to take possession of his body. And then he realized that it was the same moment when he should not doubt what he spoke to him in a dream. Su said that it was not necessary to do it. Chongen replied that he would look at himself now, and he replied that he couldn't let him go. It was only because of him that such worthlessness was able to become a savior of the world, and he has not yet paid for this kindness and cannot let him go. Changin called him and said that he did not say that. At this time, Co Il approached them, and he called Hen as pathetic because he dreams and talks to himself. Su said they had not finished and thought that he should find a space in his strength, so he wanted to use gravity as Kali suggested, and now his rival holds the spear with one hand. Therefore, he decided to try, and so Il lost his weapon without understanding as possible. Then Su said that the weak younger should give the lesson to his eldest. Lady thought about whether the king was really going to leave them. The causality clock has already deducted its... So now he has to take the consequences of the battle, and he is waiting for painful and unbearable torment. Su should end with a rival from one blow if he does not want to lose his teacher. So he used the power of piercing nature and the destruction of the mind. So Il does not understand how he has achieved it. He began to speak the words of the thought of a dark fog, but mentioned that he had no spear in his hands. So Il wanted to evade the attack, but he could not dodge. Going to that world, he thought, as a demon lost the spear and wanted to know the name of the one who won him. Su said his name and that he is a 34th student of Heavenly Demon Changin. So Il saw his teacher and said to Changin about it, and he apologized for not seeing himself to see him before. Changgen said his name and said he would rest in peace, and he added that he was very expensive to him. So Il thanked him and disappeared. Su said that he defended the honor of the eldest and then fell powerless. Karak noticed that the last portal was cleaned. Chinren also realized that it all ended. Su so turned off and the Changin touched him, felt that his internal organs were damaged and burned. He could not cure him and he would simply lose him at such a pace. So he had to do something. Keeman, watching the battle from afar, thought that they both died because Su did not leave the portal for a long time. But if there was a draw, then the king won. And that means that Isaac is their last hope. Lydia withstood all the torment and thought about himself that he was just incredible. But he heard someone saying that everything would end here. This is the one who recently visited the king, and he said that he had been watching the king for many years, and it was quite interesting. But he did not reach Ares. Ladia asked who he was, but he continued to speak. Now he seems to him that he has overestimated the king. Ladia asked who he was, so he decided to answer. And he said that if he is so interesting to know, he is the author, and more precisely the director. In some universe it is called God, and in some are afraid of the devil. He was interested in watching them playing on his stage, but no longer. So he tries to reorganize his characters. And since Ladia is not a significant and secondary character, so he has to erase it. After that, he said that the king was worth trying better. Now it will not be possible to replace the king with the role of the main character. He is sorry for course Su, but he should continue to do everything himself. Su was in some unclear place and thought he was killed. Then he saw his parents and was overcome by emotion, so he could not hold back tears of joy. He hugged them, said that he was very sad for them. The father told him that he was very mature. They told him that they love him and then left. Su asked them not to go. His father said he had a lot to do for this world, and his mother added that they are proud of him. Finally, they said that his luck was as strong as his talent. He barely reached the right level of experience and will become even stronger. Chongen could not understand what was happening to his student's body, but he was glad that he still managed to survive. The level of his unique ability to listen to the instructions has increased, and the body of the celestial demon is satisfied with the changes, and its level has also increased. Chongjin thought he threw something strange again. He said that he sees him in the habit of creating his teacher. Su answered that it was enough to shout because he almost died, and Chongen asked how he was feeling. He replied that it was fine and said that his unique ability got a new level. So Su watched the notification screen and learned that he had a 6th level of listening to the instructions, and he no longer needed to listen to them. Su does not understand where they and Chongen said that when his body was covered with light, he moved here and does not seem on his own. He answered Chan's Jin that he was reasonable enough and they saw someone approaching them. This man said that if he decided to make a move in the open, then they had no chance, and Su felt that his body was not moving. He said it was unusual that he still manages to stand on his feet. With the king of his play, she was perfect, though difficult. But Su spoils him all the scenarios. Chongen understands that he is at a completely different level. The man said that he usually did not appear on stage, but this time he decided to remove it. Chongjin screamed that Su would depart from him but was too late. He caused him great harm. Therefore, there was no other way out in addition to take possession of the student's body, and he grabbed his opponent by his hand and asked him he was about to erase. The man realized that the Chongjin happened to him a strong blow, and he did not understand how he could hit him because it was impossible with his power. Chongen said that he thought he would be stronger than the Sornesses that he had previously met. His opponent called him the elderly old and asked how to be in a young body again. Chongen said that if he wanted to talk to him, then he should be on his knees first. The man thought that this had to happen. He rose and tried to attack Chonjin, but he again struck him and easily blocked the attack. Then he grabbed him and struck again. His rival could not believe that he loses exactly that. All hunters felt some incredible splash of energy and thought that it was Kun Hensu. The generic dragon was also the most high but inferior to the king's power, so the man thinks that he is stronger than the king. Chongen said that he was quite interesting, but something is wrong with him, so soon it will come. He wanted to strike, but Chongeni had the first. Having received great harm, he took advantage of the force of thinning to recover. After that, Chongen said that he was like a cockroach. How much do not beat the sneak? He continues to go. It set him and he said that he was God, but the patriarch grabbed him and he could do anything against such power. Chongen said that he was glad to get rid of him before he stood in his path. The man suggested that he concluded the agreement and thought that he needed to flee, and he said that he would not touch the earth and just disappear. And he added what he knows how to turn it back. And then he asked if he agreed to the agreement. He answered that, and he knows that as soon as the body's possession is over, he would come back whatever happens. Shahongen told him to disappear and finally dealt with him. After that, he dissolved in the air. He said Hensu that knows that he cannot answer, but he should listen. He could not dream of such a student as him. Hensu showed the old grandfather what fun and followed by his expectations. He constantly complained but won everything. He became a real son for him and grew up in his eyes, so he can be proud of himself. Chonjin asks him to never stop and always go forward. He showed him happiness and should try to protect everyone who loves. Finally, he told him goodbye Pak Hensu, 35th Heavenly Demon. Hensu came to his senses and returned to all other hunters, and could not hold back tears of disappointment. Harak wanted to ask what happened, but he started screaming and did not pay attention to anyone. The month has passed since the first port of rank was purified. From that moment, no action has been taken. So, what could it mean? This was asked by Lee Mina, assistant to the New World. She replied that the king's team was almost destroyed. But from that moment, Hensu has also disappeared. Karak thought about where he and what happened to him. Chinran came to Karak and asked if he had not returned yet, and she replied that no. At that moment, he had the eyes of a child who lost his parents. Hurak is very difficult because she cannot comfort him. Chinran wanted to support her and said that he would return soon, and then she must confess to him. But Karak did not like that Chinran was known about her secret. The king thought that the queen became even more noisier and stronger after changing the look. She came to the king after winning the monsters, and he was very glad to see her. Hensu plunged into himself and did not want to talk lover. But his interlocutor tried to talk to him and asked how much it should continue. And he asked if he would also be ignored today, so he said he would come back tomorrow. Yun worked and she came to visit her brother Hensu Hen and greeted her how she was doing. She reminded him to communicate with her without formalities, but he was a little on his own. They talked and thought where Hensu went. Hen said that he is sure that he is very busy now, but still it worried it. And then she asked how his business at work. He replied that all is well and the head of Karak is very attentive, so everything is very simple. Yun said that the connection is a useful thing. Moreover, she also opened her store thanks to a new world. Lee, Mina, and Karak came to the store to the young and were surprised here to see Hen. They said that they went to drink something, so June treated them. Some people came to Hen Su again and asked if he was not ready to speak again. He replied that he just disappeared. Keeman said that at least he allowed him to introduce himself and name his name, and he said that he was the third singularity of which he mentioned in the prophecy. But Hensu said he was indifferent. Keeman replied that if he knew that he would be so weak, I would not even think to meet him, and better he would follow Isaac, and added that the king is still alive and the dragon of the destruction will soon appear. But Hensu did not want to listen to him and moved him away from himself. Keeman said how he would continue so. In him as in the spy there is no point. Hen Su replied that if he continued to bother him, then the next time there would be no ordinary scratch. Keeman replied that he can give fear on others, but he sees so weak now. And he asked if he was not ashamed to be a student of his teacher. After these words, Hensu decided to attack him and said to repeat. Keeman said he was weak and Hensu was attacking him. He does not understand what it is for amazing energy, but he can still neutralize it. Hensu was surprised that his rival had absorbed the heaven of scattered clouds. Keeman appreciated his strength but decided to pretend to be indifferent, and then he said that he could show him where his teacher is. From childhood, Keeman had mystical forces. He was a student of the Carlyle of the Great Basic of the Eastern Universe, so it is nothing for him to make money in measurements. He knows that the mayor used his vitality to look at them in the space of the provisional continue. Hensu also singularity to store humanity through the life of the god Aries Mare. But Hensu said that it had nothing to do with him and asked if he could really move him to the teacher. Keeman said that they finally spoke and replied that the paths of the universe had a certain order. Therefore, he cannot open the gate to a specific place in which he wants to get. In addition, something is required of them, and he promised that he would deliver him there as soon as they end the king. Hensu said that it was better to hold back his promise. And then he asked what he needed from him. Keeman replied something to train. It should become stronger with powerful creatures throughout the universe. It is so strong that it is not ashamed to the teacher. After that, Keeman opened the gate and their journey on the universe began. Hen returned from work and thought that he had more and more and then decided to visit Yun. But suddenly he heard him call him. Here came to him and told him that he supported his life while he was lying on a hospital bed. Hen replied that his presence was subconsciously felt. Thanks to him, he received his life again, and he would like to pay for help. Mir said that he just played his role, and Hen asked what it means. He replied that he wanted to give him the power of Newman from Ares, which Robin from the ground has received and now he owns it, and he told him that Hen should fight for the world with this power. The queen asked the king that if he had a red and blue stone of the soul, then only black remained, and then she asked about portals. He replied that he could not create them in his current state. But there are still portals that he created earlier, and when he remembered whether she remembered the guy in the cap who came here several times, and he said that he was destroyed. The queen asked whether it did the singularity, and she was so strong. The king said that not at his singularity, but one is not a polite man, but he will not interfere with them anymore. The large parade of the planets will take place in 2 months and a better day to wake the dragon destruction, and cannot be. He wanted to hurry up and calmly remove the earthlings as needed, but the situation came out of control. The queen said that she saw it and was about to go on a blackstone, but the king said that this should not be done. As soon as the time she will understand everything and said that she just had fun and enjoy. Isaac gained power competing with various monsters and his rivals felt incredible power from him. He destroyed his opponents one by one until he destroyed the most powerful creatures, and to deal with small monsters he was not interested, so he decided to find some better place. Amanda confused that the king was not performing any action and he was glad, but it was strange, so he thought he just fled. Anderson said that everything is possible, but as they sent all to the New World from the committee, it became very quiet here. The king's pedestrian was approached and asked if he did not want coffee. Anderson replied that he would not give up and thanked, and he asked how his adaptation to a new life went. Chan replied that they accepted him, although they had every right to destroy. So he can only express his gratitude and serve him until the end. They realized that something is wrong. The queen came to them and said that a handful of pathetic people were going to talk. This is a sight. And we asked, well, and who escaped here? Chan saw that he was the queen and, falling on her knees, asked him to pity him. She said that he knew his place perfectly and caused him severe harm. Armand attacked her, but she easily reflected his attack, and then she struck him and said that he could not get up. The queen believes that S ranks because of her fat skin is very good boxing pairs. Anderson ran to Armand and said that she was not suitable for him, and they need to go. After that, they moved to another place, and the queen said they were cowards. She said that they would first deal with the traitor and let them wait. After all, she intends to deal with everyone. Anderson warned Karak to prepare the couple because they just came to them. The queen can come to the New World. Haraku contact with other hunters, and Shinran said that she would have to gather all his strength again. They do not know when it will appear again, so you need to move in pairs. Jill said how she can notice they already with Taki. Another hunter named Alexander said that he would be happy to destroy it, as the queen was behind him here and said that it was nice to hear, and then she added something to try. He attacked her, but she said that even the turtles were faster than him, so he tried to strike another blow. The queen said that in general it was not so bad, and then he used the regime of the unbreakable Alexander hoping that she would not harm. But she struck him and saw it all through video. Armando does not believe that S rank is so inferior to her. In a moment, someone was in the hospital next to them and asked, "What is that?" This is Jizak, and he changed very much so they could not recognize him. He said they forgot about him. Armand showed him what the queen did in just a few seconds. Isaac asked Armand whether she was as strong as Hen Su. He replied that it was quite possible. His sword suggested that he get rid of her right now or first to absorb this guy. Anderson was surprised to see the sword what he was saying. Isaac said a sword named Bloody to calm down and asked Anderson whether it is possible to use a gravitational room. He replied that so, but why? Isaac replied that for training and asked what settings it was used by his teacher Robin. Anderson replied that increased gravity is 10 times, so Isaac said to start with 20. Hunters gathered in the New World and Karak asked Armand how he feels. He replied that he almost recovered. Everyone was interested in where Anderson went, and Armand answered that he was training Isaac. Sishi said that Isaac finally returned. Karak said that it could be interrupted by their workout. It is worth joining them because they will need everyone to fight the queen and agreed with her. Armand said that they all know so stubborn. Jill thought about where Hasten is the strongest among them, but Armand noted that not Hen is the strongest, and where he went at all. Chinren said he was completely different. Lee Mina came something important and brought the monk Lima because he has some urgent news for them. Taxi saw the monk, they said so much despair. Chinran said that he was known for his ability to predict. Lim said so scared that he would miss the formality. As soon as he came the vision on which the life of all humanity depends. 2 months later, the earth will come together in a rare dance with similar ones, and wake up a monster's power and the horror of which is overshadowed by a great dance. Haxen was in another dimension and struggled with monsters, but his rivals were too weak, so he wanted to find someone more serious. Mare told him that he was already strong enough, and Haxen asked if he were Hensu. He said so, but he should come back because he went too far. He should return to the ground in 2 months. Time passed, and the king finally waited at the same moment. The flow of the universe favors them. The king with the queen arrived at the place where the dragon of the destruction was located, and the king said they were here to revive him. But the queen does not understand why he kneel, and he said that from that day she would serve the second master. For their lord it will be a help, and it is the black stone that is needed for revival. The queen asked what he was talking about, what a new master. He replied that the idea of creating it was for him. For its creation, 4 vessels of the life of the ancient kings for the sake of the owner were collected. At first he wanted to use the dragon as weapons, but the more he learned about his essence, the more he understood that he was against him as an insect. The king began the ritual and asked the dragon to be reborn. And he said that he humbly sacrificed himself for the sake of his revival. She wanted to stop him, but at the end the king said that his decision was true, and then he disappeared. The dragon of the destruction was revived, and the queen did not believe her eyes. He told her that this is a good job and she would stay with him until the end of the ages. The queen realized that the dragon of the destruction absorbed the king. His energy is completely different, and even the king is uneven. She said that she gladly offers her dedication, and he answered that he would follow him, and they would burn this world and push paradise on his ashes. The dragon destroyed all his children to wake up and return to life to fulfill his will. Everyone who died began to wake up to go to the ribbon again. The dragon told them to absorb each of the people. Monsters attacked people and all started fleeing. The city was declared an emergency and warned that it was not training. All the awakened New World should urgently gather in the headquarters to protect humanity. The rebel lady was very pleased and said that he knew that the king had not left them. The elephant screamed everyone to praise the devil because the dragon of the destruction woke up. The horse also joined them with the words that everything would be on his will. Armand, seeing him, did not understand why he was here. He said that the abomination and said he would have to destroy him again, and together with Li Ming entered the battle against the rebels. The horse replied to him that if he could, but Armand attacked him, and Mina noticed that he became even stronger. After that, the horse said that in the darkness and warned that Armand could already say goodbye to his life. He struck Armanda and then said Li Minnie that was now her turn, but they joined the hen in time. Seeing him, he thought it was Newman because Hen has his strength. Then they joined Jill and Tansy. They managed to repel the blow by sewing a Mina and finally deal with the horse. Seeing Hen, in fact, they said that he was getting better and better, and he thanked them. Lee Mina asked whether Robin's ability woke up in it. He replied that so, but he did not have time to say that because it happened recently. In referring to Such and Jin, he added that they had helped him train. She greeted him, though late. Hara noticed that there were a lot of rebels, and then she stood in front of her and called her arrogant. She ordered the spirits to completely absorb it, but Yurak asked who she called there and said that it seemed time to remind her of the taste of raw earth. So she decided to burn everything to the ashes with the elephants and all the rebels, and she managed to do so. And then Yakra said that she had no time for such weaknesses as she mentally asked Hensu, so to return faster. Lady called everyone worthless. Shinran did not like it, so she attacked him. He struck her and said that now he would not be able to recognize her after that. But Jizak appeared very on time, and his sword said that the blood of this man was just chic, and asked him. Ladia realized that he had never seen him before and thought that it was singularity, but I decided that there was no difference and wanted to strike. He used big fists to crush him, but Jizak was behind him and asked why he smiled. After that, he destroyed him and Lady disappeared, and Chinran wondered who he was. Haraka flew to Chinran and asked her, and Armand said Isaac that he finally came. Anderson came to them through the portal and asked how things were here. Isaac said that only small monsters remained. Armand noticed that Isaac became very strong. Not even seeing all his abilities, he felt his great power. Chinran said that he was almost like Hensu, but their conversation was interrupted by the queen with words that it is enough to speak nonsense. After all, it will get rid of them at a time. Yakrak was angry with her seeing her and saying that she would take revenge on Alexander. She started fighting her, but her movements were too fast, so the queen was able to do the harm. But Kairak used the fire and the queen said that she was hot and flying away from her. Armand doubts that they will be able to win her because she is completely different. Anderson grabbed her and told Such as acting. But he said that if he hit her, he would also die, but he shouted that he was indifferent. But the queen grabbed Anderson and said she would let them do it. And then she struck and lifted him in front of Such as a beat and threw it. The craftsman became angry and attacked her. Threatening with his sword, he said that he would divide it into pieces. But in a moment, she was right beside him and asked what he was doing. Having accepted Urat, the Tsishi flew and he caught Isaac saying that they were so weak. He was distracted for a second and they were already transformed. He told them to rest a little and himself entered the battle with the queen, and she felt the power of the king of demons from him. Swordbloody said that she was very strong if he understood who he was. So Yesak tried to attack her but could not get closer. She rejected her. Bloody said that she was not a man but a monster made from the genes of 4 kings, so he does not think that his current forces will work against her. Everyone noticed that even Isak could not overcome it and do not know what to do. Mina said they should unite because it is not time to fall in spirit. Moreover, it is one in many of them. Hen thought that he was so scared that he wanted to hide, and Mine is so brave. If they get hurt, he will have to shake back, but he is worried about whether he can handle it. After all, he is not sure of his abilities. Haraki said that Mina was right. If they lose, then everything will be done. And then she added a mini that they were on the battlefield and that she would not forget that she was an assistant. Jill said that if he knew what happened, he would collect all who could only be. Chinran added that she was indifferent who she was. How strong she would not have a few combined attacks. Jill said such as he was resting. The Tsishi replied that he would spare him because he was still alive, and he thought that it was worth making a stronger blow. Armand said Li Mini that they would go first, and the queen asked that they would mutter there. Jill noticed that mines are intensified several times due to Tornado Armanda. Tornado scored the queen and everyone thought for a moment that she had won, but she got out with the words that they were very succulent. After that she was attacked by Such, and she was harmful, so he laughed and said that the attack still passed. Further, she was attacked by Chinren, saying that even the cost of her life would not let her go. Herrick flew to the queen, remembering that she did not like the heat, and said that they would burn together. But the rival answered that this did not happen, and Karak felt that she was losing consciousness. Even united, they could not overcome it. The queen was struck by Krak, and she began to fall. The rival was glad and said that he would destroy them all. But then everyone noticed someone's attack, but no one has time to understand what happened because it happened too quickly. The queen asked who this time decided to prevent her. It was Hasten. He said that she would be much stronger, and then he added what she will check what she is capable of and struck her. Hasten said that he was the strongest here, and from that moment on his body at his disposal. Everyone was glad that Hasten finally returned, and Chinren noticed that he became much stronger. As Isaac appeared here and asked who said here he was the strongest, and added that this title was already occupied by him. Hasten did not immediately know him, but then realized that Isaac it was, so he asked when he had time to grow up so quickly. Isaac replied that they did not see themselves, and then she said that the guy with a doodle was different from one that could not even touch her. He replied that his name Hasten, and today he would leave her life, but she laughed and said that she would not play with her. The queen tried to attack him, but he caught her. That was very strange for her, and he added that he said that he was the strongest here, and then he struck his strength, and the queen flew. But then it increased very much in size, and Hasten began to lose. Other hunters understand that at such a pace it will simply displace Hasten. She told Hasten that she decided to give him a chance and at least had a little fun. Chinren attacked her, hoping that it would work, but the queen noticed the attack in advance, so it didn't work. The queen said that time to finish and struck Hasten by a blow. Hen thought that this ended. He climbed underground through the sewer and thought he was scared and he did not want to die. But he believes that he is not able to fight such a strong monster. He thought where his brother Hensu is now and what he was doing. Isaac told the sword that he would take possession of his body, and Bloody asked if he was serious. And then he said that he had to absorb and asked if he remembered their contract. Isaac replied that of course he remembered, but it did not stop him, so he is determined. The queen noticed that no one was attacking her and thought that everyone fled, or can no longer move. Haruki said that they still say goodbye to their lives, so they should at least be full, because if they lose to humanity at the end. The queen said how the last forces were cute, but Yaki wanted to attack her with all his forces and the rival said that time to end her dedication. But in front of her appeared, which was completely transformed, because his body took over his sword, Bloody. He damaged her hand, and the queen said what a nasty feeling that the devil himself was in front of her. Hunters noticed that Isaac changed again, but he replied that he was no longer Jizak. And with the words that this body suggested behind the blood, he taught directly to the queen. In the meantime, she restored the damaged hand. And then she said that her body inherited the power of 4 ancient kings. But Bloody called her fake. He noticed that the queen restored his hand, so if it was a fake, but still the blood of the 4 kings. So he said he would do so, that there was nothing to restore, and after his attack, she fell. Our main said that now we need to attack everything together, but Bloody stopped them and told everyone to stand. And he asked who he told them that he allowed, and then asked if they thought he was doing it for them. And he added that he just has fun. And if they have Nadu have to interfere with him and to rush, then he will interrupt their lives in response. The queen said that he got into the battle in which he never win, but Bloody replied that this was not worth saying. How the Dragon of Destruction joined them here and struck Bloody and Isaac's body. And the queen asked, well, she called him the devil and then apologized to him so roughly. The dragon replied that all is well and let it rise. He healed her and she said that they look like in Korea. And he said that he likes as if he liked. Hunters could not believe that he was really risen, and it was very bad. Now they do not know what to do. But Bloody tried to attack him, but he rejected him with a wave of his hand. And then he said that it was time to clean this place and everything around began to collapse. Fully clearing the planet, the Dragon of the Destruction said that now it is quiet and clean here. The queen said he was just amazing. He intends to create his eternal kingdom on this planet and wants to control the universe and will belong to him. Hensu returned home on a spacecraft with Iris, realizing that it was too late and he did not have time. He thinks of how it was so disgraced. Hensu began to be indignant because this ship is too slow. Iris told him that it was the fastest ship on their planet, and then she asked if he ignored her. He apologized and replied that he was just in a hurry. Iris said that if no one is left on the ground, then they will only be there for 2. Hensu said that she would not even joke so, and she answered that he did not joke. It is really possible. Everyone was killed except for the Han because he was underground at this time. He got to the surface and saw that there was nothing left on the ground. Everything disappeared until it was below. Hen began to look for at least someone, but there was no one around. Hen realized that he was only one who survived and everyone else died. He could not restrain his tears and considered himself a coward. He apologized to everyone and before Yun and decided to try to turn everything back. It is his only opportunity. Therefore, he should take advantage of his ability and nod the time back of what it would not cost. Iris looked at the planet Hensu Sudlek and thought that the Earth was really looking great. Hensu said that soon they would enter the atmosphere of the Earth, so it would go first. She asked that right now and he replied that he would not be eager to return there as soon as possible. Hen thought that he was most likely to live for the sake of this moment, so he tried to concentrate on his strength, shouting that he would return all he felt that he could do it, so he started acting. All buildings, people, and everything that surrounded it around began to recover. Hunters also resumed feeling that they returned in time. They were surprised that they were all alive again. Hen was felt the presence of Newman, who told him to keep it like that. He soaked the time so and then fell exhausted, and Armand rushed to him and told him that he had surpassed Robin. The devil said that it was amazing that there was such a talent among the midges and laughed. And then the hen said that he had to sweat well, but it was in vain. After all, to erase them from the face of the earth, he will have enough 1 second. But then the dragon of the destruction said that he changed his mind, and this time he would probably destroy them all by one after another. After all, he wants them to feel hellish torment. He lifted the hen and said he would be the first. Hen tried to take advantage of his abilities, but the dragon of the destruction noticed it. So first he wanted to leave him the most valuable. What he can harm him, his hands. The dragon said that he could shout as much as you like and then asked if it hurt, and Hen just said why so late. Their rival returned and saw Hensu. He became interested in what he did not feel his presence there. Hensu so immediately grabbed his brother from his hands, and the dragon did not even have time to understand anything. Everyone was very pleased to see him and rushed to him. Hensu told his brother that he tried very well, and he was proud of him. Yurak approached him and asked where he was all the time. He apologized and said he had to become stronger, so he trained with his new friend. Lee Mina asked who he was his friend, and he replied that he was the third singularity. Everyone was surprised when they heard it, but Hensu said that at first it was necessary to understand the fact that behind them. And he promised that he would tell everything as soon as he would deal with this monster, and then flew to him. Bloody fought with the queen, realizing that his attacks no longer worked because she became stronger. She said that Lord gave her power, so now such as he was not a level, and struck her. Hensu said that demonic fists and destructive heavens were created to resist strong opponents. So it is a little disappointed that you have to apply them on it. The dragon answered, well then let him cheer. Hensu has struck the seeds and caused great harm, but the dragon is not easy to overcome, so he moved in an attack with the words of how he died, but Hensu again attacked the blow of the tree. And then he took advantage of the destruction of the mind and the fall of heaven, so the devil began to understand what he loses. Other hunters do not understand how he can fight the dragon destruction at all, and notice that he has become much stronger. Hensu asked if he was still a little, and the dragon replied that he was really the strongest of all those whom he met during his life. And he added that he at least at the demon level, and it was commendable that he reached it as a common person. And then he said that now his turn to strike him, and added that he would hurt now. He managed to harm Hensu, and he noticed that his opponent disappeared. And then he said that this skill is called the Shield of the Soul of the Heavenly Demon. The dragon did not understand when he had time to get out and evade his attack, and Hensu was attacked in response. But the dragon resists his reception, and then his opponent said that he gave him the last chance, and he suggested going to his side. After all, he is sorry to destroy such force, and he recognizes it. But Hensu just laughed and sent it, and they continued the battle, and the dragon struck Hensu, and he flew. The dragon said that the wonderful sounds, and he wanted to hear them, so he attacked Hensu again. And then he added that he will still regret his proposal. If so, now his fate is solved, and there is no point in playing. The dragon said that the fate had already chosen his winner and wanted to start sooner. Other hunters watched this incredible battle but understood that they did not join it. Armand denied that they should do something. And then he said Minnie that they had to transfer their energy to Hen that he resumed. After that, they cured him and saw something approaching in the sky. It arrived Iris, who rushed to help, asking how they dared to take her Hensu. She attacked the dragon, and he said that she only burned, but there was no effect. The angry queen flew to her and said as she dared to attack her master. Iris touched her hair and asked the queen like her new hairstyle, but she made her a strong blow. Hensu said dragon that he was stronger than all demons he met in the universe, but whatever they still fell before him. Before his strength of demonic fists and destroying heavens, and the dragon replied that it is enough to say, because it is time to move to business. After all, if he does not be able to entertain him, then the endless hellish pain is known, and Hensu laughed. After that he rose and took advantage of the ability of the heavenly demon. The dragon was surprised where in the human body how much energy was. Hensu advised the enemy to concentrate and applied the seed. The dragon asked whether he thinks he would take it again. And Hensu told him that it was only a trap and struck him, and then accelerated to attack him again. But before that he said that he inherited this force from the previous heavenly demons to get rid of him. Hensu was about to strike the final, but the queen noticed it and rushed to him. She decided to take a blow on herself and immediately found herself right in front of Hensur, covering her master. Hensu realized that he had lost vigilance and instead of the devil destroyed the queen. The dragon of the destruction rose and said that he lost his opportunity and then struck him. Looking at the queen, he said that she was expected to be a good child, like the king, her fate to become his fertilization. And then he lifted her and said that she would stay with him forever, and then absorbed her. Iris said that he had absorbed his subordinate for the abomination. Because of this, his strength increased. After all the power of the queen passed to him. Hensu said how disgusting it was, and he was really exhausted and asked how he was called there. The dragon realized that he became even smaller than him, and told him to approach him. Hensu tried to attack him, but he said it was too slow. His attacks no longer acted against him because he became much stronger. Iris noticed that Hensu was losing and realizing that she had to do something, so she shouted to the dragon that would destroy it. And just so he will not come from her. The dragon said how rude on her part and weak, but Iris said it was not the end. The dragon repelled her attack and said that he didn't think so, and Iris flew directly into the building. She realized that he had a very strong had to use all 9 tails and took a different and stronger shape. And then she said that now all the jokes to the side. The dragon replied that it seems now would become much more fun. But she was stopped by Hensu and said that he would deal with him on her own, so she offered to act together. The dragon destruction said Hensu that seems to come. They began to attack him on both sides, and the dragon said Hensu that he was so funny. And he added that he will no longer hold on. But Hensu used the explosion of heaven against him. But it did not help. Hensu did not notice how his opponent was right behind him. He struck him, and Iris caught Hensu and asked how he was feeling. The dragon of the destruction said they had already got it all. He decided to finally deal with them. But then he noticed that someone defended them from his blow with the help of a protective sphere. Before him, Akiman was given the third singularity and said that the protagonist always comes the last. Hensu told him, and he calls it the last moment. He replied that he had to prepare. At times, someone tried to stop the heavenly demon, but Chikongen asked who he said he would not be able to return and said that they would see soon. He was told that he was not Arnie, and Chikongen went into the portal and found himself directly on the battlefield. After leaving the portal, he felt this terribly dirty air again, and he seemed to be sad for him. Hen looked at the portal and could not believe his eyes. He shouted to him, and the Chikangena paid attention to him that he became very strong. Hen was rushed to the teacher, but he prevented him from destroying the dragon, standing directly between them. Chikangena told him how he dared to interrupt the teacher's reunification with his student, and the dragon asked his teacher, and he said that he would get rid of him as soon as possible and tried to attack him, but the heavenly demon rejected the attack. And then he said that he had to prepare now and then struck him with his power. Hensu thought smaller and did not expect from the master and noticed that he became even stronger from their last meeting, and he decided that it was probably because he returned his body. Chanjin fought with a dragon and said that he had recently come up with this technique. It is just suitable for combating him. Considering that he survived after him, he was nicknamed a monster. But if his body with him, no one will no longer be able to stop him. The dragon realized that he did not see his movements at all. Hensu joined the battle and also struck the seeds by damaging the enemy, and the teacher said that it was wonderful. The dragon noticed that after the blow of that old man, something strange began to happen to him. Bloody took time to completely recover, but he noticed that it was not too late. So he also decided to join the battle. Dragon did not like what he loses, and he began to threaten that he would send everyone to the next life. Everyone noticed that the dragon exploded, so they were dangerous. But Keeman managed to pick up the hand. The dragon destroyed the whole planet and fled as far as possible and watched. He said how these insects were dared to talk to him in general and was sure that everything was behind. Because of this old man, he will need to spend a lot of time to recover. And then he heard a voice. Chongen asked his student Hensu like him, and he replied that he used mystical circulation, so everything is normal. The dragon shouted asking how they got here at all and got very angry. Keeman tried to contact Hensu with his strength and asked if he was hearing him. Hensu said that so. So Keeman asked if the movement was successful and said that Hen was now in full shock. And he added that he can now walk to full power and finally deal with this monster. Chongen said that he is weakened now. He should show how to cross the road to the celestial demon. The dragon of the destruction wanted to stop them and asked to wait for Hen Su. Together with the teacher Chongenome, they had a blow. They coped with him from one blow, and the dragon managed to say what a sense was and that everything and that he was so pathetic. Chihanjin noticed that the earth came to normal, and Hensu has replied that his brother Hen's ability was simply impressive. Haxen was surprised that they were alive, and Anderson said that Ahan tried again. Hen said that everyone survived because the third singularity came and was able to save him. He added that he wanted to turn his time a little back, but already exhaled. Jill asked what he saved the earth. Hara said, but if the devil was not destroyed, then it makes no sense. Shinran also asked about this. Hensu said that he was not worried about him because he did not take care of it and they took care of it. Everyone began to think what the teacher else and what it means. After all, no one was aware of its existence. Jill asked it that he would no longer appear. Anderson replied that it means that they finally won. Mina began to shout a jip of Jip Chep of the pack. Everyone else was also very happy, and Mina embraced Armanda and said that he was her beloved teacher. Karak also decided to embrace Hensu, not hiding their feelings. Hensu also hugged her. They were happy because peace came. Humanity, which half a year ago suffered from portals, finally healed in peace. Seoul, in which the battle took place, significantly recovered. The whole world is grateful to hunters, and today is a very important day for the younger brother of Pak Hensu wedding Pak Pak Hen. Armand and Jill congratulated Hen and said that he was looking great, and he sincerely thanked them. Hen married Yuna. Hensu couldn't hold back tears. He was so happy for his brother. Kali asked if the next Hensu and Fiery Lady was in turn, and such a question made him dream. Iris hugged him and told her nails to choose or she or girl. Hensu said Keeman what to think about him, only how much time took to create a portal. He answered that he still restrained the word and even was able to make a shared portal, and Hensu thanked for that. And then he said that Susu was hurried and finally told him that he did a wonderful job and tried well. Hensu told him that he would return and then went into the portal. He came to Murim, the world of his teacher Chikon-gen, and found him how he lived here in good and health. Seeing his student Hensu Chon-gen, he said that he became greater from their last meeting. They began to fight, and Hensu said that exactly became more unlike him. Chongen asked how he dared to speak with his teacher so. Hensu said that these were his words. Chongen asked if he had a lot of free time if he was so fooling, and Hensu asked if he wanted to compete and attacked him, but warned that he was not as before, and Chongen said that he would check now. After a while, Hensu, as always, received from his teacher, and Chongen told him that it was enough to lie down. The offended Hensu said that at least once he succumbed to him, and Chongen wanted to teach him a new movement. So he said he followed him. Hensu wondered or be able to meet with the masters with whom he was friends, and he replied that so. And he noted that he was stronger than them. Hensu asked if the clothes were left in the water. Chongen asked unless he wanted to sway, and he told him that he would go and snore the whole world. Because of this, Hensu was ashamed, but as always listened to the teacher.